It's here, ladies and gentlemen. I could not be more excited, could not be more nervous. Really need to go 2-0 in the Flock League. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, I'm going to try to answer as many of your questions as we possibly can. We're going to be firing them away on flockfantasy.com. I know it's early. I know a lot of these people are out in the live stream. But if you ask a question on flockfantasy.com at any time of the day and we answered in a live stream, it's sent to you directly through the site with a YouTube link. You copy and paste that link into a browser and it takes you to the exact time that I actually answered your question. So I really like that. We are now able to answer questions at any time of the day and people are able to see them whether they're in or out of the live stream at that specific time. But first question coming out from Judson. It says, can't decide if I should start Ford or Stevenson. Thanks for the videos. No, thank you so much. Been a member of the flock, my friend. Here, I definitely, think probably bench Nick Chubb. Probably a good call on that front. If you're looking at Ramondre Stevenson, I'm expecting a step backwards this week. I think it may be a little bit of a worse game environment where it's not like the Pats lead this game from start to finish. If you look at Jerome Ford, Ford should have the receiving role as well. So to be honest with you, I think it's a somewhat tough call. I probably end up just going ahead and taking Jerome Ford. However, I don't know. I know both offenses are probably going to be bad, but Ford has absolutely nobody to deal with in his backfield, where Ramondre possibly has Antonio Gibson. But let's go ahead and pull this next question up for NS Beverin. It said trade question. It says, trying to get rid of Keenan as my flex and sending their offer to the Puka owner. He's high on Leggett as he's a Panthers fan. Okay, well, for us, my friend, there is absolutely no reason to really hold any value with Leggett. So, yeah, if we can pivot from Keenan to Tank Dell, just paying Xavier Leggett, that's an absolute no-brainer. And would you try to sell high on Charbonnet with the Kenneth Walker news? I think Charbonnet crushes in a game with no Kenneth Walker. So, honestly, I think it is kind of up to you. I will say this is just probably the best trade we can possibly see right now. So, let's go ahead and let's take the Tank Dell side. But let's move over. This next one is actually going to be a team review from Team Route. Going to be happy to check this out. I see this as an ESPN team, my friend. So going into the future, if you want to link your team with the site, I can just see all the information regarding all your league mates, league settings, etc., etc. But let's go ahead and dive into this. So this is going to be a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So really the wide receiver depth, not going to be the highest priority for us here. A quarterback, we have CJ Stroud. Going down to the bench, we are not rostering another quarterback. Definitely don't think you have to. With Stroud, obviously, Stroud doesn't have the same insane rushing ceiling that you possibly have with some of these other quarterbacks, such as like Anthony Richardson, Jaden Daniels. But Stroud, at the same time, could potentially lead the NFL in passing yards and passing touchdowns. Going over to running back, we have Derrick Henry, we have Joe Mixon. So I personally think that Derrick Henry is absolutely going to crush this week. I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy long-term because long-term in competitive games, I don't think he has the receiving role. I mean, we saw week 1 in a game where they trailed pretty much from start to finish. You had over 50 receiving yards for Justice Hill, 0 for Derrick Henry. I think that is a massive concern. I think it's a concern that he's going to turn 31 in January. He's declined for 3 straight seasons. So personally, I think that Derrick Henry is probably going to be a player that we look to sell high after an extremely strong performance against the Raiders, where I wouldn't be surprised if he has multiple rushing touchdowns. Going down to the bench and looking at the assets that we have, specifically because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think it makes so much sense to take one of these depth receivers such as Ladd McConkey, George Pickens, Jaden Reed, see if we can package up with Derrick Henry and see if we can pivot over to Devon Achane, see if we can pivot over to Kyron Williams, see if you can pivot to that running back that has the upside with the receiving role as well in his respective offense. Having Joe Mixon here as RB2, I think you're chilling. I think you're honestly chilling with St. Brown and Deebo Samuel. I think Deebo Samuel actually sees the bump up. No Christian McCaffrey in this offense will lead to Deebo having more of a role as a rusher, at least close to the line of scrimmage. He's going to be involved a ton. We saw that week 1. It's still one of the best offenses in the NFL, if not the best. Amon-Ra St. Brown, no hesitation whatsoever. He ran every route, played every snap week 1. I know it was disappointing with St. Brown that Jameson had everything, but I'm not going to overreact to that. Going down to the bench, we have Ladd, we have Pickens, we have Reed. I mean, I think one of these guys will be expendable just because it's a league where you can only start 2 receivers and 1 flex anyway. And then going over to tight end, you have Kincaid. I understand Kincaid's been disappointing through the first 2 weeks. I'm not really going to panic here. This past week, Josh Allen had like 160 passing yards. So if Allen's sitting with 160 passing yards, personally, I think that's going to be something that does not happen going into the future. Kincaid had 33 of those yards, so good for like a 20% market share number. If Kincaid has 20% of Josh Allen's passing volume going into the future, love that for a tight end in what's supposed to be an elite offense. So, yeah, really am chilling with what we have with Kincaid. Really, I think the team's great going into the game on Sundays, not changing anything with the starting lineup. The only thing is I would say after the Sunday game, probably going to look to sell high on Derrick Henry, assuming that he just goes out there and absolutely crushes the Raiders. But let's go ahead and pull up our next question. This one going to be Alien versus Deshaun. This is a 10-team start 8 format. So it's a league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. It says lack of good depth. Gonna pick Deontay up for Palmer. Bigsby right, Mason likely. Lazard got snagged. Dropped Caleb for Bucky. Any realistic trade recommendations? Waivers equal drop. So we have Deontay, Curtis Samuel, Leggett, Demarcus Robinson, Tyler Johnson. Josh Downs and Deontay Johnson are by far and away the most appealing wide receiver pickups. The most appealing running back pickup is Trey Benson by a decent margin. And then tight end, you can pick up David Njoku as well. So yeah, actually, there are some very interesting options on the waiver wire. So I know you're saying you have a lack of bench depth, but if you still have, I mean, guys like you can get Benson off waivers, David Njoku off waivers, 2-for-1 deals are still extremely appealing. So just first to mention the waiver wire moves that I'd be willing to make on this team. I would drop Bucky Irving and I'd pick up Trey Benson. I would be willing to drop Rico Dowdle and pick up David Njoku. And I would be willing to drop Joshua Palmer and pick up Deontay Johnson. Now, obviously, some of those players that we're dropping are exciting options. I'd rather not drop them, but this is why we're going to look to try to make some 2-for-1 deals. That way we can hold on and kind of have our cake, eat it too, and be able to pick up these options off the waiver wire for pretty much free. And if we're able to get those options off waivers for pretty much free, it makes any 2-for-1 deals that we make extremely enticing. Now, going over to quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. We can start Hurts every single week, regardless of matchup. No worries whatsoever. Going over to running back, we have the anchor at the top with Barkley. We have a couple quality running back twos with Kamara and Najee Harris. We have Jonathan Brooks on the IR for the long term. So if Keaton Mitchell is actively on your roster and not in the IR, because I know a lot of people play in leagues with only one IR slot, especially on ESPN, and this is an ESPN league. If that's the case, I think Keaton Mitchell's a very easy drop for one of those running backs that we mentioned. Let's just see how many roster spots the normal person has. So it looks like this team doesn't have anybody on the IR that I can tell it. They have 2 quarterbacks, 2 tight ends, so a total of 4 guys there. They have 5 running backs, 5 receivers each. So they have a total of 14 players on their roster. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we do have 2 guys on the IR, so we are just chilling there. And then Chase Brown, Spears, these are running backs with upside. They're going to have a role from a week-to-week perspective, but if the guy were to go down in front of them, then all of a sudden they kind of blow up. So, yeah, I mean, if we're sitting here looking at this team, there aren't too many moves that we can make, specifically because this is a roster where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex. 2 receivers and 2 flexes. If this was a league where you started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, there, I think Jamison Williams would be a very interesting sell high candidate to pair with Najee Harris to get the best running back we can. And then we would churn the bottom end of our team for some of those quality waiver wire options. But because this is a league where you have double flex spots as well, I think you're kind of chilling because we're starting A.J. Brown, we're starting Rashee Rice, we're starting Mike Evans every single week. Obviously, we're assuming Najee makes the second flex spot over Jamison Williams, but Jamison's right there outside the lineup to actually be that quality depth piece that you need for in a league like this. We have Mark Andrews at tight end. There's an outside chance that Andrews isn't going to be able to help us this week, and in that case, we probably need an extra rush spot to go ahead and move on from one of the running backs and pick up another tight end off waivers. Definitely not panicking right now. We're 1 week in terms of I don't think you need to trade for another tight ends. But if Andrews does have another down week, I probably would roster a second off the waiver wire. I mean, now I think you can pick up David Njoku, to be honest with you. I'd rather have Njoku over someone like Bucky Irving on my team. So yeah, I think really trades-wise, there's not much to do outside of just the waiver wire pickups that we mentioned. Submitting your starting lineup, we're going to go Barkley, Kamara at running back. We're going to be going with Rice, Evans at receiver. And then for the 2 flex spots, we're going to be going with Najee and Jamison. Looks like A.J. Brown, probably not somebody that we can rely upon on Monday night, especially as we look at the rest of the squad here and we want to have a Monday night pivot. Now, let's go over and answer a trade question from Big Worm, who's out here a bunch in the live stream last night. Says, buddy over here is just stacked at running back. Hopefully he'll share the wealth. Okay, well, I would rather have Adams and Aaron Jones here. I'm not a big Adams guy. I think Adams and Jones are both potential sell high candidates, to be honest. Saying he's a pretty smart guy and might not accept these 2 for Mixon, who has some wild potential. Should I sweeten the deal with Nico, or is that too much? I think you're maybe offering too much as is. I don't know. Let me hear you in the live chat. Can everybody please spam? Would you rather have Aaron Jones and Avonte Adams or Joe Mixon? Would you rather have Jones and Adams or Joe Mixon? Please let me know. Mixon, Jones, Jones. Mixon, Jones, Mixon, Jones. Mixon. It does look like the vast majority of people here are saying Joe Mixon 1 week in. That is very surprising to me, to be honest. Maybe I need to lower my ranking even more on Davante Adams, having him at wide receiver 20. Maybe I need to raise my ranking even more on Joe Mixon, having him at RB 10. But in the vast majority of the chat saying Mixon, I think maybe go Mixon. I don't think this is like a no-brainer by any means. I figured Adams and Jones, just based off name appeal, held a little more value in this. Obviously, Mixon has 30 carries week 1. I understand that people are going to get extremely excited about that going into the future. But yeah, I mean, Mixon's my RB10, Aaron Jones my RB21, Adams is wide receiver 20. Tyrone says it's an even trade. But yeah, if you're telling me that we have more than enough wide receiver to go around, I think you can go ahead and get Mixon. I'm not going to be offering any more than that on our initial offer, though. Now, let's go ahead and let's pull up this next thing. And, of course, real quick, I want to remind y'all, if y'all wanted to get a start-sit question answered, trade question answered, a full-blown team review, all of that can be done through flockfantasy.com. Much better system than what we had set up with Super Chats in the past. And also, I will remind you that the cheapest way to get a team review done for sure is actually not purchasing it through flockfantasy.com, but instead taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make a $10 deposit, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you are also going to be getting a free team review in one of these live streams on flockfantasy.com. And at the same time, Underdog actually has dropped some discounted players for today. You have CeeDee Lamb, higher, lower, half a total yard. Jamar Chase, higher, lower, 50.5 total yards. Evans, 46.5. Justin Jefferson, 58.5. So you have some of those special discounts for today's games as well with code FLOCK. But let's move this back over for the team review here. And looking at the team review, let's start. A Detroit Riot says, didn't feel like I was in a solid position with my RB2 before the CMC injury and the Tua injury in relation to Mostert. Maybe he gets more volume now with no Tua. Mostert's kind of dead. I'm sorry, my friend. Do we trust him as an RB2? For sure, you're not trusting Raheem Mostert as an RB2. How should we handle Jordan Mason to secure the running back 2 slot? Well, I will say good news, bad news is Raheem Mostert literally does not matter at all. Good news is if we have Jordan Mason, that maybe explains why we are the number 1 team with the league analyzer here. So we are kind of chilling. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So it is one of those formats where the wide receiver depth does not matter. Here at quarterback, we are rolling with Anthony Richardson. So love Richardson, obviously start him every single week, regardless of matchup based off his rushing upside. To roster a second quarterback, you can. I don't necessarily think you have to. But based off the upside that Baker Mayfield showed week 1, if you want to be rostering Baker just as that backup option, just in case, or maybe you actually get a little bit of a spike in value here, I think that you are completely fine to do so. Going over to running back, you are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Jordan Mason into your starting lineup. And yeah, Mason is a very easy play over Raheem Mostert here. I think now the objective of this team is just try to continuously churn and find the next Raheem Mostert. I mean, you kind of already found Zach Charbonnet for this week. I actually would recommend you starting Charbonnet this week. If I'm submitting your starting lineup right now, I go Anthony Richardson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jordan Mason, and then St. Brown, Nico Collins at wide receiver, and I go Charbonnet in the flex over DK Metcalf. But yeah, I think don't be relying on Raheem Mostert. He's kind of similar to like Tajay Spears. Right now, for me, if you were to have an Achane injury, I think Mostert probably does crush. But right now, Achane has the role inside the red zone. Achane obviously getting literally everything as a receiver. But yeah, I think with Mason, this is the perfect running back to hold on to this team. I mean, I think this is a spot where you hold on to Jordan Mason, and it kind of saves us from the Raheem Mostert fall off. Going over to receiver, I think wide receiver is going to be much better going into the future with St. Brown, Nico, DK Metcalf. I'm not super confident in Deontay and Sutton. As we said, we had these guys to sell high candidates coming into the season. Nothing against them, more so against their respective offenses. So, I mean, if you were to get a spike from Deontay, I'd be completely fine packaging Deontay with Raheem Mostert to see if we could get a running back upgrade. But the reality of the situation is we've kind of waited too long. You're not going to be able to get anything now with Deontay Johnson. Going over to tight end, Evan Ingram flames out week 1 as well. I think we're most likely fine rostering his second tight ends. If we were to cut somebody, it would probably be Courtland Sutton. I don't want to be cutting any of the running backs here. And then, I mean, you could cut Baker if you were fully confident with Anthony Richardson. But you can go into this week with just Evan Ingram at tight end, see what happens on Sunday, I mean today, and then make that decision after the game what you think is best for you. But overall, I mean, I think it's a team that Jordan Mason kind of saves the day here. For the love of God, do not be selling Jordan Mason. Don't be relying on Raheem Mostert going in the future. We're going to hopefully solve our running back situation in the long term as well with some waiver wire moves. So I think we want to be nimble. We want to be trying to make 2-for-1 deals, open up roster spots. Can't really make those 2-for-1 deals right now, though, because of the Deontay Johnson and Courtland Sutton duds week 1. Then you have to hope that one of these guys has a better week 2. And then maybe at that point, we can hopefully go through and send them with Ingram to get a tight end upgrade, send them with a running back to get an RB upgrade, and then backfill with more running backs down on the bench, trying to hit on the next Jordan Mason. But I think that's all I have for you, my friend. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Wishing you the best of luck this week. And yeah, for sure, start Charbonnet over DK Metcalf. Or at least, can I hear, what do y'all say in the live chat right now? Zach Charbonnet, no Kenneth Walker, or DK Metcalf. Who you rolling with? Charbonnet, no Walker, or DK Metcalf. Please let me know in the live chat. Okay. 1 vote Charbonnet, 2 votes Charbonnet, 3 votes Charbonnet, then DK, Charbonnet, DK, Charbonnet. Charbonnet. So it does look like the vast majority of people here are going Charbonnet as well, my friend. So I think we go ahead, start Charbonnet over the flex spot. I mean, over DK Metcalf in that flex. Now we have another team review coming out from Dubs. Now, this is going to be a 16-team league. 16-team league, full PPR. Not sure whether to start Najee or J.K. Dobbins. If you are having that question in a 16-team league, this is a monstrous squad. Jaden Daniels, is he a top 16 quarterback? Easily. 16-team league, I probably still want to roster a backup, though. Do we have a backup quarterback? No, we do not. If there's a backup quarterback sitting out there on the waiver wire, I probably would like to roster him. With this being a 16-team format, I think quarterback fill-ins are going to be a little bit tougher. Going over to running back, you have Barkley, Jahmyr Gibbs. They're inside the starting lineup. I have no idea how you could have ever drafted both of these guys in a 16-team draft. Not only are they both running back ones in this format, not only are they both top 16 guys, but they presumably both can be top 5 running backs. So to have this kind of upside here, just absolutely massive. We have Najee Harris for the flex spot. Najee could presumably be a top 16 back this year. So in this format, we maybe have 3 RB1s. In regards of Najee versus J.K. Dobbins this week, I personally go Najee Harris. I do think that Dobbins is still going to be splitting with Gus Edwards for the time being. I think Dobbins is in a good spot against Carolina, but Najee is also in a good spot against Denver. Looking at what we have with the projections for these running backs in week 2, you have Najee Harris, higher, lower, 72.5 total yards. You have Dobbins, higher, lower, 74.5 total yards. They have Dobbins with the 1.17x multiplier score touchdown. They have Najee with the 1.11x multiplier, so they have Najee slightly more likely to score a touchdown. They have Najee at 10.5 points. They have Dobbins, higher, lower, 10.95 points. So they actually do have Dobbins as the play over Najee Harris, which kind of does surprise me, to be honest. But I guess you can expect that maybe Jalen Warren expands his role this week as well. Going over to receivers, sounds like Neighbor's going to go. I think Neighbor's going to be much better going into the future. As somebody who didn't draft him much this year because of the offense that he's in, I just think the offense can't be as bad as they were week 1. DK Metcalf here at wide receiver. Typically don't love Metcalf in like 10-team leagues where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But in a 16-team format, do I think Metcalf and or Neighbors could be top 16 receivers? Yeah, so I think they have wide receiver 1 upside in this format. We have quality depth with guys like Higgins and Rome for the long term. So this is just a phenomenal squad. Tight end, we have Evan Ingram. Definitely going to be rostering another tight end in that case. We have Taysom Hill. I had Taysom ranked as the top 16 tight end, so we have 2 tight end ones. For this to be a 16-team format, there's literally almost nothing that we could possibly do. If it was a 10-team league, I'd say, oh, let's drop Shaheed and let's go pick up a quarterback off waivers. But with it being a 16-team league, Shaheed is 100% worth the roster spot. I'm sorry I wasn't able to help much with the Najee Dobbins situation. I'm sorry as well for 2 other things. One, that right now we can't link NFL fantasy teams with flockfantasy.com. I'm sure if we did link this in a 16-team format, this would be the number 1 team in the league. But yeah, this is a great team, my friend. I wish I had something for you, but in reality is I think you're in a great spot, and I don't know if there is much to do here. At least in a 16-team league, I think you already have by far and away the strongest team in the league, and depth does matter in this format as well. But let me answer some free questions in the live chat real quick. So if you have any questions, please get them in. I think that's how you say this. So should I start A.J. Brown? I would not be relying on A.J. Brown. I'll go ahead and I'll pull up the most recent injury reports that we have. Ooh, this is surprising. Roma Dunze tracking to play week 2. Interesting. Shefty also says Daniel Jones's 2025 injury guarantees could affect the Giants quarterback dilemma. That makes it sound like Daniel Jones may effectively get benched for the Giants. That's what we've seen in the past with some of these other quarterbacks with these injury guarantees that they did not want to rely upon for the long term. Shefty says A.J. Brown legitimately questionable for Monday. Shefty also says Joshua Palmer tracking to play week 2. Shefty says Puka Nacua could miss 5 to 7 weeks. Rappaport says Josh Downs considered 50-50 to play week 2. You're not starting Josh Downs regardless. Probably worth the roster spot for you, though. Jaden Reed expected to play in week 2. If you are looking at Jaden Reed, I am not starting him. We can go ahead and we can dive into the overall volume expectation that you have in this Green Bay Packers offense. It is very, very gross, just to fill you in on it. Jamison Williams will play week 2. I had the weirdest dream last night that I did not remember until we read this. I had a dream that we were watching the Lions game. Jamison Williams had a jet sweep, and Jamison Williams ran out of bounds like 5 yards before contact, and he was limping with his ankle. So I know people have called me psychic in the past. Obviously, I'm joking. Obviously, my dream has no impact on what you do in fantasy football. Let's see. Jordan Love won't play week 2. We already knew that. We already knew CMC placed in the IR. So, yeah, the main thing is that we know right now is sounds like Daniel Jones could get benched. I don't think this week, but if he plays how he just did. A.J. Brown is a serious question mark. And Rome Odunze actually looks like he is going to be playing. I wouldn't start Rome. I'll tell you that much. But at the same time, I think maybe it means you're a little less excited about DJ Moore. It doesn't really impact it too much. But definitely less excited about Keenan Allen. I wouldn't rely on Allen at all. Okay, so Kyle says Underdog only works in the U.S. Yes, Underdog is only in the U.S. It is in Canada, but everywhere in Canada outside of Ontario, which I know most people live in Ontario. T-Boo Houston says, drop Higgins for Rome. Hell no. Do not drop T. Higgins. Do not drop T. Higgins, please. Tyler says, DK Metcalf or Ramondre Stevenson. We're going to go ahead. We will take Ramondre in that spot. Connor says, Dowdle or Bucky Irving in a pinch. I would go Rico Dowdle. Joel says, should we start Gabe Davis, Rashad White, or Najee Harris in the flex spot in half PPR format? For sure, don't consider Gabe Davis over these other running backs really anytime soon. I think it's between Rashad White and Najee Harris. And there I will go with Rashad White. Half PPR format's not as exciting. Cole says, how do I send in a team review? So you go to flockfantasy.com. You hit the little comment button in the corner. There you can purchase a start sit question. You can purchase a trade question. You can purchase a team review. Like I can go ahead and I can show this. Here, this little button in the corner, this is expert advice. You can go ahead and click it. Click what you want. Maybe you want a trade question. We're going to go ahead. I'm going to say, hey, I'm in the Flock League. This is one of the leagues I have linked. And then it's going to automatically fill in my league settings for us. Then we're going to go over. I'm going to say, I want to offer, say, I have Hollywood Brown on my team. Let's see if I can get rid of this guy. We're going to offer Hollywood Brown, and we're going to see if we can get back, say, Charbonnet. But what's nice is once you put in a player that you are looking for, then flockfantasy.com automatically identifies what our team is and what our opposing team that we're trading with is. So then you're able to go through, you're able to pick from the rest of your guys. I have Jamar Chase. Corey has, say, Garrett Wilson. You can go ahead, hit continue. You can hit whatever creator that you're wanting. You go, I want to hit Mason. We're going to go ahead. We need to change this scale desperately. That's something I need to message the developers right now. And go ahead, say, I want to ask this to Mason. I also want to ask this to the FSC guys. And then, bam, you can go to Stripe. But let's go back because I actually don't need to ask myself a hypothetical trade question. And then same thing, if you wanted to go through the team review route, you just go ahead. You can select what team you are wanting to submit for right here. Or if it's going to be a non-linked team, you'll go ahead, fill out your league settings, and then you'll go ahead and submit a trade. You'll submit a screenshot of your team for me. But yeah, let's just dive into this. And I will remind you, of course, the cheapest way to get a team review over there on flockfantasy.com is actually going to be with our Underdog offer, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting to check out a ton of the NFL discounts they have right now. You have CeeDee Lamb, more than less than half total yard. Jamar Chase, higher 50.5 receiving yards. Evans, 46.5. Jefferson, 58.5. So you'll get the NFL discounts. And also, with code FLOCK, you will get a free team review on one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have the same email address set up on flockfantasy.com as you do Underdog Fantasy when you make that $10 deposit. That way I know which account to credit the free team review with. But let's go ahead and let's dive into this next team here. This is going to be for Jason. Actually, no, we already answered this team. This is the Dubs team. The next question that we have is going to be a trade question. This is from Dustin. Says, very short bench and no IR. I don't want to wait on Puka. Do we make this deal or try for something else? So if you have an IR slot, this is Puka Nacua by a country mile. If it's a short bench with no IR and you're saying, Mason, he's going to be a roster clogger for me, it's going to be very tough for me to make moves. I understand at that point wanting to pivot off of Puka Nacua. I would hope that we could get somebody better than Malik Neighbors. But obviously, whoever you're trading with in this format kind of understands, hey, Puka's going to be clogging a spot on my bench as well. So maybe it's a little bit easier said than done. Here, I probably go ahead. I'm not going to mark Neighbors as the winner. We can't. If you wanted specifically in your very instance to take Malik Neighbors, I'm not going to fault you for it. I do think that Puka probably has a little more value, though. At least I would hope he does. Now, Bajanini or bust, or Bajinanini or bust, Bijan Inini, something like that. Coming out with our next team review. Really appreciate you, my friend. Asking what moves we need to make to contend. Before the Love injury, I was trying to trade away Mahomes and a first to upgrade at receiver with no luck. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's pull this up. So I will say in a shallower keeper for, I'm assuming this is a keeper league here, my friend, if you're trading away future picks. I'm really not wanting to trade away future picks in a keeper league the way that you would in a full-blown dynasty. If this is a dynasty, I am surprised to see how shallow the benches are. But anyway, going over to quarterback, yeah, clearly we need Mahomes post Jordan Love injury. Once Love comes back, if you want to revisit trading away one of the quarterbacks for a receiver, I'm not going to fault you for that. It is a league where we can start up to 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective. But adding a first to Mahomes would probably be a little bit too rich for me for you to make that pivot. But I understand where you're coming from. Going over to running back, we have Bijan, obviously, the Bijanini or bust. We have Warren, Javonte, Eckler, right? So some running back depth. Nobody that we're excited to start at RB2, right? Nobody that we can be pumped about. Going over to receiver, we have Olave. I would really like Olave as my wide receiver 2 to have him as my wide receiver 1. I hate it. We have Pittman. I would really like to have Pittman as my wide receiver 3, to have him as my wide receiver 2. I don't like it. Brian Thomas, same thing. I would love to have him as my wide receiver 3. I'm sorry, 4. Wide receiver 3 is kind of whatever. And then these guys with Sutton, Dobbs, Sticky Ricky, Jalen McMillan, these players don't necessarily matter too much. Obviously, we're assuming that we can keep these players year to year, which is why we have Sticky Ricky and Jalen McMillan down there on the bench. If this is a league where you're able to keep all your players from a year-to-year perspective, if it is a full-blown dynasty format, then obviously ignore what I'm about to say. But if this is a keeper league where maybe you only keep like 3 to 5 players, then at that point, there's no way you're keeping Jalen McMillan this next year. I'd rather cut McMillan and see if we can pick up a running back off of the waiver wire. Hopefully hit on somebody like Charbonnet, hit on somebody like Jordan Mason, a player that we could very easily then go ahead and put in our RB2 slot to help us win right now. Going over to tight ends, we have Parkinson and we have Ferguson. So, I mean, this is a team that obviously we really like having Mahomes and Bijan. But outside of that, we really need to hit on an additional piece here. So I completely understand. And yeah, if you wanted to go ahead and see if we can make an upgrade at wide receiver when Jordan Love is fully healthy, I think you can take Mahomes and possibly try to package him with Pittman, try to package him with Brian Thomas Jr. and go get an absolute stud wide receiver. But I think where you kind of got saved is you don't want to be doing that deal with an additional first round pick as well. And we don't want to sell Mahomes and a first to get to a receiver. It would be like Mahomes for a wide receiver straight up, or Mahomes with the receiver for a wide receiver upgrade. And then with that open roster spot, preferably picking up another running back. Or if you're not fully committed to Jordan Love, obviously we can pick up another QB off waivers. But I think that's all we have for you, my friend. Definitely a team that's underweight at wide receiver, as you already mentioned. But it is tough with the injuries that team is facing. But we can see also, I hate to say it, but we are fit with the league analyzer. But the top 3 teams seem like they have a massive gap between themselves and everybody else in the league. Like looking at the highest ranked team here, they have Brees, they have Barkley, they have Debo, they have Smith, they have Dell, they have Stroud, they have Laporta. It's going to be like an uphill battle to take down these teams, right? This team has Gibbs, CMC, Henry, Lamb, Jefferson, A-Rich. Crazy that they are rostering Hayden Hurst on that squad. But I think that's all I got for you. Really do appreciate you, my friend. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, thank you so much for everything. Now let's go over to our next question. It's going to be a start-sit question from Ethan. Says, no idea what to do here. Kenneth Walker and T are hurting my soul. Well, I'll say at the top, DeAndre Swift would be somebody that I would like to get out of this lineup if we could. But yeah, there's no way we can start Gus Edwards over him. Obviously, Walker missing. No way we can start Marshawn Lloyd over him. Going over to the flex, yeah, this is a tough situation. Obviously, if we had T. Higgins fully healthy, it'd be very easy to throw Higgins in here. Downs is maybe not even going to play. And even if Downs were to play, I don't know if we can trust him his first weekend. Not trusting Gus Edwards based off the J.K. Dobbins usage this past week. So honestly, looking at this, I know Greg Dortch leads Arizona in receiving, but if you look at the snap data, I think that Michael Wilson is still the guy over Greg Dortch here, at least for me. You have a 25-point implied team total for the Cardinals. The Bucs actually supposed to be a worse offense this week than Arizona. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Michael Wilson here. I will take Wilson. Now let's go over to Casey Betts. Says, struggling with the A.J. Brown news. Do I pick up Ray McLeod, Darnell Mooney, or Jahan Dotson for a sub? I would go Darnell Mooney out of that list. Or do I sub in somebody from the bench beforehand? So let's see if we need to fill this out. So yeah, A.J. Brown versus Rome, Higgins, Leggett, Gabe Davis. I would, plan on going A.J. Brown and then probably cutting Gabe Davis and picking up Darnell Mooney. That way, if A.J. Brown is officially out on Monday night, you could pivot from A.J. Brown to Darnell Mooney. If you wanted to start somebody, it would be this Sunday night, Rome Odunze. Tight end, obviously, we go Likely here. And then, we do have a decent lead with James Cook there at running back. So probably don't need to be taking too many risks at wide receiver this week. Having James Cook at running back obviously gives us a bunch of flexibility. Now, John coming out with the question says, have McLaurin, Brian Thomas Jr., and Zay Flowers on the bench. So, yeah, if you have your team linked here, my friend, I can see that. So, I think if we were looking at possibly getting in either McLaurin, Thomas, or Zay Flowers would be the most exciting name. I'm going to still put Kamara in our lineup over Flowers. I'm still going to have a Lave and DJ Moore as well. So I think we leave this team kind of as is, my friend. I think you're good to go as is. But let me go over to the live chat and see if we have any free questions to get to. So if you have not done so already, drop your free question in the live chat right now. And please, if you copy and paste your question over and over again, you ruin the chat for everybody else. Don't do that. You're probably going to get muted. David says Jaleel or Allen Lazard PPR format. Interesting question in that with Jaleel, obviously looks like he's going to have a very large role in Denver now that I made the most idiotic Hollywood Brown trade of all time. And now that we just are kind of relying on Javonte for it. I'm hoping that Javonte has a larger role, but it does look like Jaleel is definitely going to be like a 50-50 back. It is a very tough matchup, however, going up against Pittsburgh. And at the same time, what we actually saw is we saw that Javonte was kind of the third down guy here, which was very interesting. So, I don't know. I understand where you're coming from, but based off the matchup, I think we go ahead and we take Allen Lazard, but it's not an easy spot in that. We do have reports saying that Mike Williams will be playing more snaps this week than in the past. Upkeep Home Repair says Texas for national champs. Now, this is a very tough question, right? Because Texas has Quinn Ewers, and then Texas has Manning. So you go back and forth on which Texas will win the Natty. And it's a tough spot. If I have to pick one of the two, I probably do go Texas. But it's a tough question, my friend. Football Fantasy, welcome to being a member of the flock. Julian says Kyler Murray or Jaden Daniels. I'm going to go with Kyler. I think that the Arizona Cardinals will be much better this week, where you actually have that 25-point implied team total. We can see what their respective pick'ems are currently on Underdog. I'm assuming Daniels is going to have low passing volume, but obviously a ton of rushing production. Daniels, they have at 194.5 passing yards, but 52.5 rushing yards. They have Daniels for almost 21 points higher, lower. And if you're looking at Kyler here, Kyler they have for fewer, mainly because the rushing production won't be there. Kyler they only have at 19.75. So if you look at the projections, they are going to tell you to go with Daniels. My monkey brain still wants Kyler Murray. Okay. Kelsey says, signed up on Underdog, use code FLOCK, use the same email on both websites. How do I set up the team review? So every morning, Underdog's going to get me a list of the email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK and made that deposit from the day before. And then I go ahead and I upload that list of email addresses on flockfantasy.com to give them those free team review vouchers. So if you have your free team review voucher already, you'll see it on the account page. If you don't have it yet, just be a little patient. The developers are not up, and technically I don't upload it myself. I send the list to the developers. They upload it on the site to credit all of y'all with free team reviews. So as soon as I get that email from Underdog, I'm going to send it over this week, and this morning, and we'll get everybody who signed up to Underdog yesterday with code FLOCK their free team review vouchers for today. And then same thing, if you sign up with Underdog today, tomorrow morning, you'll get that free team voucher for a free team review on the site. Just make sure you have the same email address set up on flockfantasy.com as you made that deposit with Underdog. That way I can accredit your account with the voucher. It would be hard to find. Bowen says Olave, DJ Moore, Amari Cooper, George Pickens. We got to pick 2.5 PPR format. I'm going to go with DJ Moore and Chris Olave. Amari Cooper, George Pickens should just be in very bad offenses. Amari obviously does get a slight bump up with no David Njoku, but DJ Moore possibly gets a bump up with maybe no Keenan Allen. Okay. Roland says Swift or Moss PPR format down bad. So what we saw this past week is we saw that it looks like Zach Moss will be the starting running back in Cincinnati, while Cincinnati had a down performance, and it's not the easiest matchup in the world going up against KC here. I do probably prefer prefer Zach Moss over Swift. And that with Swift, he's also going to be the starting back, but he's just going to be in a much worse offense. AMG says Tank or Xavier Worthy. I would go Tank Dell over Xavier Worthy. Cards Fantasy says, should I drop Palmer or Javonte? I would not, my friend. I would not. Let's go ahead and see. Eric says, Jaden Reed or Wan'Dale Robinson. I think that this is a very interesting question. I know there are going to be a lot of people who start Jaden Reed that do regret it this week. Like I said, let me just remind everybody that's watching this live stream to give you a second thought. If you have a Green Bay Packer in your lineup, you probably want to be getting them out. The projections right now, Malik Willis, higher, lower, 166.5 passing yards. Going down to the receivers, they have Jaden Reed, higher, lower, 31.5 receiving yards. Christian Watson, higher, lower, 23.5 receiving yards. Romeo Doubs, 27.5 receiving yards. These Packers guys are not startable with Malik Willis under center. So I would definitely recommend benching Reed where we can. Now, obviously, in the case of Wan'Dale, it's not like we can be that much more excited. But like the projections have Wan'Dale Robinson ahead of Jaden Reed this week. So I think it's a very valid question. It's going to be up to you. I don't have the stones to stay out loud. Go Wan'Dale Robinson over Jaden Reed. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Wan'Dale Robinson or Jaden Reed this week in your matchup? Wan'Dale with Daniel Jones under center or Jaden Reed with Malik Willis under center? Okay. Let's go ahead and let's move this. We got Spazzy saying Reed. We got Wan'Dale Reed, Wan'Dale Reed, Wan'Dale Reed, Reed. Wan'Dale Reed, Wan'Dale Reed, Reed. So it does look like most people are saying Jaden Reed, which I don't fault you for. It's just, I do want to remind everybody, like, this is the range that you're looking at. I got a question in the live stream last night, Jaden Reed or Tank Dell, for the love of God. Just understand that Jaden Reed's not in that caliber player until Jordan Love comes back. Like, Jaden Reed is somebody that we're looking to bench. But let's go back over and see if we can find any more free questions in the chat. Ian, welcome to being a member of the flock. Happy to have you, my friend. Professor Cake says Reed also gets rushing attempts. Let's go ahead and let's see the Jaden Reed rushing volume over the past. How many games has he played in his career? 18 games? 17 games. I apologize. He's had 12 rushing attempts through 17 games. So, yes, Jaden Reed's maybe going to get a half. Maybe he'll have a carry this game. Maybe. I don't think that's a reason why you put him over Wan'Dale. Like, the reason you put him over Wan'Dale is if you think Malik Willis is going to be a little bit better than other people are expecting. Like, Wan'Dale's had 12 carries in 22 games. Not that much of a difference. Okay, so let's move this. Zaya says, is Pollard a good flex this week? I think Pollard comes back down to earth. I mean, if you go ahead and look at that game environment that he was in last week, the Titans were pretty much winning the game from start to finish. I mean, except at the finish, right? But the Titans got up 17-0. They were able to run the ball with consistency. Going into the future here, I think it's going to be a much tougher spot for Tennessee. Because if they are trailing, then at that point, if they're trailing, we probably see more Spears than we did a week ago. I'm not saying we see more Spears than Pollard. Like, I was team Pollard over Spears this year. But, I mean, if you're looking at the usage from week one, Spears did have the third down work. Spears did have the 2-minute drill. Okay. JD says, dude, do you ever sleep? Thanks for all the hard work. Much love, my friend. And I sleep during the offseason, not during football season. And speaking of me sleeping, I need to get some caffeine. The caffeine's right outside the store. Let me grab it real quick. And as I'm gone, if you have not done so already, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and I will be back in literally 10 seconds. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, we were back in 10 seconds. But let me pull up some more questions on flockfantasy.com. Do want to remind you, of course, you can ask any start sit questions, ask any trade questions, ask any roster reviews, all through flockfantasy.com. If you want a roster review, though, I'm going to remind you as well that the cheapest way to get that roster review is actually by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and make a minimum of a $10 deposit, you will get a free team review on one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. And at the same time, Underdog will give you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. They have a ton of NFL discounts right now. They have Jefferson, 58.5 total yards. Evans, 46.5. They have a gimme with CeeDee Lamb, half a total yard. And Chase at 50.5 receiving yards as well, which I'm hoping, for me personally, that Chase blows by it this week. If Chase gives me a 30-point week and we win our matchup in the Flock League, I will be going to the mall today and I will be buying a Jamar Chase jersey. That is for damn sure. But yeah, if you want to take advantage of that, you can find that link in the description or comment section. But let's go ahead and let's pull up our next. Brian says also meaning to include Charbonnet in the start sit question. Okay. So if we're looking at this, my friend, we need to start 2 out of the 3 running backs. Jacobs, Kamara, or Charbonnet. So Kamara, must-start guy, PPR. If it's PPR format, obviously you're going to get the dump-offs. Between Charbonnet and Jacobs, I pretty much have them ranked back-to-back at this point. I am very much concerned about the offense that you're going to have in Green Bay. But at the same time, I think they are going to be leaning on Jacobs heavily here. While I'm excited about Walker, Walker is a projection where Jacobs, we've seen it from in the past. So I think we actually go with Jacobs and Kamara over Sharps here, my friend. We actually already answered this for Casey Betts. We're going to go A.J. Brown. And yes, we're going to pick up Darnell Mooney if A.J. Brown does not play. Pivot over to Darnell, my friend. Now, Marcus Martinez, coming out with our next question, says, Rashee Rice, Jahmyr Gibbs versus Breece Hall. I have 3 Lions in my starting lineup. My starting lineup post this would be Jalen Hurts, Breece Hall, David Montgomery, St. Brown, Brandon Ayuk, Kincaid, DJ Moore, which is an absolute nut starting lineup. I really like all 3 of the players that are in this deal. I mean, you can see my rankings here. I have Gibbs RB4. I have Breece RB1. I have Rashee Rice up at wide receiver 13. Can y'all spam the chat? What side would you rather have here? Would you rather have the Gibbs or would you rather have the Breece Hall side of this? I'll say I'm not worried about having too many Lions in my lineup, to be honest with you, though. Because if you are looking at the Lions, they're consistently being projected to score the most points in the NFL. Gibbs, Breece, Gibbs, Breece, Gibbs, Breece, Gibbs, 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 Gibbs. So it does look like most people are saying Gibbs Rice here. And like I said, I don't think having too many Lions is a bad thing. I'm not going to be trying to pivot off these Lions. Obviously, an absolute no-brainer, where if you could somehow trade David Montgomery with Rashee Rice to get Breece, then we're going to go ahead and we're going to make that move. But real quick, let me take care of the dog. Okay, never mind. We got somebody else to do it. But yeah, I think we go ahead and we take Gibbs and Rice. Okay. Now, our next question is going to be a team review from May the Force Be With You, saying any moves I should make because I feel like I could be a true contender this year. So looking at the team, I mean, right now you do have the most valuable team in this league. This is going to be a dynasty 8-team 2-quarterback format. But with it being a 2 QB league, everybody on average in an 8-team league can roster 4 quarterbacks. So it's not like quarterbacks have that much value here. Obviously, the guys at the very top do, but the depth at the quarterback position doesn't really matter. Going over to quarterback, you have Jalen Hurts, you have Jaden Daniels, we have Drake May for the long term, we have Baker for the short term. So, I mean, obviously, if we could possibly pivot off of Bryce Young in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, we would. But the issue is, with this being an 8-team league, absolutely everybody's going to have more than enough quarterback depth. So guys like Bryce Young, not Breece Hall, will be difficult to pivot off of. Whereas if you were playing in like a 12-teamer and you had this kind of quarterback room, there'd just naturally be that supply and demand market for you. So I think we're kind of maybe stuck with what we have at running back, starting Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels for the rushing upside in the short term. Hopefully Drake May has the upside in the long term to be QB3 here that's viable. Going over to running back, honestly, you know what I would maybe look at as well? With Baker, with the strong performance that you have week 1, Baker's never hitting this lineup for us. So if you could potentially take the performance from Baker and find an upgrade by selling him, I think that would be an interesting move. Obviously, we'd prefer to sell Young, even in Dynasty, but it looks like that's maybe not going to be possible at this point. Now, going over to running back, we have Gibbs, James Cook that we can rely upon every single week. We have Benson for the long term. We have Stevenson, Moss, Dobbins to help us in the short term. So I think Jahmyr Gibbs is a top 8 running back. We have an RB1. I think James Cook's top 16 RB. We have that RB2. I think Ramondre is the top 24 RB. We have at minimum an RB3, right? So this is a very strong running back room. Going over to wide receiver, we have a bunch of these cornerstone assets. Harrison can help us contend in the short term and long term. Collins, short term and long term. Rice, short term and long term. London, short term and long term. Ladd, short term and long term. Where I'm maybe a little bit not worrisome, but just kind of whatever with, will be the depth receivers in this league where, I mean, you can't only start 4 receivers from week to week perspective. It's an 8-team league. So, like, how does Michael Pittman Jr. ever get into our starting lineup here? Which I'm fine with, like, having some players on our bench that never get into our starting lineup. Maybe you can say the same thing about Ladd McConkey. But the thing is, given his age, given his career trajectory, more likely than not, Ladd McConkey is going to be worth more 12 months from now than he currently is today. And Michael Pittman Jr. just does not have that in his range of outcomes in Dynasty. So if you could potentially take Pittman and package him with one of these running backs, such as J.K. Dobbins, to pivot over and get somebody that you're a little more excited about, go get somebody like Kenneth Walker. That will be that upgrade both this season and give you a little bit of an extended runway at running back as well. I think that could be a move you look to make, specifically in this 8-team league. Going over to tight ends, obviously, we are crushing with Trey McBride. Looks like I actually need to move McBride up in our overall Dynasty ranks. I know I have him at tight end 2 in Dynasty, but still, just 66, maybe definitely a little too low. So we're going to do that right now. We are not going to do that right now. We'll do it after the live stream. But yeah, I mean, obviously, chilling at tight end, the cornerstone piece we can contend with right now, build around for the long term. So I think, yeah, you're 100% a contender this year. If you wanted to do anything, I think it's sell Pittman with one of these running backs to see if we can go out there and get that upgrade and immediately go 2 serviceable players for an absolute stud, which is clearly something that we are wanting to do in an 8-team league. It just comes down to, can we find somebody in your league that is willing to make that move, which may be tough to do so, my friend. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way. Now, let's go over to the next question. It says, I already traded away Rice, Nico, Ford last night. Got back Saquon, DK, Adams. Just wondering what we are thinking here. So going from Nico to Barkley, upgrade. Rice to Adams, downgrade. Ford to Metcalf, upgrade. I think we want the best player in the deal. I think you go Saquon Barkley. Obviously, Rice and Nico are very exciting, but long-term here, when Chubb comes back, Ford's almost going to be a nothing burger. These are quality depth receivers, and Saquon Barkley gives you that anchor to build the team around. So, yeah, I do like the Barkley side of this, my friend. Now, Waymer says, Jaden Reed or Ladd McConkey. So, yeah, next time, my friend, instead of typing in the comments, you can just go ahead and put those players right there, and I can choose. And, yeah, if you put them there and I can choose and fill this starting lineup out for you, not only will it send you on the sites both my answer in a live stream like this, but it will also send you the starting lineup filled out. So you don't have to watch anything. You can also just see the lineup. So definitely make sure that You just put those guys in from now on instead of leaving them in the comments. And I would go Ladd McConkey over Jaden Reed here. With Jaden Reed, going back to what we were talking about previously, the Packers' passing volume is just an absolute disaster. You have Reed projected out higher, lower. I think this is now even lower than it was. 31.5 receiving yards. They are honestly maybe tempting me to go with the higher 31.5 receiving yards, even though I know that is something I should not be tempted with. I know this is literally just these are tempting pick'ems that you should not be rolling with unless you're fine betting on Malik Willis. But yeah, you look at Ladd McConkey. Ladd McConkey is up at 43.5 receiving yards. More likely to score a touchdown this week as well. And it should be a high-scoring Chargers offense against the Panthers. But let me see if we have any free questions in the live chat we can answer right now. So please, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Flo says New Orleans defense is real. Bailey says Ladd or Deontay Johnson in a full PPR format. I'm going to go Ladd. I literally have no interest in Deontay Johnson. No interest in him coming into the season. With the reason being is, obviously, if you look at the sports books, they were projecting out the Panthers offense to be one of the worst offenses in the NFL. And at the same time, if you were looking at what you have with the competition for targets here, you actually do have to compete with Xavier Legette. You have to compete with Adam Thielen. Like, there will be players that take target volume. So, I don't know. I think Ladd has less competition in a much better offense. I think at this point of their respective careers, Ladd may be the better player as well. Just Chris says, what do I do with Tyreek Hill? You look at him on your team. You sit there, you probably cry a little bit every time you pull the roster up, and you hope that Tua comes back at some point this year. I know obviously everybody wants to make like a judgment call and say like, oh, Tua shouldn't come back. Tua shouldn't come back. He should prioritize his health, blah, blah, blah. I think that's up to Tua, and if I was a betting man, I would say that Tua is probably coming back this season. Luke says, Nico Collins or Jordan Mason rest of season. I'm definitely going to go with Nico Collins. Nico Collins, wide receiver 1 rest of season. They don't need an injury there. Christian says, Mason, how nervous do you think Nathan is right now? Nathan probably didn't sleep 30 seconds last night, to be honest with you. He's probably been up for 24 hours. If he did sleep at all last night, he wet the bed for sure. And yeah, I mean, I slept peacefully. I had no stress whatsoever. We came up with an interesting little side bet for the matchup this week. So if I win, y'all get to see Nathan do something pretty damn funny in the Flock League video. Now let's move this over. Christopher says, who should we start? Tank Dell, Amari Cooper, or Jacobs at flex and wide receiver? I'd go Dell over Amari. Jacobs versus Amari, I'm probably going to go ahead and take Jacobs as well. Obviously not as excited about Jacobs this week with no Jordan Love, but I do think that, I don't know. I mean, I'm a little more comfortable taking the running back there than I'm the receiver with Malik Willis under center. Patrick says, concern level for Cousins and the Falcons. I think this is kind of like a make or break week for Cousins and the Falcons. We can give you week 1. Week 1, sure. It's first week in Atlanta, coming off torn Achilles. Tough matchup against Pittsburgh. I understand you struggling a bit. If Cousins comes out and craps the bed week 2 in a Monday night game that every single person and their mom will be watching, everybody will take that panic meter and put it to a 10. Now, Bryce says Neighbors, Ayuk, or Kamara. Pick 2. We're going to go with Ayuk and Kamara relatively easily here. Vincent says Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we are pretty much trying to optimize for rushing upside, I think we go ahead and take Justin Fields. But let's go back over to flockfantasy.com, see if we have any questions to get to. Of course, if you want to get your question a guaranteed answer, you can do so with purchasing a start sit question, purchasing a trade question, or purchasing a full-blown roster review all through flockfantasy.com. I will remind you, though, that definitely the cheapest way to get that roster review is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free roster review in one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. Now, and also you actually have some NFL discounts this week. You have Justin Jefferson's pick moved down to 58.5 total yards. Mike Evans moved down to 46.5. You have a CeeDee Lamb gimme pick with half a total yard, and then Chase at 50.5. So make sure you take advantage of that. Find the link in the live chat description. Code FLOCK will get you hooked up with all that. But let's go back over and let's answer some questions here. Wames, we already answered this one. We have a trade question coming out from Tommy. Says, hey, Mason, just going back and forth and seeing what you think. This will help. Thanks again. Appreciate it. In parentheses, former name, posted a long time member of the flock. Happy to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for stopping by. And yeah, this is a tough question. This is a spot where obviously Bijan is one of those anchors, one of the very much elite running backs at the position. Played over 90% of the snaps in Atlanta week 1. Career high snap rate for Bijan Robinson. Like super exciting spot to be in. Now, with that being said, Jahmyr Gibbs is in the league's or one of the league's best offense, running behind the best offensive line in the NFL, getting every target out of the backfield. Harrison, I understand, was disappointing, but at the same time with Marvin Harrison Jr., this is a rookie receiver. You are naturally going to expect the rookie start a little slower. I know he looked bad, but I still stand by. I think Harrison was a great wide receiver prospect. I think it will be a better offense going into the future. I am probably going to go ahead and take the Jahmyr Gibbs and Marvin Harrison Jr. side. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have Gibbs and Harrison, or would you rather have Bijan? Do you want the Bijan or Jahmyr Gibbs side of this deal? The Gibbs and Harrison or the Bijan side, ladies and gentlemen. We got Gibbs. So it does look like, does anybody want the Bijan side here? Every single person. We got one Bijan vote. But the vast majority of people going ahead and taking Jahmyr Gibbs. Like I said, Gibbs is my guy. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. Because Bijan, I do think, you could make an argument, is the most valuable asset in fantasy. It's either him or Brees. Now, Chief Reaver says, Happy BR, should I risk waiting for A.J. Brown and play Dotson if A.J.'s out on Monday? Or do we go with somebody from the bench? So looking at our best options on the bench, it most likely would be DeAndre Swift. So from what I have read, with A.J. Brown missing practice on Saturday, Shefty's saying that A.J. Brown's legitimately questionable. If you have no A.J. Brown and Dotson is your guy, I don't know if you can bank on more than 4 points from Jahan Dotson. If you looked at the roll week 1, it really wasn't there. Now, obviously, that was week 1. We're going to naturally expect that maybe it gets a little bit better as it goes on. So, I don't know. It's not the easiest situation in the world. I probably do go ahead. I probably do just take DeAndre Swift. I'm not super in on rolling the dice on Monday, especially if you have this strong of a squad. Like, this team looks like it's going to be able to get the job done regardless. I don't think you need to roll the dice. I just probably go ahead and take DeAndre Swift. Let's see if we have any more questions in the chats. Philip says, Dobbins or Zay Flowers in the flex? More likely than not, going to go ahead and take J.K. Dobbins. Very surprised to see how high his projections are on Underdog this week. Figured they were maybe going to be giving a little bit more of a role for Gus Edwards. But yeah, if you expect that Dobbins just kind of takes over for Edwards here, where they did split, where Dobbins did have the third down usage in the 2-minute drill roll, which is really nice. But I think you probably go Dobbins if you think that they're going to expand. Andy says, why is nobody talking about Adam Lazard? So obviously Adam Lazard had a great week 1. Monday night game, everybody watched it. Lazard was by far and away the most productive piece of that Jets offense. I think the reason maybe Lazard doesn't have the discussion around him that some of the other players would is, one, we have to be very realistic. It is Allen Lazard. I don't necessarily know if we can say that Allen Lazard is a phenomenal talent. And the same thing, it would be different if Allen Lazard came out and this is like his second year in the NFL. It's his second year in the NFL and you're just seeing this breakout week 1. You go, oh my gosh, this guy, he maybe can do it. He maybe is this super talented guy coming into the league. But Allen Lazard's now 29 years old. He's a 29-year-old player that's never had 800 receiving yards in a season. So we kind of get the gist. You don't get a 29-year-old breakout in the NFL. Very rarely will that ever happen. Like, the latest breakout you got from a player at wide receiver really turning into somebody special was maybe Adam Thielen. Let me go ahead and pull up what we have with the Thielen breakout. Thielen broke out at 26. Yeah, so even Thielen, much younger than what you had with Lazard. And the second thing is, if you look at the conversation in New York right now, Robert Saleh has come out and said, yeah, Mike Williams was on a 15-play snap count week 1. Mike Williams is going to have a bigger role in week 2. So, I don't know. I don't think Lazard's somebody that has like a ton of upside. I definitely think it's okay to roster him, but I would be legitimately surprised if Allen Lazard was a top 20 wide receiver this year. I'd be very surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he was, and I see everybody saying like, oh, Lazard's Rodgers' trusted target. Lazard is the safety net. If Lazard is such a trusted target for Aaron Rodgers, and if Lazard's been the safety net for Rodgers for years, why has he never had 800 yards in a season? He's 29 years old. Why? See a question, somebody mentioning, asking when Cooper Kupp broke out. I'll pull this up. How old was Kupp when he had his first 800-yard season? Kupp was 24 years old. 24 years old. Okay. Yeah, don't think Lazard's some like I would be surprised if he's a top 20 receiver rest of season. I'd be very surprised. Rule says, can I start T. Higgins? If you like 0 fantasy points, then yes. If you play in a point per bench sat league, then yes. Okay. Nick says, I legit went to bed after seeing your live stream, and I wake up to see you on again. You're a beast, Mason. Much love, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. Yes, we're slowly but surely getting some caffeine in our system and waking up here. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Cow Trade says, Malik Neighbors or Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm definitely going to go with Harrison over Neighbors. I think Neighbors looked like the much better talent week 1, but it was only 1 week. And at the same time, if you are looking at the expectations for these offenses this week, right now, Vegas is definitely telling us that the Giants offense will be better than they were week 1. But you do have a 25-point implied team total for the Arizona Cardinals going up against the Rams. It's a 30-point total for the entire game. So I think you probably want to get in Harrison. Obviously, you want to get in Cup. I think it's going to be a high-scoring game in general. Bleed Purple says flex Bowers or Brian Thomas Jr. Okay, so I know people got upset with us for not including the tight end rankings into our, tight ends into our flex rankings this week. Let me go through and show how bad it is to flex a tight end. Like, obviously, Brock Bowers looked great. Like, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to value Brock Bowers rest of season over Brian Thomas Jr. because, obviously, tight end points are hard to come by. But let's go ahead and let's pull up the pick'em on Brock Bowers this week. What's the expectation? You get a 2.44x multiplier for him to score a touchdown. So if you go, say, Bowers to score a touchdown, Minshew to have over 201.5 passing yards, and Lamar to have over 216.5 passing yards, which I'm not telling you to do this, but just because it's so unlikely Bowers scores a touchdown, this would be $10 to win 131. The tight end projections are nasty from a week-to-week perspective. Obviously, Bowers can be a fine guy if you're putting him in your tight end slots. Whereas if you look at Brian Thomas Jr., just wide receivers, it's so much easier to expect these guys to produce. Brian Thomas Jr., you have at 39.5 receiving yards, 7.25 fantasy points over where Brock Bowers was at, what, like 5 or 6? I don't know. I think I'm just going to go ahead. I think I'd take Brian Thomas Jr. relatively easily. I think in general, rule of thumb is you never want to be putting a tight end in your flex. If you're in a position where you need to flex a tight end, what that probably means is you have too much tight end value on your team, and you probably need to be looking to make a tight end trade. Okay. Leo says Diggs, Charbonnet, or Dobbins for the flex. I'm going to say something that people probably hate, and I could very easily look like an idiot for saying it, or a genius, we'll see. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Zach Charbonnet. I think Dobbins gives somewhat of a role to Gus Edwards. I think Charbonnet has everything in the Seattle backfield, including the receiving work. I think Charbonnet's a great player. I'm completely fine just going ahead and playing Charbonnet. John says, unless it's tight end premium. Yeah, of course, if you get 1.5 points per reception for the tight end position, then all of a sudden tight ends do become a little more appealing for the flex spots. But just in general, wide receivers are going to dramatically outscore tight ends, and you don't want to be flexing a tight end. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's find this. Next one. Caleb says, do I start Charbonnet or Jordan Mason? I'm going to go Jordan Mason because Charbonnet is just a projection, really. Whereas Jordan Mason, we've seen the volume. Like, you are very confident what that's going to look like. Now, McCart says, Stroud or Jaden Daniels? I will go ahead and I will take the rushing upside of Daniels. Mark Ward, happy to see you, says, do you think Malik Willis will cause the Packers to implode this week? Yes, I do. I know people got upset with us in one of the videos for saying that the Colts should easily win this game. But let me see how much the Colts are favored by this week. The lines week 2. Right now, Indy is favored by, I believe, 2.5 to 3 points. Or 2 to 2.5 points. Going back over to what we were talking about previously, looking at the Packers pick'ems on Underdog. Like, they have Malik Willis higher or lower 167.5 receiving yards. Like, it's going to be real ugly in Green Bay. And I know everybody's going to think, oh, Mason, come on, man. That's maybe a little bit ridiculous. Maybe we should go and take some higher Malik Willis passing yardage totals. Then you go ahead and let's pull this up. Let's look at the Malik Willis game log. Let's look at every game that we've seen significant Malik Willis action in. So obviously 2024 doesn't really matter. 2023, we didn't really get to see Malik Willis. 2022, we got some Malik Willis games here, where you can look at Malik Willis coming out and totaling 3 interceptions to 0 passing touchdowns. You can see Malik Willis having a total of 61 pass attempts for 276 passing yards. What's the Malik Willis career adjusted yards per pass attempt? Malik Willis career adjusted yards per pass attempts, 3.21. I don't think I've ever seen a quarterback be that low. Pretty sure Tommy DeVito has a better mark than this. Tommy DeVito last year was at 6.33, almost doubling what Malik Willis has historically given you. I don't expect Willis to be that bad. I think this is a better Packers team than the Titans teams that he played on. But it's a tough spot. I do not want to start Malik Willis. I mean, obviously you don't want to start Malik Willis. I don't want to start any of the receivers in Green Bay with Malik Willis under center. But let me go ahead and let me pull back up the questions that we have on the site. And of course, I will remind you, if you wanted to purchase a start sit question, a trade question, a full-blown roster review, you can get any of that over there on flockfantasy.com. And also, I will remind you, too, that the cheapest way to get a roster review is taking advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a free team review through flockfantasy.com on one of these live streams. And you actually have some special picks right now in the Underdog lobby. You have CeeDee Lamb, half a total yard. Jamar Chase, 50.5. You have Evans, 46.5. Jefferson, 58.5. So make sure you take advantage of that. I know a lot of people think, oh, Underdog's not my state. Underdog's in pretty much every state. It's in Florida. It's in Texas. It's in California. It's in New York. And you can find that link in the description and comment section. But let's go ahead and let's pull up our next question. We already answered this question for Chief Reefer. Let's go over to Ghost question. It says, how to drop Hollywood and Puka on the IR. Who should I grab off of waivers? Pick one between Wan'Dale, Darius Slayton, Greg Dortch, Michael Wilson, and Xavier Legette. I know there are terrible options. So, I mean, I think it's between two guys for me. I think it's between Legette and Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale had double-digit targets last week in New York. I think that target volume should, not double-digit every week, but, I mean, he should have a very large role in this offense pretty comfortably. So I'm not necessarily worrying too much about the target volume. What I'd be more so concerned with is obviously just the overall offensive play that you're going to be stuck with Daniel Jones under center. Legette, you're in a horrible offense as well. I don't necessarily know if the target volume's there, but I think Legette's a better player than Wan'Dale. I think you probably go Legette. And then in terms of if we were to switch anything inside the starting lineup, I think the best option that you have down here on the bench would more likely than not be Tajee Spears. I'm definitely not playing Spears over Dobbins. I'm definitely not playing him over Achane or Gibbs. I think you'll leave this lineup as is. And yeah, it does seem like Jameson's going to be good to go this week, my friend. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. Going over to Robert. This is a start sit question. It says, team isn't my favorite, and Keenan aggravating the heel again makes me feel like I can't start him. Depth isn't great either. Needs some prayers in here. LOL. All right. Let's go ahead and let's see this. So yeah, I can't rely on Keenan Allen this week, my friend. Like, we don't even know if Keenan Allen will be playing. You do get a report saying that DeAndre Hopkins will have an expanded role in comparison to what he saw previously, but we're definitely not excited to get DeAndre Hopkins into the starting lineup. Mike Williams will have an expanded role in comparison to week one, but we're definitely not excited to get Mike Williams in. I think Zach Moss is somebody that you have to start out of this list. If they told us right this second that Keenan Allen was going to go tonight, I probably would play Keenan. But let me go over to Twitter real quick and see if we have any Keenan Allen reports. Last I saw, seems like Rome Odunze is likely to play. The last report that we had with Keenan Allen was last night, where they said he would be a game time decision. So we have an update with CMC. Rappaport says McCaffrey could be out 6 weeks or more. Ugh. But yeah, we don't have anything with Keenan here, so I don't think we can rely on starting Keenan Allen this week. So what I think we do instead is we actually probably go ahead and take Ezekiel Elliott's. If you look at Zeke, seems like he's more likely than not the starting back in Dallas over Dowdle. If you wanted to pivot off of Zeke, I think the pivot would be Brandon Cooks, where Cooks should have a decent role as a receiver as well here, knowing that you have no Jake Ferguson in this offense, of course. Now, let's go ahead and let's pull up our next question. This coming out from Griffin says, debating whether or not we should pull the trigger on this would give me CMC and Bijan at running back for the end of the season. I feel like my wide receiver depth is good enough. You can't do this, my friend. Actually, oh no, never mind. For a second, I thought that we were trading for CMC. No, we are good to go. Here, Cup to Bijan, definite upgrade. Obviously, we are downgrading from Pacheco to Keon Coleman. If you are telling me your depth is good enough at wide receiver to make this deal, I think you go ahead and do it. I think it's a loss in the short term. But in the long term, if we get Keon to expand his role and when Puka's back in this offense, I think Kupp goes from a high-end wide receiver 1 to a low-end wide receiver 1. I think Bijan Robinson's a top 3 back all season. So I think it's going to look like you lost this deal for the next month. But if you're telling me that you have plenty of wide receiver depth and we're just looking for an elite RB, I think it's a completely fine trade to make. We're definitely paying up a significant price. Be interested. Did we link our team here? Okay, so let's see what else we could actually get them to include in this deal. Maybe what you could see if they will do is give you Diggs rather than Keon Coleman. I think that would be maybe a little more interesting. Maybe see if we can get Higgins instead of Keon Coleman as well. And let's see. Adams, like if we could do any of these, I think it's an absolute no-brainer. Or if you were looking at Keon, maybe you get them to add in like another piece at the end, like Chubb. So I think those would be some counters I would send them before you definitely accept anything, though, my friend. But really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out somewhat here. But let's go back over to the chat and see if we have any free questions real quick that we can get to. Bromo says, full BBR, should I bench A.J. Brown for Ford, Pollard, McLaurin, or Lockett? I would go with Jerome Ford. I mean, and in that range, there's no reason to roll the dice here. And the thing is, even if you do have, say an injury update for A.J. Brown where it looks like A.J. Brown is going to be playing, are you that excited to go ahead and throw him into your lineup this week, knowing that he could be limited? At least personally, I wouldn't. But pulling this up, just trying to continuously give you all injury updates. So Shetty did tweet out very early in the morning. Palmer listed as questionable for Sunday due to a knee injury, is tracking to play versus the Panthers. Jameson is expected to play against the Bucks. Higgins is not expected to play against the Chiefs. Keenan Allen and Roman Dunze, game time decisions for Sunday night's matchup versus the Texans. Allen will test it pregame, and if he plays, could be used more sparingly than usual, so do not play Keenan Allen. Rome is tracking to play versus the Texans. So that is positive. That is positive. Okay. Now let's move this over. A-Rod says CMC possibly out for longer than 6 weeks. Yeah, we got there. I think it was a report from Ian saying that CMC could be out 6+. I hate that we have to say, oh, Ian Rappaport reports. You know, like the last name Rappaport's a little awkward for that statement. But let's see. Tyler says Herbert or Marvin Harrison Jr. What's the question? Khalil Herbert or Harrison? Justin Herbert or Harrison? Harrison there, my friend. James says, what do you think the trade value is for CMC? I mean, I can show you where I have him in my rest of season rankings. I moved this over on flockfantasy.com. Obviously, we keep our rest of season rankings updated pretty much daily. And with all the CMC news that we have, I have CMC down at 27 overall. I have him sandwiched between Mixon, Jacobs. I have him behind some of the elite quarterbacks with Allen Hurts, behind an elite tight end with Laporta. But I'm excited for week 2. Like, honestly, I just love how we are able to go through and update these on the site consistently. It's kind of like fun tracking where they move. So I'm excited to get the games today. And then, of course, I'll be updating the rankings tonight, tomorrow. I update the rankings on the site every single day. But keep in mind, if you are going over to flockfantasy.com, don't just look at the rankings page and go, okay, the expert rankings are Mason's rankings. The expert rankings are not my rankings. The expert rankings are the average of everybody here on the sites. Where if you wanted to look at my ranks, you go ahead and you actually click Mason, and then you can go ahead, click my name, and see, oh, I have Tyreek Hill at wide receiver 7 now. I have Amon-Ra St. Brown at wide receiver 2 now. Chase wide receiver 3. Barkley running back 3. So just make sure. I know on mobile right now, you're not able to click my name, which we are pushing out an update, I think, with that later tomorrow, where you should be able to sort by my rankings later today. But yeah, on desktop right now, if you're wanting my rankings, hit the sort by, hit add Mason Dodd, and you can see exactly when I updated my ranks. So I've updated them today as well. And then obviously you can go and you can hit weekly. If you're playing Dynasty, we have Dynasty Superflex and Dynasty 1 quarterback. I recently did update my Dynasty Superflex as well. When did I update these? I updated my Dynasty Superflex yesterday. So sorry, not today though. But let's go ahead and let's move this over. Jam says Dell, Metcalf, or A.J. Brown. And no reason to roll the dice on A.J. Brown here. It's either going to be Tank Dell or DK Metcalf. I mean, I think that Dell is in the better offense. Metcalf is the wide receiver 1 in his offense. Dell's the wide receiver 3. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily matter too much when you have just a massive gap with the overall volume in both respective offenses. You have an implied team total of almost 27 points in Houston. I'd probably go with Tank Dell over DK Metcalf. But I'm not going to fault you if you wanted to go one way or another. David says start Goff or Stafford. You have a 29-point implied team total for the Detroit Lions this week. Jameson's good to go. St. Brown, obviously good to go. I think we're going to go ahead. I think that we will actually take Jameson. I'm sorry, take Goff now that Jameson is good. Like, I don't necessarily think that we need to think about that too much. But I am actually going to just run real quick. I need to tell the girlfriend something. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry about that. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It should be the last time we need to leave during this this stream. We'll be here till kickoff. But let's go back over, answer some more free questions in the live chat real quick. Jackson says, Jameson's wide receiver 2 on the Lions has been known all camp. I don't know why he's still so low. I mean, I don't necessarily think like inherently the wide receiver 2 on the Detroit Lions is just extremely valuable. This is still going to be an offense that runs the ball a ton. Still an offense that, I mean, you have a lot going to the tight ends, a lot going to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, we can go ahead and we can look up what this situation was last year for the wide receiver 2 in Detroit. Like, last season in Detroit, you had St. Brown, 1,500 receiving yards. Like, the wide receiver 2 is Josh Reynolds. Reynolds plays all 17 games, and Reynolds has 600 receiving yards, 5 receiving touchdowns. Reynolds isn't viable in fantasy. Like, I still think that Jameson Williams is going to be decent. Like, as I've mentioned 1,000 times, I think Jameson's going to be a very good real-life receiver where he's going to stretch NFL defenses and he's going to create space underneath for these guys like St. Brown and Sam Laporta. My hesitation with him is I think he's going to be a little bit more of a boom-bust deep option than somebody like Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's just going to get that consistent target volume close to the line of scrimmage, or somebody like Sam Laporta who's going to get that consistent target volume close to the line of scrimmage. But I mean, I can show you where we have Jameson ranked in our rest of season rankings over here. And y'all can let me know if it's too low. Jameson Williams, I have wide receiver 37. I know that sounds low, but please let me know. Who would you rather have Jameson over? Like, these are our rankings. I have Keon Coleman at 40, Lad McConkey 39, Keenan Allen 38, Jameson 37, Terry McLaurin, Jaden Reed, Amari, Brian Thomas Jr., Calvin Ridley. Would spam the chat. Would you rather have Jameson Williams or Terry McLaurin rest of season? I know obviously Terry McLaurin just gives you an absolute dud stinker week 1, but Terry McLaurin still should be seeing 25-ish% of this Washington Commanders passing offense. Would you rather have Terry or Jameson? You got Jamo, Terry, Jamo, Terry, Jamo, Terry, Jamo, Terry, Jamo, Terry, Jamo. Leonol says we have Tua news. Okay, let me go ahead and let's figure out what the Tua news is real quick. What is the news with Tua? Rapport says Tua has no plans to retire, no timeline to return. Yeah, this is what I was saying. I know that everybody wants to like put their own judgment on it, on what Tua should or should not do. But the reality of the situation is, I think when you're like a competitor like that, whether you should or shouldn't, I think these players view it as like kind of giving up. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Tua is going to walk away from the game at what? It's Tua 27? Tua's 26. 26, turns 27 in March. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if Tua just he gives it up. Okay. Let's move this over. Jimmy says, Rome's on my waiver wire. Should I drop Christian Watson for him? I would rather have Rome over Watson rest of season. Like, looking at my rest of season rankings on the site, I have Rome at 42, Christian Watson at 43. Actually, I need to update this ranking with Rome. I moved Rome down here under the expectation that he was going to be week to week. But now if he's playing tonight, I'd rather have Rome over Kirk, rather have Rome over Keon, rather have Rome over Ladd, rather have him over Keenan, rather have him over Jameson. I'd rather have him over Terry. I think Rome moves up to wide receiver 36. I think Keenan Allen actually maybe moves down a bit with his own injury. I think I'd probably move Keenan Allen down to wide receiver 42. Yeah, I definitely think. I mean, initially after the game, it did appear that it looked like Rome was going to be dealing with a week-to-week injury. At least that's what he was labeled as. And Keenan Allen looked like he was going to be good to go. But obviously, things have changed here. So let's go ahead and let's update the rest of season ranks with that news. And let's move this over. George says, should I risk it with A.J. Brown or play DeMarcus Robinson / Deontay Johnson? I'd play Deontay Johnson here. If you wanted to risk it with A.J. Brown, if you had like a pivot option of Darnell Mooney, like if you could drop DeMarcus Robinson and pick up Darnell Mooney just in case A.J. Brown doesn't play on Monday night, then I think you can roll the dice. But if you have absolutely no backup pivot option, then obviously it'd be much tougher. Okay, but let me go over to flockfantasy.com real quick and see if we have any more questions to get to. And I do want to remind you, of course, if you wanted to guarantee yourself a trade question and guarantee yourself a start sit question getting answered, you can purchase a question over there on flockfantasy.com. I'll also remind you, though, if you wanted to get that team review for free, the cheapest way to do so would actually just be instead taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy, going over to Underdog with the link in the description, the link in the comment section. They have a ton of specials in the lobby right now. Justin Jefferson, 58.5 receiving yards. Mike Evans, 46.5. CeeDee Lamb, half a total yard. Jamar Chase, 50.5 total yards. But yeah, if you wanted to check any of these out, you can find that link in the description, comment section. Code FLOCK will get you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And code FLOCK at the same time will actually get you set up with a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. You just need to make sure that you have an email address set up on flockfantasy.com as the same email address that you had set up on Underdog Fantasy. That way, when Underdog gets me those list of emails, I can credit you with the free team review. And Easy Eddie says, Mason, something's wrong with the site. I've been trying to send a start sit question. It's not working. Do you mind sending that in the the site issues on the Discord, my friend? If anybody's having any issues, please send it in the site issues. That way the developers can go ahead and look at it. I will say we are getting questions coming in, like this is a start sit question here. So I do think it's working. Maybe it's a specific issue that you're having. So if you don't mind sending that into the site issues section on the Discord, I'm sure one of the developers would be happy to help you out, my friend. But Cox by 90, longtime member of the Flocks, says, hey, Mason, hope all's well, bro. Need help deciding on the 2 flex spots and my second quarterback, leaning Daniel Jones, sadly, Brian Thomas Jr. and Jameson. Thanks again. No, thank you, my friend. Yeah, just in case anybody watching this is a little bit of a deeper league, this is a super flex format. So looking at Levis versus Daniel Jones, I know clearly it's a very gross spot, but Levis has a tough matchup going up against the Jets. Daniel Jones actually is a really good matchup here going up against the Commanders. Let me pull up the implied team totals that we have for these offenses this week. And also keep in mind that you are going to get a little more rushing upside with Daniel Jones than you will with Will Levis. So I would definitely rather have Will Levis rest of season. But the thing is, this week in particular, maybe it's just going to be a little bit tougher. But let's go over and let's look at the implied team totals that you have for these respective offenses. So right now, the Giants are projected out 21 points according to sportsbooks at the moment, whereas the Titans are down at 19. Plus, you get the benefit of the rushing upside of Daniel Jones in New York against the Commanders defense that just let Baker Mayfield go nuclear. So I hate to say this, but yeah, I probably actually do end up going with Daniel Jones over Levis this week. Obviously, Levis long-term, it's just a much tougher matchup for him this week. And then going over to the 2 flex spots, now that Jameson's going to go with the ankle, I definitely think you have to take Jameson Williams here. And then for the other flex, yeah, I think it's Brian Thomas Jr. I mean, with Rome Odunze, obviously, with no Keenan Allen, he is exciting. But the thing is, we don't know the extent of his own injury. Maybe Keenan Allen does end up playing as well. I think that there's just too much uncertainty there, especially with that being the Sunday night game, that I don't want to roll the dice. And instead, I would rather just go ahead. I would rather just take Brian Thomas Jr., my friend. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you sticking with me for so damn long now, my guy. Yeah, thank you for everything. Now, our next team that we're going to check out is actually going to be a full-blown roster review from 2Poor. Says, main concerns are with Waddle in London. Should we be holding on to London or trying to trade him away? And would it make sense to package him with Waddle perhaps, and for who? So a couple different things. One, obviously, everybody knows that London was extremely disappointing week 1. I think if you're going to go ahead and you're going to try to trade away London, it's going to be a tough situation to find someone willing to buy. And kind of same thing with Jalen Waddle. Everybody saw the Tua injury, right? So it's not like we're going to be sneaking anything past anybody. If you're going to try to trade away Jalen Waddle, I think it may be a tougher spot as well. So looking at what you have right now with this roster, I think those are 2 receivers that you're kind of just going to be stuck with. It's a start 9 format. So this is a league where you can start a bunch of receivers, and the wide receiver depth actually really does matter here. So I actually want to be building around wide receiver and wide receiver depth in this format, which is exactly what we've done, which is why it looks like we are the number one team with the league analyzer, kind of by far as well. But going over to quarterback, we currently are sitting with Anthony Richardson. Having E-Rich, you can start him every single week, pretty much regardless of matchup, just based off rushing upside. I mean, even just going ahead and looking at the projection of what you have with him this week. This week, they have A-Rich, currently sitting with 39.5 rushing yards, higher or lower. A-Rich, one of the quarterbacks that's most likely to be scoring a rushing touchdown this week as well, according to those pick odds. Going over to running back, you are currently sitting with the anchor RB at the very top, Saquon Barkley. We have Jordan Mason, who's 100% playable in the short term. Doesn't really matter that we have the Walker injury because we have Mason. We have quality depth running back pieces for the long term with Brooks, Warren, Javonte, and Tajee Spears. So we have the running backs at the top end that we really like. We have the quality depth. We have the injury to Walker, but the short-term fill-in with Jordan Mason where we can project him out as a low-end RB1. So I think you're in a phenomenal spot here at running back. And to go over at receiver, we have Chase, we have Nico Collins, we have London, we have Waddle, we have Neighbors. If it was like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league, then yeah, at that point, I'm looking at some of these wide receiver depth pieces and going, you know what? I don't really see what the real upside is to get them in your lineup here. I think maybe you're better off going ahead and seeing if we can move them off and instead get a dramatic upgrade at running back or maybe at tight ends. But specifically in this league where the depth at wide receiver does matter and we can get a bunch of these players into our starting lineup, I think I'm actually a little more incentivized to hold on to these receivers. And I think I actually like building around the depth in this format. And then going over to tight end, we have Brock Bowers. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would definitely want to see if we can take somebody like, say, Jalen Waddle and package him with Bowers to see if we can get an elite level tight ends. I think that would be very exciting. But we have word saying that Tua is not considering retirement. I think that Tua does come back maybe in about a month or so. And of course, I'm just absolutely guessing here, but that would be my best guess. And I do have Jalen Waddle on my own squad, so maybe it's just some copium for me, whatever you want to call it. But overall, I freaking love this team. The league analyzer loves this team. It's by far and away the best team in this league. You look at your squad in comparison to somebody like this team here at the bottom, especially with the CMC injury. One thing that you could look to do is we have so much depth here where if you really wanted to take one of these short-term fill-ins, like if you wanted to see if we can send this guy like, say, Jordan Mason, send him Jordan Mason and maybe a depth receiver such as like Malik Neighbors. I don't even know if he has like a piece that would make sense. If you could send him like Malik Neighbors, Jordan Mason, and get back, send him, I know we're spazzing, but send him Anthony Richardson, Jordan Mason, Malik Neighbors, get back Jalen Hurts, Isaiah Pacheco, and then maybe a little bit of a worse receiver like Amari Cooper, where you make that like lateral move at receiver. We upgrade at running back in the long term. We upgrade at quarterback. That could be something because you can afford it with your RB depth. But with your starting lineup requirements, honestly, I think you're kind of chilling. I don't necessarily think you have to do anything. I will also mention, and this is not only for you, but this is for anybody. While I am telling y'all, I'm not necessarily panicking on Drake London myself. If you are panicking on Drake London and you think London's going to have a bad game on Monday night, this will be your last opportunity to get out on London. If the Atlanta Falcons and Kirk Cousins look like absolute cheeks Monday night with pretty much everybody watching, and you don't sell before then yeah, it's over. You're not going to be able to get any value for him. Now, his value has already taken that hit. I still think that this is going to be a better offense than it was in the past. I still think that London's going to have a very high percentage of this team's offense. So I personally am not panicking on Drake London, but with this being the Monday night game, I could very easily see if London does disappoint, it's going to be extremely difficult to get anything for him. So if you were that worried, I understand. But personally, I think in this format with your team construction, it's a phenomenal squad. League Analyzer as by far and away the best team. I think you're probably going to be chilling here, my friend. But thank you again. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But yeah, when you have the best team in the league by far, it's like hard for me to say much, of course. Okay, let's go ahead and move this over. Luke says, are we down and out on Zamir White? 100%. Yeah, if you look at Zamir, he has the first and second down role with you're only trying to get touchdown upside and an offense that will score near the bottom of the NFL in total touchdowns. And Madison has the role on third down. Madison has the role in the 2-minute drill. So yes, I'm very much out on Zamir. I don't think you can start Zamir until we see otherwise. Caleb says, where are you using that league analyzer on? It's flockfantasy.com, my friend. We built out the league analyzer where you can link your ESPN league, you can link your Yahoo league, you can link your sleeper league. I'm sorry, right now we don't have NFL fantasy. Hopefully we have that in the future though. But it's actually free for you to do that on the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted to submit it for me to get it reviewed, or if you wanted to use my values, because you can choose whatever creator's values you want to use on the league analyzer, or you can choose the expert average, which the expert average is free. My values themselves are going to be behind a paywall though. Rad says, I trade Pittman for Olave. Is that good for me in a full PPR? I would rather have Olave over Pittman. Obviously, Olave had a horrible week 1, but also we saw Anthony Richardson have 9 completions week 1 as well. So it's not like it's a super, super easy spot. Okay. John says ESPN uses girl math for projections. I don't exactly know what that means, my friend. But Hunter says Dobbins over 59.5 rushing yards is a must. What is the underdog pick with Dobbins? Is that what's on Underdog? Let's go ahead and let's pull this up. Dobbins. Dobbins on Underdog is 57.5 rushing yards. So I don't know what platform you're wanting to go with higher than 59.5, but I would probably instead just go with Dobbins 57.5 on Underdog. Get an extra 2-yard buffer. But yeah, I mean, they are projecting Dobbins to be an extremely efficient back. They have Dobbins higher, lower 13 rushing attempts and 57.5 rushing yards. Okay. But let's move this over. Jonathan says, do we start A.J. Brown? I probably want it. A.J. Brown didn't play on Saturday. Report this morning was saying that he is legitimately questionable for Monday, where this team doesn't know if he's going to be good to go or not. So I don't know how you can be confident for Monday night. Now, obviously, if you have like a quality pivot option, then maybe you can roll with it. But if you are planning on starting A.J. Brown, I'd highly recommend you also picking up somebody like Darnell Mooney just in case. J. Mall says Kamara over Achane rest of season. I have a hard disagreement there, my friend. If I go over to my rankings on the site, my rest of season rankings, I have Achane at RB5 now in a full PPR format. Taylor RB6, Kyron RB7. I have Kamara down at RB17. I think Achane is going to be a much better offense, especially once Tua comes back. I think Achane's the more electric back. I think Achane's the new Alvin Kamara, the younger Alvin Kamara, the more explosive Alvin Kamara. Okay. Nino says start Flowers or Drake London. Tough spot. If you look at the spread on the Ravens game, I think the Ravens are just going to be running the hell out of the ball in the second half. In terms of what you have with Drake London, you have like a 20.5 point implied team total there. So I think I'd probably go ahead and take Drake London. Does seem like we're going to get a ton of 12 personnel in Baltimore too, where you have both Andrews and Likely on the field at the same time, which makes sense, right? Because, I mean, if I were the Ravens, I'd want both tight ends on the field at the same time when your wide receiver 2 is Bateman. When your wide receiver 3, what are you throwing? I mean, Tez Walker out there? Benny says Terry McLaurin or J.K. Dobbins in a full PPR format. Probably have to go ahead and take Dobbins at this point, given how good the matchup is. Okay. Booty Liga says, ride with A.J. Brown, Dotson, or just start Rome. If it's Rome, where Rome isn't guaranteed to play himself, and if he does play, he's potentially limited, I think I would just go ahead and probably shoot for the stars and go A.J. Brown, and then with the pivot option of Jahan Dotson. As long as we're on the same page, that like Dotson's not an exciting piece to pivot to. I'd almost rather pivot to Darnell Mooney. Okay. Platinum Sports says, what do you think Dotson has insurance for A.J. Brown tomorrow? I think if you have an option, I would rather have insurance with Darnell Mooney over Jahan Dotson. Like, let's go ahead. And obviously, it was his first week ever as an Eagle. I don't want to be like really trying to take too much away from week one. First game ever as an Eagle. And obviously, if A.J. Brown's out as well, we can naturally assume that you do have a larger role here for Dotson. But let's revisit what happened week one. Jahan Dotson, 0 receptions, 0 receiving yards off of 1 target. Dotson had the same target volume as Johnny Wilson. Grant Calcaterra, player that never heard, same target volume. Like I said, I understand Dotson will be better than this going into the future, but I'd probably rather roll with Mooney as a backup. Lehman says Jerome Ford or Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason's going to be in a much better offense. I would go Jordan Mason, my friend. And real quick, if you have not done so already, ladies and gentlemen, go down there, hit that like button. I've live streamed every single day for like over probably 100 days in a row at this point. Subscribe to the channel if you have not done so already. I live stream and answer fantasy football questions every single night, and I will do so until this season gets here. And yeah, it looks like, only 1 out of every like 15 of y'all have hit that like. So if you could do me a favor, if you enjoy it, press that like button. We started live streaming it 2 hours ago to try to answer as many start sit questions as we can for y'all this morning. And let's go ahead and find our next one. Ryan says DJ Moore or Ramondre at the flex in a full PPR format. So now that it seems like Rome will most likely be playing and Keenan may be good to go, we just don't necessarily know exactly what to expect here. I think it's a tougher question in general than it would have been previously. Both offenses should be pretty bad. If it is a full PPR format, I'm probably going to go ahead and take DJ Moore. If it was a non-PPR league, I think go Ramondre. But I do think that Ramondre is going to be in a tougher spot this week in terms of his game environment than what he was last week. Okay. Now let's move this over. Jordan says Najee or Devin Singletary in the flex in a full PPR format. I would go ahead. I would take Najee over Devin Singletary, my friend. Okay. PJ Nasty says start DJ Moore or Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Harrison. Now that it seems like the Bears guys are going to be good to go. Especially looking at like the implied team totals in this offense, right? If you're looking at what sportsbooks are saying, right now they have the Cardinals at 24.5 points as the 9th highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. They have Chicago down there at 19.5 as the 24th highest scoring offense. So I think it's probably just a better spot to go ahead and take Harrison. I think the target share will be there. And I think it will be a better offense as well. Nick, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Welcome. Okay. David says Montgomery or Charbonnet in a full PPR format. Zach Charbonnet, relatively easy for me. I think Charbonnet is a must-start player this week. I personally believe Charbonnet is an elite level player. I know that's a horrible thing to say. Why did I say that? I'm sorry. I'm going to say something dumb multiple times in a 5-hour live stream. I will say something dumb. That was dumb. Elite's the wrong word. I think Charbonnet is a very good football player. I think he would have been the running back 1 in this year's rookie class if he was drafted this year. I think he's going to have the 3rd down role. I think he has the size to be the full down bell cow in this offense. If you have no Walker, the running back depth behind Charbonnet is not compelling enough for me to think that Charbonnet is going to be stuck splitting with somebody else here. So I go ahead and I take Charbonnet, my friend. I take Charbonnet. Okay. But let's move this over. Shep says Pickens or Dobbins in a full PPR format. We'll take Dobbins in the good matchup. Well, let me pull up flockfantasy.com and see if we have any questions to get to. I do want to remind y'all, if you want to get a guaranteed answer to one of your questions, you can purchase a start set, purchase a trade question, whatever you want over there on flockfantasy.com, or a team review. But I will remind you as well that the cheapest way to get a team review by far is actually just going ahead, taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a free team review on a live stream. Just make sure you have the same email address set up on an account with flockfantasy.com. It can be a free account on flockfantasy.com. But yeah, make sure you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. Link in the live chat, link in the description. Deposit $10. You'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You have the Jefferson discounts, the Evans discounts, CeeDee Lamb more than less than half a total yard this week. Jamar Chase 50.5 total yards higher. So honestly, I think to take advantage of the discounts, get that free team review on flockfantasy.com. Make sure you click that link in the live chat description. Use promo code FLOCK. But let's move over and go to our next question here. This is going to be a trade question coming out from Caleb Foshi. Says, have a friend that's panicking about the Tua injury. He said he would take this deal. So going from Garrett Wilson to Tyreek Hill, I have a slight preference over Tyreek at this point. It's not necessarily the easiest call in the world. Jerome Ford versus Ramondre Stevenson. I am going to go ahead. I'm going to take Ramondre. I think I'd rather have Ford in the games where Chubb misses, but Chubb comes back halfway through this year, then Jerome Ford's no longer startable. So yeah, if your friend's panicking about the Tua injury, I would go ahead and I would take the Tyreek and Ramondre side. But my personal opinion is I think that Tua does come back this year. Now, Tom coming out with our next question. Happy to see a longtime member of the flock says, should I start Aaron Jones, Terry McLaurin, Christian Kirk, or Ladd McConkey in the flex this week? I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Aaron Jones. With Aaron Jones, it's definitely going to be a much tougher matchup here that you have going up against the Niners. But still, I mean, maybe he has the expanded receiving role considering the fact that you have no Jordan Addison in this offense this week. And I will say, just going forward, my friend, instead of like adding so whenever you add a position here on the start sit tool, that counts as like, oh, that's who I'm putting in my starting lineup. So instead, if you only start two receivers, say put like two wide receiver slots and then put the wide receivers underneath, like in this little area down here. That way I can go through and I can just click it. Not only will I answer it for you in the live stream, but it'll also send you my answer directly on flockfantasy.com as well. So like, don't fill out like, oh, these are the 4 running backs that I'm considering. Say, hey, these are the 2 running back slots that I need. And then put the running backs underneath that you'd be considering, my friend. Let's go ahead and get to this next question from Marker Word. It says, I need to choose my bench spots. It's a big league and I want to add Alexander Madison. I have Zamir, Chase Brown, Jonathan Brooks, TJ Hawkinson on the IR. Should I drop Hawkinson, put Brooks on the IR, and add Alexander Madison? I wouldn't, my friend. I think that I would rather have the upside of TJ Hawkinson in the long term. Obviously, Alexander Madison does have some upside here, especially if you were to get that injury to Zamir White, where Madison does have the receiving role and the size to be a 3-down player. The issue is the offense is going to be so bad for the Raiders that, I don't know. I'd rather have the upside of TJ Hawkinson in the long term. Well, let's go over and let's check out this team from Dude, Where's My Touchdown? Saying with this being a non-PPR league, I've had Gibbs on the trading block. Problem is, the only guy in this league that likes to trade sends the most bogus trades and even rejects even deals. Am I cooked, or can this team take me to the end? I tried syncing the league, but was having issues with the login for Yahoo. If you're having any issues with login for Yahoo, my friend, please send it in the site issues section of the Discord. That way, the developers can figure that out for you, and they can make sure that going into the future, you are good to go. But I will reiterate, of course, that in a non-PPR format, this is a situation in which we need to be chasing touchdown upside, touchdown upside, touchdown upside. Non-PPR format, we're not necessarily nearly as concerned with just raw volume as we would be getting players in good offenses that we think can come away with multiple touchdowns in an individual week. And also in a non-PPR format, quarterback is actually going to make up a higher percentage of your starting lineup output from a week-to-week perspective as well. So having an elite level quarterback will make a difference. I'm definitely chilling with CJ Stroud, right? I mean, Stroud doesn't necessarily have the rushing upside of some of these other guys, but will be just fine with the amount of bench spots that we have on this team. I definitely think you could roster a backup quarterback if there is somebody that's interesting to you on the waiver wire. Now, going over to what we have at running back. A running back, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jerome Ford. And yeah, with Gibbs sharing the goal line role with David Montgomery, definitely less excited about him in a full PPR format, and that the receiving volume that you have all of a sudden is just maybe going to be a little bit less exciting. So I completely understand wanting to possibly pivot off of Jahmyr Gibbs. Like in a non-PPR format, I think I could possibly make an argument to instead have somebody like Jonathan Taylor, where obviously Taylor isn't really going to be splitting with any other running back at the goal line. Instead, he's just going to be splitting with a Mr. Anthony Richardson, of course. But going over to what we have down on the bench at running back, we are currently rostering DeAndre Swift. We have Alexander Madison. We have Gus Edwards. I will say just in general, running backs are going to be more appealing plays over wide receiver in the flex spot in a non-PPR league. So as we look at these bench options, I definitely prefer rostering as many running backs as we possibly can. Like in a non-PPR format, I don't necessarily know if Jalen McMillan is somebody that we ever actually look to put in our lineup. So I wouldn't mind at all is if you went to the waiver wire, you drop somebody like Jalen McMillan and instead picked up another running back. I don't know if I love having Madison down here just because if the argument for Madison is, oh, he has the role on third down, he has the role in the 2-minute drill, that's just simply not nearly as valuable in a non-PPR format as it would be in a full PPR league. Going down to what we have at receiver, we have Chase, we have Smith, wide receivers that should be in good offenses with touchdown upside. Same thing with Tank Dell. Down on the bench, we have JSN, we have Tyler Lockett, we have Jalen McMillan. So like I said, non-PPR format, probably chasing these running backs that are more so an injury away rather than the wide receivers that project to be marginal options in their respective offenses. So I probably do drop Jalen McMillan in favor of another running back off the waiver wire, specifically in a non-PPR league. Going over to tight end, we currently are sitting with Colby Parkinson to cover for the David Njoku injury. So overall, I think it's a completely fine team. As you already mentioned, because it's that non-PPR league, we want to pivot to a running back if we can that has more of the touchdown upside. I think maybe somebody like Jonathan Taylor over Jahmyr Gibbs. Because it's a non-PPR format as well, I think with the depth on this team, we're definitely chasing running back upside rather than just wide receiver fill-ins. So if we could go ahead and maybe move on from Jalen McMillan here, I think that would be an interesting spot. And then, yeah, tight end, obviously, if Njoku comes back, we don't like what we had from Parkinson, then you can go ahead and cut Parkinson and roll with David Njoku, but definitely need two tight ends for the time being. One thing that you could look to do as well, if we hit on, I don't think we have enough depth to do it at this second, but if you hit on one of these guys off waivers, I wouldn't mind trying to trade Tank Dell and CJ Stroud to go up and get Josh Allen, to go up and get Jalen Hurts, go and get one of the truly elite level quarterbacks, specifically in a format that we are highly incentivized to have the elite QBs, knowing that they'll make up a higher percentage of our lineup from week to week perspective. But overall, it's a great squad, my friend. I definitely think you're on the right path with what we're doing there to adjust for that non-PPR league. But thank you again. I really appreciate you, and I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's go over to the chat. Let's answer some more free questions. Caleb says, Smith is a top 15 receiver from a week-to-week perspective. Yeah, I had Devonta Smith as my wide receiver 3 in the Flock League. Now it looks to be the wide receiver 2 because Waddle was my wide receiver 2, and obviously we are now dealing with the Jalen Waddle Tua situation. So a little bit less exciting on that front. But I don't know. I am hoping that Smith comes out and just absolutely crushes. And I mean absolutely crushes with no AJ Brown. That's the hope. Now, Riot says swap A.J. Brown for JSN, Shaheed, or Darnell Mooney. So if I'm looking at this, I would rather have JSN over Shaheed and Mooney. But with the outside chance that A.J. Brown does play on Monday night, I think it's worth rolling the dice and going A.J. Brown. And if A.J. Brown doesn't play, then you have the backup option with Darnell Mooney. I don't know if the downgrade from JSN to Mooney is a large enough downgrade to just give up on the hope that A.J. Brown does actually play this week. Dylan says, Mason, I need you to look at my rebuilding squad. Submit it on the site, Mike. I'd be happy to look at it. Stogie says, should I start Joe Burrow or Matthew Stafford? So I am going to go ahead. I'm going to take Burrow. You have a higher implied team total. I will say real quick, Matthew Stafford looked like the way better quarterback week one. Week one, Stafford looked phenomenal with the offensive line injuries that he had. Considering the fact that Puka goes down, not Pua. I don't know why I'd call Pua. But considering the fact that Puka goes down, Stafford's dealing with the offensive line injuries. Stafford had a phenomenal game against the Lions. With that being said, you still have those injuries in this Rams offense. I know in the case of Burrow, you are dealing with Higgins being gone, but I think that's maybe a little bit less of an impact here, to be honest with you. So honestly, I think I kind of just go ahead. I think I just take... I think I take Joe Burrow. Okay. Let's move this over. Dick Tracy says, Amari or Pickens today? A.J. Brown was my wide receiver one. So it's a tough spot. Both wide receivers should dominate the target shares in very bad passing offenses. If we are looking at my flex rankings, I do currently have Amari at 52 and I have George Pickens at 50. I have them pretty much back to back. Right now, Vegas is saying that the Pittsburgh Steelers offense should be a little bit better this week than what you have in Cleveland. But obviously with Pittsburgh, you'd expect them running the ball a little bit more. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you rather play this week? Would you rather have George Pickens against Denver, or would you rather have Amari Cooper or Jacksonville? Can you spam the chat? Would you rather have Amari or Pickens? Amari or Pickens? Okay. We'll see what people in the chat have to say here. Pickens, Amari, Pickens, Pickens, Amari. Amari, Pickens, Amari, Pickens. Amari, 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 Pickens, Amari, 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 Pickens, Amari. So it does look like most people are saying Amari Cooper here, my friend. Like I said, I have them ranked pretty much back to back. So if the vast majority of people in the chat are telling you to go ahead and take Amari Cooper, I think you probably just play Amari. Yeah, this is where I'm at. I think it's a coin flip. But I don't know. Now, CBB says Olave, DK, and Ford, half PPR, we got to pick two. I'd bench DK. With Olave, I still think he's going to be the guy that has the target volume in New Orleans. Obviously, that's a tough thing to say after how bad the situation was in week one. But I think you still have passing volume. I'm sorry. I think you still have the majority of the offense flowing through Olave. I think he has less competition than what you have in Seattle with Lockett and JSN. And at the same time, I think that the offenses are about similar. I don't think that Seattle's like a much better offense than what you have in New Orleans. Okay. Reedy says Jacobs or David Montgomery. I'm less excited about Jacobs now, given the fact that you are dealing with the Jordan Love injury, but I'm still going to go ahead and take Josh Jacobs. Even in the worst offense, he should just have a much higher market share number. Steve says Olave or Flowers full PPR. I'm going to look like an idiot, but I'm standing by Olave. I think you go Chris Olave here. I think you go Olave, my friend. Misty says, do you think A.J. Brown's playing? Obviously, it's so hard for me to know at this point. I would say that more like, whenever I say this, I'm just guessing. Keep in mind, I have no special information. I wish I did. I can go ahead and I can give you all the recent updates that we have with A.J. Brown. Okay, so, and also I saw this update as well. Jordan Love is targeting a week 5 return. So it looks like you're most likely not expecting to be able to use Jaden Reed, Christian Watson, Romeo Dobbs, Tucker Kraft. You're not expecting to be able to use any of the Green Bay players for the next few weeks. But with A.J. Brown, the last report that we had was from Adam Schefter, who says he is legitimately questionable for Monday. He missed practice on Saturday. He popped up on the injury report on Friday. I can search and see if we can find anything else. I am making plans as if A.J. Brown is not going to be playing. So if you're like going like A.J. Brown versus Tank Dell, you go Tank Dell. Now, if it's like a question that we had in the live chat earlier, it's like, hey, A.J. Brown or Jackson Smith and Jigba, and I have a backup option to Darnell Mooney, then I think you roll the dice and see if A.J. Brown does play on Monday. But yeah, not the easiest call. Stonk says, is CMC for Waddle and Mason a good trade in a non-PPR format? Non-PPR, Jordan Mason's even more appealing than he is in a full PPR league. Waddle gets a knockdown as well. I think CMC still has more value here longer. It's close. If you're like 0-1 and you're saying Mason, man, I'm 0-1. I had the CMC injury. This week, I'm starting Tajee Spears. I am just absolutely crushed at running back at this point. I need anything to happen so I can have a shot. Then maybe I can see the argument to go ahead and to take the Jordan Mason side, but I think maybe it's a little too early. Harrison says, do I sit Etienne or Connor for Harrison? No, I wouldn't. I'll take the running backs with the guaranteed volume. Okay. So let me go back over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any start sit questions or trade questions there. Do want to remind you, if you want to get a guaranteed answer, you can always submit your question through flockfantasy.com. And also, if you can submit a start sit question, trade question, a roster review. If you wanted a roster review, what I would highly recommend doing is taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK with Underdog Fantasy, the link in the description or live chat, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will also get a free team review in one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. And Underdog has a ridiculous amount of discounts right now. They lowered the Justin Jefferson pick to 58.5 receiving yards. They lowered the Mike Evans to 46.5. They're doing a gimme pick with CeeDee Lamb at half a total yard. And you have the Jamar Chase pick lowered to 50.5 total yards. So make sure you take advantage of that. Find that link in the live chat with code FLOCK. But let's see if we have any more questions over there on flockfantasy.com. Okay, so we already did this team review for Hellboy. We have a start sit question from King Was Taken here. Says, hey, what are your thoughts on these running backs? I feel like I have a ton of quality guys and don't know who to start. Okay, so let's check this out. Thank you so much for filling this out the way that you did, my friend. This is like the best way to fill it. What I love about this setup on flockfantasy.com is not only do you see the answer in the live stream, but the clip is sent to you from that live stream. And also your starting lineup filled out, sent to you as well. So I think it's much better than a super chat. But yeah, just make sure you fill it out the way that this, that King Was Taken did. This is perfect. But I think we go ahead. We take Harrison over Pickens and DJ Moore. Like we discussed, this Cardinals offense should be much better this week. And at the same time, I do think that Harrison still has a respectable target share. I don't think Greg Dortch is some phenomenal option in the long term. Running back between Ford, Dobbins, Brian Robinson, Najee, Josh Jacobs. You have a phenomenal group of RBs. I think we are going to go ahead and take Jacobs. I'm less excited about it with no Jordan Love. And then if you're saying that Charbonnet's available to be picked up, I would actually go ahead. I would pick up Zach Charbonnet. In terms of who we would drop, that's going to be a very tough call. But if you wanted to drop JSN and pick up Zach Charbonnet, I wouldn't fault you. I would start Charbonnet over all these guys. If you didn't want to go down that road, though, and instead you were looking to just start one of these players on this team, I think it would be down between Jerome Ford and Najee Harris. You have a very good matchup for Najee going up against the Denver Broncos. You actually do have Vegas projecting out that this should be a slightly better offense, but you do have to split with Jalen Warren. Since you have to split with Jalen Warren, probably want to go ahead and take Jerome Ford there. But I think you can make a strong argument to take Charbonnet over Ford this week. The tough spot is you have to obviously cut one of those guys to do it. Now let's get this next question coming up from JC Plummer. Says, need help with the 2 flex spots. Unfortunately started Wilson, so we have extra options. Facing a team this week that is starting 3 Jags players. Is it a bad idea to start Bigsby? No, do not. Never concern yourself with, oh, they're playing these guys, so all of a sudden I have to make a pivot on my end. So no, like if Bigsby is the best option here, you go Bigsby. But who's this? Jordan Whittington. Okay, I was going to say. Is that Jordan Mason? Jordan Mason, easy. But here, I think that's our best options between the flex. Downs, I'm not going to trust. 50-50 to play this week. No idea if he will be good to go, even if he is. Not super interested. Kenneth Walker, obviously out. Jalen Polk looked like nothing. Adonai Mitchell was a couple big plays away from actually being viable. I'm going to make a weird call here and go DeAndre Hopkins in a tough matchup. With Hopkins, if you actually look at the reports coming out of Tennessee, they are saying that Hopkins will see an expanded role in comparison to what he had week 1. Sounded like they were just a little bit cautious with him with this injury. Going over to the other flex spot, looking at Adonai Mitchell, Tajee Spears, all these guys. I think I go with Spears. I think we're playing both Titans here, even though I'm not super excited about it. Spears should have the receiving role. And at the same time, if the Titans are trailing this game, I do think that you're in a better spot to see more Spears than we had week 1 and some Spears reception volume. Let's see what the projections are with these guys. What's Spears versus Bigsby this week on Underdog? This is one reason too I'd recommend having Underdog. It's just actually useful to be able to look at like meaningful projections. They have Spears higher, lower, 44.5 total yards, higher, lower, 2.5 receptions. Whereas if you look at what they have with Tank, you are seeing Tank at 31.5 rushing yards, higher, lower. So fewer total yards and also obviously less receiving volume. So I do think we probably go Spears there. But let's go ahead and let's pull this up for Sebastian. And this is another way that you can start to set questions on flockfantasy.com. You don't need to submit your entire lineup. If you just have a question between these 2 guys, you can just say, hey, I need my flex filled out. And then these are the 2 guys that I'm considering. Saying, Sub Mason, up in projections with Achane and Kincaid. I played against Tyreek. Oh, okay, if we played against Tyreek, we started Achane. Beautiful. We're going to crush it. I think we play it safe with Najee Harris. And then you're saying, it would be Najee, Flowers, or Worthy. I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Najee Harris here, my friend. I think especially us knowing that you had a chance and your opponent had Tyreek. So we are very much likely to win. I think we get the guaranteed touches in what should be a very good matchup. Sorry, I had to send some stuff to the devs. But yeah, we're going to go Najee Harris here. Now, our next question coming out from M. Passat. So we're considering we need a wide receiver and we need a running back. Between Gus Edwards, Zach Moss, I understand that Edwards does have a very good matchup here, but he's going to have no receiving upside. Moss does have some receiving upside, and it looks like he is the starter where Dobbins is the starter in Los Angeles. Going over to the wide receiver, I'm not going to think about this too much. I really hope Terry McLaurin outscores Tank Dell this week for my own team, but with Tank Dell, just in so much of a better offense, if you look at the underlying usage, actually pretty much ran as many routes, played as many snaps as what you had with like Diggs and Nico this past week. Our yards were there as well. So I think we go ahead. I think we take Tank Dell here. Now we're going to go over to Blockchain Brett says, He's asking what to do without Dobbs. Let me know if you would do this. Worst case 2. Feel like he's irrelevant anyway. Yeah, Romeo Dobbs is irrelevant in this deal. You're essentially trading David Montgomery for Puka Nacua, Javonte Williams. This is the Puka side by a freaking mile. I don't think that Dobbs has any hesitation for you to not make this trade. But real quick, let me put the dog in another room. I'm very sorry that we muted ourselves. But anyway, if we are looking at Xavier Worthy versus Malik Nabers here, Malik Nabers had 30% of his offense in week 1, whereas with Xavier Worthy, obviously you have the big play appeal in his respective offense with Mahomes. But honestly, I think it's going to be a much better spot in New York this week. I think you go ahead and take Malik Nabers. I think Nabers absolutely crushes. I think Nabers a buy low candidate after week 1. Obviously, I didn't draft him very often when he was going in round 2 in underdog drafts just because it was going to be just such a bad offense. But I think this week, Nabers just freaking crushes against the Giants. But let's go ahead and let's answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat real quick. Then we'll get back to the questions on the sites. But I've Brosify says, how much did y'all pay for a team review? So if you're a member of the site and use code FLOCK, a team review is $55. I will say though, definitely the cheapest way to get that team review is going through Underdog using promo code FLOCK, making that $10 deposit, because then a team review is only $10 and you get the free picks on the site and you get the 50% deposit bonus as well. So with the 50% deposit bonus, it's really more so like a $5 for a team review if you take advantage of the offer. Okay, let's move this over. Aaron says start London, Jameson, or Zay Flowers. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Drake London. Like, I do think that it's an easy situation to say that the Atlanta Falcons will be a much better offense this week than they were last. And I still think London is going to see a very high percentage of this offense as well. So moving this over, Benny says 2 leagues, AJ Brown or Olave, and then AJ Brown or Neighbors. We go Olave and Neighbors. If you have quality options like that, there's no reason to risk it with AJ Brown. Okay, Ryan says Ford or Pollard this week. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford should have pretty much his entire backfield there in Cleveland, whereas Pollard is going to be splitting with Spears. And I'm worried that Spears is going to have that third down role. Not only Spears is going to have the third down role, but Spears is also going to have the role in the 2-minute drill as well. Okay. Now let's move this over. Stong says, should I trade Puka for Stephon Diggs? I think yes. If you look at my rankings on the site right now, I think you can go ahead and see that we had Diggs at wide receiver 20. I have Puka down at wide receiver 22. I think when Puka is back, I'd rather have Stephon Diggs, but you are signing up actively to not have a viable receiver there for like 4 to 6 weeks. So I think I would rather have Diggs. Okay. Mandalaki says, give up CMC for Cooper Kupp. Yeah, if you look at my rankings on the site, I would rather have Kupp over CMC as well. We moved Cooper Kupp down where it sounds like, we moved CMC down where it sounds like he missed 6+ weeks to 27. which he'll be probably steadily rising back these rankings as he gets closer to returning. And Kupp may be steadily falling down these rankings as Puka gets closer to returning. But for now, Kupp is at 9. I think Kupp is a top 3 wide receiver locked and loaded with no Puka Nacua in this offense. Okay. JN, happy to see us, says, starter sit Manning in 2 years. The rush was crazy. The Manning rush was nuts yesterday. Isaac says Harrison or Pollard. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Harrison relatively easily in a full PPR format. I'm not fading Pollard this week. Like, I hope Pollard does well for my underdog teams, but at the same time, I very much am a little worried about how this role changes in a game where Tennessee is trailing from start to finish. And I think that could very easily be the case against the Jets here. Okay, let's move this over. It says Joe Burrow or Baker Mayfield. Obviously, Baker significantly better this past week. If you're looking at the implied team totals and what sportsbooks are saying in terms of the total points scored in their respective offenses this week, you actually have the Cincinnati Bengals with 21 points for their projection. You have the Bucs at 22. Both are pretty large dogs, where the Bengals are 5.5 point dogs. The Bucs are 7.5 point dogs. If you're looking at underdog pick'ems at the moment, you have Joe Burrow at 237.5 passing yards, higher, lower. You have Joe Burrow only at 13 rushing yards, higher, lower. Obviously, Burrow's not going to be running the ball much. And then going over to Baker Mayfield, you have Baker at 264.5 passing yards, a little more likely to score a passing touchdown as well. Baker's at 19.15 points. I know y'all are going to hate me, but I'm actually going to create a little Baker, kind of anti-Baker slip here. So we're going to go Baker for fewer than 19.5 yards. We're going to take the Evans fewer than 66.5 receiving yards. And then for Lions, I think we're going to go and take a David Montgomery fewer than 13.5 rush attempts. I think the projections with Tampa this week may just be a little bit rich, and I think you could be in a spot where we see them come back down to earth. Actually, I'm too chicken to do that. We'll make some pick'em slips later in the video, and I'll be using the promos. I don't like my odds there. I would rather wait and use the promos later in the stream. But all this being said, most people are pricing in Baker to be a better option than Burrow this week. I'm an idiot. I have a lizard brain, so I would still go Joe Burrow despite what all the data says. Brandon says, do I flex Neighbors or Etienne? I think Neighbors going to be a much better spot week 2 than he was in week 1, but I still go with the running back that has pretty much the guaranteed volume here with Travis Etienne and what should be a relatively decent offense. Johnny says a flex Dobbins or Terry McLaurin. I think we go ahead. We take J.K. Dobbins, and what should be a much better matchup this week against the Panthers. And let's move this over. Of course, we are answering all questions through flockfantasy.com as well. If you want to get a guaranteed answer through flockfantasy.com, you can purchase start sit question, trade question, or a full-blown roster review. But I do want to remind y'all, definitely the cheapest way to get that roster review would be to take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit match up to $1,000. Plus, also with promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting these special picks: CeeDee Lamb, a gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard; Jamar Chase, 50.5 total yards; Evans, 46.5; Jefferson, 58.5. And with promo code FLOCK, you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com as well for me to break down your team in one of these live streams. You just have to make sure that you sign up to Underdog Fantasy and flockfantasy.com with the same email address. Flockfantasy.com can be a free account. On Underdog Fantasy, you just need to deposit $10. So I know, but it has to be the same email address, so I know which accounts on flockfantasy.com need a free voucher. But let's go ahead and let's answer this question for 1K11. Comments are just fly, Eagles, fly. My guy, I'm with you. Fly, Eagles, fly. I need Devonta Smith to crush this week. Looking at what we have down here on the flex, our options are Brian Thomas Jr., A.J. Brown, Zach Moss. If A.J. Brown was good to go, obviously we are taking A.J. Brown here. But knowing that we don't have a pivot option, I think instead we just kind of play it safe. And we either look at Brian Thomas Jr. or Zach Moss. I think Zach Moss is the floor play. Brian Thomas Jr. is the ceiling play. But with Moss looking like the starter there in Cincinnati, I think you go with him. Looking at the projection that you have with the Moss, pick him instead of the Brian Thomas Jr. one. On Moss, you have higher, lower, 71.5 total yards. Brian Thomas Jr., you are currently sitting with 39.5 receiving yards. So I think we want to go ahead, and I think we want to take Zach Moss over Thomas, my friend. And yeah, it looks like he is the starter based off the usage week 1 over Chase Brown. Now going over to our next question. This is a trade question. Tank Dell versus Malik Neighbors. So I actually preferred Neighbors. You actually had a very strong performance week 1 in what was an absolute garbage offense for Malik Neighbors, where he did show that he's going to have 30% of this New York Giants offense. So I think you go ahead. I think you take Malik Neighbors. And honestly, I think it's kind of easy to do so as well. Like Tank Dell, you're in a better offense, but you are the wide receiver 3 in said offense. Now, Dylan coming out with a team review. Really appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. God, it's not loading right now. We're going to have to get back to that. I am very sorry. We'll get back to it. West Panda says, sorry for the double question. Figured out the sync. Actually listed worthy Neighbors. I'm a software dev myself, so I know a few things happen. Devs are doing their best. Yeah, we're obviously trying to update this every single day. I added in quarterback because I have Daniels, and stacking JT Richardson is iffy. I might trade away JT or Anthony Richardson. I don't think you have to do that, my friend. I think you can make that one consolidated bet that the Colts offense is better than people are expecting. A longtime Flock fan, and it's cool to see everything growing so fast. Won this league last year because of you. Much love, my friend. Really do appreciate you and going to be excited to check it out. At quarterback, I still go A-Rich over Daniels, even though we have Jonathan Taylor. I think you just say, oh, okay, well, the Indianapolis Colts are going to be a higher scoring offense than people are projecting at this point. Going down to the flex spots here, you take Malik. Actually, we go Drake London for sure. I think London still has a respectable percentage of his offense, and that offense will be much better this next week in comparison to what it was in week 1. And for the flex spot, I think between Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy is very interesting now that Hollywood Brown looks like he's going to be out for the rest of the year. But based off the volume that these players had in their respective offenses week 1, I think instead, more likely than not, we're actually just going to go ahead and we will take Malik Neighbors. In the case of Xavier Worthy, I'm excited, but I would like to see another week with potentially more than 3 targets this time. And yeah, go Anthony Richardson. Don't be worried about playing Taylor and A-Rich at the same time. But let's move this over. Our next team review is going to be coming out from a team, no Diddy though. It's an ESPN league. 12 teams start 8, so you can start up to 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective. So wide receiver depth going to matter definitely here a little bit more. Says, just interested to see if I should wait it out to see what the team can do or if we should start making moves. So definitely, I mean, this is a very strong squad. This is a team where we currently do have the most value in this league. Starting off at quarterback, I mean, we are sitting with Daniels and Kirk Cousins. So, I mean, we can start Daniels every single week, regardless of matchup, of course. Given the short sample that we have and given the fact that we are primarily banking on rushing upside here, I don't mind at all you going ahead and having Kirk Cousins as that second option, just in case something does happen with Daniels. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Bijan Robinson, Travis Etienne, Nick Chubb, and Tyler Algier. So we only have 3 running backs on the active squad. Like I discussed, this is a league where you can start 4 receivers from a week-to-week perspective. So I do think that the wide receiver depth is going to be a little bit more important in this format. Looking at Leggett, A.D. Mitchell, Wan'Dale Robinson, and Greg Dortch, I'm fine rostering a couple of these guys, right? I mean, if we're looking at a league where you can start 4 wide receivers from week-to-week perspective, where we have Collins, we have Rice here at the very top, holding down the fort at wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Pickens, Brian Thomas Jr., Terry McLaurin, these are kind of going to be the guys that we were considering for the flex spots. Would be nice if we could potentially hit on someone like Leggett, potentially hit on someone like Adonai Mitchell, that during those bye weeks, it does turn into a player that we can consider for the flex spot. However, I will say to roster all of these receivers, it probably is a stretch. I instead want to be spending more roster spots on guys like Zach Charbonnet, that as soon as that Kenneth Walker is out, I mean, you automatically know, okay, he's a guy I can project for 25 touches and immediately jam into the flex. So I would probably wait. Obviously, we're about to see these guys play in about 2.5 hours. I would be looking at what we have with Leggett, AD Mitchell, Wandale Dortch, picking your 2 favorite guys out of this group of 4 after this week, and then going ahead, moving on from the 2 other ones to pick up 2 additional running backs off waivers. As with Nick Chubb on the IR, we're really only sitting with 3 active running backs, and one of them's just a handcuff to our stud with Bijan. So I definitely would prefer to move on from 2 of the receivers at the bottom end, pick up 2 additional running backs. It's a league where we can start 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective, so I don't think it's interesting to trade George Pickens or Brian Thomas Jr. Going over to tight end, we have Pitts, obviously a player that we can start every single week regardless of matchup. So it's a strong team, right? Like, it's not like there's that much that you need to be doing here. There aren't too many moves to make. Obviously, when we're number 1 with the league analyzer, it does put us in a little bit of a comfortable spot in general. I think the main thing that we would do is just after the week, churn this roster, cut a couple of these bottom end receivers, pick up a couple bottom end running backs. That way we can try to find the next Jordan Mason. We can try to find the next, say, Zach Charbonnet. But I think that should be it, my friend. I really do appreciate it, and I really hope I was able to help out some way. Now, Dill Pill says, I can't decide between DJ Moore or Jerome Ford for the flex spot. So, yeah, between these 2 guys, definitely think it is a very interesting question, given the injuries that we have to the receivers in Chicago with DJ Moore, where it looks like Rome may actually be playing this week. If he does play, he's probably going to be limited. We don't know about Keenan Allen just yet. So I could definitely see an argument to be made kind of going in one direction or the other. I probably take DJ Moore over Jerome Ford in a full PPR format. Half PPR league, it's going to be a little bit tougher, of course. Let me see what the Underdog pick'ems are. Underdog is a half PPR format when you see they're higher or lower in terms of total points scored. I wonder if they'll have a DJ Moore pick out with all the uncertainty in Chicago. They do. They have Moore at 63.5 receiving yards, 11.55 points. Whereas if you look at Jerome Ford, they have Jerome Ford at 10.55 points. It's not as clear now that it seems like Rome Odunze is going to be playing tonight. But yeah, if you look at my flex rankings, I had DJ Moore ranked over Ford as well. I think we go DJ Moore. And just a reminder, my friend, if you were wanting to ask about a set question for the flex, instead, next time, just add in 1 flex empty spot and then put DJ Moore and Jerome Ford underneath here. That way I can go through and I can pick which wide receiver for you, and it will fill out and send you automatically. But let me see if the Dylan team will load for us now. Okay, this is Bobby's Disciplines, Dobby's Disciplines. Perfect, loaded. We are good to check this out. Say, hey Mason, I've been watching your videos for about 2 years now, and I really have done a number on my team. Please tell me what we should be looking to do. So I am operating the assumption that this is a dynasty format right away just from seeing the league analyzer, because you have the absolute juggernaut teams at the top, and then we have these teams with very little value down here at the bottom. Sadly, we are one of these teams with very little value, but yeah, looking at the tags, this is a 12-team dynasty 2-quarterback format. And pulling this up, quarterback, we are in a very tough spot. We have the McCarthy injury, where McCarthy is going to be out for the season. Obviously, we're maybe excited about the long-term upside that we have with J.J. McCarthy, but definitely not somebody that we can rely upon right this second. Going over to the other quarterbacks here, you have 3 guys that are startable, but I would like Geno Smith as my QB3 in a Superflex league. I'd like Derek Carr as my QB3. I'd be okay with Daniel Jones, my QB3 in a Superflex league. To have these 3 guys as our QB1, QB2, QB3, there's no way we can contend with this quarterback room. Going over to running back, I'd be happy to have David Montgomery as my RB2, but have him as my RB1. I can't contend with this running back room. Going over to wide receiver, to have Jordan Addison. Like, this team is 100% a rebuilding team. This team has no hopes to contend whatsoever. What's nice is we've already started to accumulate these future picks. We have our first-round pick. We have a first-round pick for, a bunch of different owners here as well, with Tampa Smokers, with DK picks, with Big Birds. So it is nice to see that future draft capital. So now at this point, we really just have to identify the players that we are viewing as cornerstone assets over the next few years and the guys that will be easy sells if we see a pop in value. So the guys that will be these cornerstone assets for years to come, JJ McCarthy, we want to build around. Jordan Addison, we want to build around. Ladd McConkey, you want to build around. You definitely don't need to sell Christian Watson. Jermaine Burton, don't need to sell. Michael Wilson, you don't need to sell. Like, these guys are players that all presumably can be worth more in Dynasty next offseason than they are today based off how they perform. Now, at the same time, we can say, okay, well, if you look at a player like David Montgomery, with David Montgomery, there's nothing that he can do this season to make him worth more in Dynasty in the offseason than he is right now. So it's a very easy spot to go through and sell Montgomery, sell Najee, sell Warren. Pretty much every single running back, maybe outside of Jaleel McLaughlin here, hits the trade block. Same thing that we can say with Geno, Derek Carr, and Daniel Jones. It just comes down to seeing if we can find a player that wants to contend that may actually need one of these options. So going over and looking at the Tampa Smokers, this is a team where we already have their first round pick. So clearly it's a team that is looking to contend right now. On a dynasty rebuild, if you could sell them, say like David Montgomery and a lesser piece, say we can send them David Montgomery and a smaller piece and get back a player like Jaden Reed, I think that's an absolute no-brainer move for the long term. Clearly that's a team that doesn't need any help at quarterback. This team has Bryce Young at quarterback. If we could potentially send them like, say, Geno Smith and Jalen Warren and get back Bryce Young and give them give them another running back viable play, give them a quarterback that's going to be better than Bryce Young, at least for this season. I think that's a move that you could look to make as well. Dan Tag says, here he has Will Levis as his QB2. It's a team that's, I don't know if they are wanting to contend this year. It looks like maybe this is another rebuilding squad. So yeah, probably not going to be able to sell them any of those contending assets. This team only has 2 quarterbacks, so definitely a spot where we could potentially try to sell them some of these depth pieces. So if you could sell them like David Montgomery and Geno Smith and say, hey, you're going to get that QB3, you're going to get a quality running back depth piece on top of it, give us a 2026 first, I think that would be interesting. Or maybe just selling them one of those players straight up for a second or maybe multiple seconds. That's another thing that we could look to do. But if we can get these guys like Montgomery, Najee, Geno, Carr, Jones off of our roster and put ourselves in a position where we're pretty much guaranteed to get last this year and get the 101 in next year's draft class, and then build around, say, 4 or 5 first-round picks that we have in 2025, these younger receivers, and then Jake Ferguson, I think you could be in a spot with long-term upside. But every single move that we need to make on this rebuilding team, we need to be asking ourselves, okay, how can I increase my team's trade value this next offseason? That's the main focus on it for us. So let's sell those veteran pieces. We'll build around those younger assets that we talked about. And yeah, I think you target some of those teams that maybe needs that quarterback depth, or maybe needs an additional running back in here. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you, my friend. I think it's a team with upside because of all the picks that we have going into the future. We just need to continue to stack those picks as they're guaranteed to rise in value. But let's go ahead and let's pivot back over to the live chat and see if we have any free questions to get to. So if you have any questions you want to ask for free, drop it in the chat. I'll try to get to it. Obviously, it'll be no guarantee. But Dylan, of course, you're welcome, my guy. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way there. But Drew says, do we play A.J. Brown? If we're looking at A.J. Brown, this is a wide receiver that I am not confident with. Plays on Monday night, so obviously you're going to have to make that call just a little bit earlier than you would like. Oh, it depends on like the range of guys that you're comparing him to, of course. We had a question earlier in the live chat that somebody said, like, hey, do I play A.J. Brown or Jackson Smith and Jigba? And my backup option's Darnell Mooney. At that point, I'm rolling the dice on A.J. Brown, right? Because, like, you have a ton of downside with JSN as well. JSN may give you 2 points. Like, the gap between Darnell Mooney and and JSN is not massive. But if it's like, hey, do I roll the dice on A.J. Brown or do I play Tank Dell? Probably need to go ahead and take Tank Dell there. So I definitely don't want to tell anybody to rely on A.J. Brown. Now, obviously, you're not playing a crap option in his place. If you have like another crap option you can pivot to on Monday night, might as well roll the dice and see if you have something with Brown. Like Big Dog says A.J. Brown or Chris Godwin. I go Chris Godwin over A.J. Brown. Because even if you do have, say, A.J. Brown playing, I'd imagine that A.J. Brown's a little bit limited at least, right? But let's go ahead and let me pull up Shefty's Twitter and let's see if we have any additional injury news that we have. So Marshawn Lloyd is expected to be playing in week 2. So Marshawn Lloyd playing, it will be very interesting to see what the split looks like between Jacobs and Lloyd. Obviously, I'm a big Jacobs guy. The only thing that would be possibly a little concerning is if Marshawn Lloyd's a viable third down back here. Now, Spotrack says, why Jamar Chase waiting to continue contract negotiations makes sense. Can I share this Twitter with y'all? Okay. This is Shefty's Twitter. Spotrack tweets out, why Jamar Chase waiting to continue contract negotiations makes sense. Expand this so y'all can read it. One, Justin Jefferson's $35 million APY will be worth $37 million against the cap and against a $270 million cap. His 2025 cap hit spikes to $21.8 million, currently $9.8. 3, T. Higgins, $21.8 million won't be on the books anymore. My thing with the Jamar Chase situation, which I never understood, is Chase has 2 years left of team control. It's like, what leverage do you have if you're Jamar Chase? It's very different. Like if you were T. Higgins, like obviously if T. Higgins was a much better player, then at that point, I think T. Higgins can go, oh, F y'all, I'm not playing. I'm not playing under the franchise tag. But if you're Chase, like what makes you so much better than Justin Jefferson, where Jefferson had to wait an additional year compared to you for you to get your contract? So I don't know. I think it kind of makes the most sense that Chase isn't getting paid this year. At least maybe I'm a salty Jamar Chase owner in the Flock League, and I really want Chase to just kind of toughen up and start playing. But Shefty says Packers Marshawn Lloyd is expected to play like we discussed. Yeah, so essentially what this is, we don't have to open up and read it. The Daniel Jones dilemma is what we saw with Russ, what we've seen with some of these quarterbacks is if they have the injury guarantees, like if the Giants are completely out of contention and Daniel Jones just continues to be horrible this year, they probably do opt to bench Daniel Jones because they don't want him to get injured, and then all of a sudden they owe him these guarantees in 2025. So that's essentially saying that Daniel Jones is at risk of getting benched based off his contract, which is what we saw with Russ in Denver. Let's go over to Ian Rappaport here. Let's see if there's anything. Eagles wide receiver Browns dealing with hamstring tightness. Steelers could ride the hot hand, resulting in Justin Fields starting. Can we listen to this?
After a new civil lawsuit was filed in Texas alleging sexual assault on a date 4 years ago. The NFL does not plan to play.
So talking about the Deshaun Watson sexual assault allegations. I'm surprised everybody's very I'm sure everybody's very surprised. So A.J. Brown going to go through the walkthrough tomorrow night. And yeah, Tomlin just riding the hot hand at quarterback, which is what we were expecting with Justin Fields starting, even though Fields obviously wasn't great. You win the game, it's hard to just go ahead and bench you. Tua has no plans to retire here. Don't care about any defensive updates. Let's move this over. McCaffrey maybe needs 6 weeks to heal from the Achilles tendonitis. And yeah, essentially they're not getting a deal done with Parkins. Yeah, no Parsons deal anytime soon. Okay, so let's move this over. And Underdog pretty much just accumulates all the updates that you need to know right here. And yeah, there's nothing really new regarding A.J. Brown. I don't know if we're going to get anything new regarding A.J. Brown until kickoff here. Of course, if something does happen, I'll keep you posted. But as it stands right now, it looks unlikely. But real quick, if you have not done so already, we've been live for 3 hours. Go down there, hit that like button. I've live streamed every day for like over 100 days in a row. We're going to live stream every single day until the end of the season. So please, if you have not done so already, go down there, hit that like, subscribe if you play fantasy football. And for whatever reason you're not subscribed, I'd imagine the majority of y'all are. And yeah, if you wanted to ask any questions, of course, you can get that guaranteed answer on flockfantasy.com. Throughout the live stream, we'll be answering free questions in the chat as well. But if you want a guaranteed answer, you can purchase a start sit question, purchase a trade question, purchase a roster review, all through the site. And yeah, I will remind y'all that definitely the cheapest way to get that roster review is taking advantage of all the promotions over there on Underdog Fantasy. Or if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to be getting the NFL discounts where they moved Justin Jefferson's pick down to 58.5 total yards. Mike Evans down to 46.5. CeeDee Lamb, they're giving you a gimme pick at half a total yard. And Jamar Chase at 50.5 receiving yards. Code FLOCK will also get you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. So make sure you take advantage of that. You can find that link in the description and live chat. But let's move back over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any additional questions to get to. So this is a trade question coming out from Landis. It's Brian Thomas Jr. and Derrick Henry versus Deebo Samuel. So I think Deebo is going to be absolutely crushing with no McCaffrey here. I think Deebo sees an expanded role near the line of scrimmage. I think Deebo Samuel's a wide receiver that we can be extremely excited about. Now, the thing is, Derrick Henry, if we are, y'all know I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy. We had Derrick Henry as an avoid coming into the season. We had Derrick Henry as a sell high if you did draft before week 1. But if we are selling Derrick Henry right now, I'm afraid that we're going to miss out on a little spike in value, where I think Derrick Henry is just going to be absolutely crushing the Raiders this week. I wouldn't be surprised if we get multiple rushing touchdowns from Derrick Henry against this Raiders defense. So I think maybe if you were to hold off a week, you could possibly squeeze a little more value out of Derrick Henry than you would right now. So could you please spam the chat and let me know, where would you have this side of the deal? Would you go Derrick Henry or Brian Thomas Jr.? Derrick Henry or Brian Thomas Jr. And it looks like Johnny Cash is crying about us ranking Keon Coleman as wide receiver. What ranking did we have Keon Coleman at this week? We had Keon Coleman wide receiver 35. I'm very, very sorry I had Keon Coleman ranked wide receiver 35, my guy. Ooh, you got me. I'm sorry. You can cry a little bit more in the live chat. Get it out of your system. Okay. Now we got Deebo, the Thomas side, the Henry side. So Henry, Deebo, Henry. It does look like it's a split thing. If you were loaded at running back, I'm fine with you going the Deebo side. But also, if you waited a week, I think you possibly get a little more value for Henry. So honestly, I don't think there's a clear winner on this side. On this deal. Now, let's move this over. Applejack's coming out with a start-sit question. This is Jordan Mason versus DJ Moore. I think DJ Moore is in a great spot with the injuries that you have to the other receivers in Chicago. But Jordan Mason, you know the workload that this player will have. You know that we are locked and loaded for pretty much every single touch on first and second downs. Obviously, third down role won't be massive. But yeah, we'll take Jordan Mason here. Okay. Now, Pablo coming out with our next start-sit question. Here, wide receiver 2 between Ridley, McLaurin, Gabe Davis. Wan'Dale definitely going to be between Ridley and McLaurin. I think we probably go ahead and take Calvin Ridley here. If we are looking at Ridley, it is a tough matchup going up against the Jets. But at the same time, with Ridley, you're going to be an offense that should have more passing volume. With Terry McLaurin, the vast majority of Jaden Daniels' pass attempts were just right around the line of scrimmage, where I'm afraid that the average depth of target in this offense is going to be relatively low. Now, in Tennessee, I'm a little bit worried about Calvin Ridley, where with Ridley, you will have the expanded role for DeAndre Hopkins this week, at least based off what this coaching staff is saying. Like we said, it's a tough matchup. So they have Ridley at 45.5 receiving yards, higher, lower. They have Terry McLaurin at 47.5. They have McLaurin at 9.55 points. They have Ridley at 8.35. So Underdog has McLaurin as the better option. For me, I think it's very tough. Going over to running back between Pollard, Swift, Chuba, Brian Robinson. We will take Tony Pollard even if I'm expecting a step backwards. And then for the flex spot, we're going to go Terry McLaurin. So we will get both receivers in anyway. Okay. Andy B says, why aren't they letting Daniels sling like he did in college? I think one, maybe it was a defensive coordinator thing in week 1 against the Bucs. I think the Bucs maybe kind of shut it down. And 2, Jaden Daniels has significantly worse wide receivers in the NFL than he did in college. Jaden Daniels had Malik Nabers and Brian Thomas Jr. in college. So I think Daniels in the NFL is going to look very different than Jaden Daniels in college did. So Nate says, couldn't find Nabers, so Wan'Dale's in for Nabers. Henry's locked. So what are wide receiver 1, 2, Mari Debo? Need an RB2. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and look at this. So you're saying at wide receiver, I would rather have London over Nabers, if that's what we're asking. And then running back 2, if we're asking, we need a running back 2 and a flex. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Ramondre and Derrick Henry. I think Derrick Henry just absolutely crushes this week. Like I said, and y'all know I'm not a big Derrick Henry guy. But real quick, I'll be gone for literally 5 seconds. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry about that. We had some guests come that I had to tell hi. Have a big watch party for the games here today. But anyway, looking at this team review coming out from Gloom. This is Massaging the Young Neighbors. Weird team name, my friend. This is we've had some weird team names come in. This is near the very top. Don't even know what to say about it. Really struggling with how to handle the team. I don't feel like we have the pieces to really compete with the top teams this year. Should I look to start accumulating pieces to push next season? So looking at this squad, my friend, yeah. Here, I see that this is obviously a dynasty format where you have the juggernaut teams at the very top. You have Puka and Raleigh. You have your Purdy. You have Huncho. But we're still up there, you know. It's not like we are the teams down here at the bottom that just have absolutely no chance. We still have some value on this squad. Now, pulling this up, currently, this is a team that at quarterback, we have Baker, McCarthy, Young, Watson, Darnold. So, yeah, quarterback, we are definitely a player away from being an exciting contender, right? Like having Baker and then Darnold as our QB1, a very, very tough spot to be in. If you wanted to be that top contending team, go out there and to contend with the number one squad that has Josh Allen and Jaden Daniels, this team that has Lawrence and Purdy, this team that has Burrow and Love, it's going to be very tough to see us contending with this QB room. Now, going over to running back, if you wanted to pivot over to a rebuild, you need to sell these RBs. Travis Etienne will probably be worth less in the offseason than he is right now. Stevenson will for sure be worth less in the offseason than he is now. Same thing, Jones will be for sure worth less. So if you wanted to pivot over to a rebuild, you'd have to sell these top three running backs almost immediately. In terms of our ability to contend with these three guys, I think we can get by. I think this is enough running back production to contend with. Going over to wide receiver, we have the cornerstone piece. We have CeeDee Lamb. Obviously, Lamb is a player that we can build around, contending team right this second. And for the long term, Malik Neighbors, we can say the same thing with. But yeah, the wide receiver depth here does look extremely questionable as well, where we have Amari Cooper wide receiver 3, which is kind of whatever. But beyond that, we don't have really anybody else we're excited with that receiver. Tight end, we have that cornerstone piece with Kyle Pitts. We can start Pitts every single week, regardless of matchup. He's going to help us contend right now. He's going to help us play for the long term as well. So overall, if we look at this team, I think, yeah, if you were to go out there and try to contend with some of the teams at the very top, you probably are a piece or two away. I mean, that team at the top has Gibbs, Achane at running back. They have Harrison, Puka, Thomas, Addison, Reed, JSN at receiver. They have Kincaid at tight ends. The Purdy team has Jefferson, Rice, Smith, Coleman, Taylor, White, Lawrence, Laporta. Huncho has Burrow, Love, Hall, Cook, Chase, Dell, Pittman, McBride. So, I mean, you are in a very, very tough situation if you wanted to contend with this team. I think you probably have to make a move one way or another. One thing that I would probably honestly recommend with this squad is there is a world where maybe Malik Neighbors breaks out and he's a high-end wide receiver 2, low-end wide receiver 1. There's a world that the Browns offense turns it around and Amari Cooper's a wide receiver 2 here. There's a world that ETN's a high-end RB1. So if you're looking at this, I think you're in a situation in which you don't necessarily need to make a decision right now. What I would probably do is wait a couple weeks. If we start off 1-3 and it looks like, oh, Neighbors, it isn't his year. Oh, the Browns aren't turning it around. Then at that point, we lean hard into the rebuild. You sell ETN, you sell Stevenson, you sell Jones. Any of those guys for a future first, they're out the door. We sell Amari, we sell Myers. The issue with guys like Myers and Williams, you're just not going to get anything. And then we play for 2025. But maybe you start off 3-1. You go, man, I'm just a quarterback away from really being a contender. Then at that point, maybe you actually turn around and you see if we can sell one of our future seconds and Baker Mayfield to go out and get a quarterback that's really going to help us win this season. So I think it's a little too early to know exactly what to do with this team. I don't think you should shut it down and go for the full rebuild right this second. I think we're definitely probably leaning that way, but I want to give it a couple weeks to just make sure that we can be in it. And then, yeah, if you were to pivot over to rebuild, ETN, Stevenson, Jones are guys you need to sell. Amari, you need to sell. Because obviously at that point, we would pivot hard and we would try to earn the 101. But since you have your future first, you definitely have the flexibility to go ahead and make that move if you want to here, my friend. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. Let's go over to the next question. This is coming out from King Was Taken. So wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Jamison, Worthy, Davis, and Rashee Rice to decide with. I think we're for sure going to be going with Rashee Rice there at tight ends. At tight end, we're going to go with Mark Andrews. And then down for the flex, we started Devon Achane. If you started Achane, obviously we are crushing this week. We just need a high floor. We don't need to concern ourselves with the ceiling. So if we're looking for the high floor, I don't think that you're going to be taking A.J. Brown. I don't think you take Jamison. I don't think you take Worthy. I think these are high upside players this week that all have downside for their own respective reasons. I think we just take the player that has the guaranteed workload and just get the guaranteed 10 points in our lineup with Jerome Ford, because this is such a strong team. We have an amazing lead with the Devon Achane Thursday night performance. So yeah, I don't think you risk A.J. Brown when you had Achane already go off. I think you just take the points with Ford. But let's move this over. The faithful, my friend, I'm definitely going to get to this team review for you. I'm sorry, we're going to have to do it off the live stream though, because the screenshots are too zoomed out. So we're actually, you know what? I learned how to zoom in on flockfantasy.com right now. I actually figured this out earlier. So if y'all don't know, obviously, I know we have occasionally one-off issues with flockfantasy.com. We dropped this 2 weeks ago, right? So of course, I mean, not even 2 weeks ago. We dropped this maybe a week ago at this point. So there are going to be like small little bugs and stuff that we are working on. So any feedback that you have, please send it in the Discord. But there's also going to be occasional things that I didn't know I could even do. And now I know on the site where like we can actually go through and we can zoom in to this matchup here. So we can actually zoom in and read this on the live stream. But yeah, here, if we're looking at what we have, this is a league where you start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, a tight end, and a single flex. So the depth with this team is going to be not super important, right? Here, you're more so going to be going ahead and you are going to be trying to build around the top end assets. Every chance we get, selling a depth receiver in a 2-for-1 deal to go ahead and improve inside the starting lineup. Having a top end quarterback, having a top end tight end will make a significant difference. We are going to be the team on the left here, ladies and gentlemen. But anyway, starting off with Kyler Murray. Kyler's a quarterback that you can roster just by himself. Looking at the fact that you only have 6 bench spots, I do think you're probably in a situation in which, yeah, you do want to just roster Kyler and nobody else here at quarterback. Going over to running back, we have the anchors at the top. Beautiful spot to see. We have Breece Hall, the RB1. We have Joe Mixon, presumably another top 10 guy. We have Jordan Mason, presumably another top 10 player. Going down to the bench, we have these guys that are an injury away from making a big time difference, such as Zach Charbonnet, such as Braylon Allen. Absolutely love what we have at running back. No hesitation with this room whatsoever. Going over to wide receiver, we have Evans, we have Harrison. On the bench, we have Amari, Flowers, JSN, Neighbors. So we have plenty of depth. I mean, on the bench, we are rostering guys like Amari, Flowers, Neighbors, guys that presumably could be in the starting lineup for almost any other team. So what I would love to do with this squad is I think it's an absolute no-brainer to potentially see if we can sell one of these receivers in a 2-for-1 deal with a tight end to see if we can pivot over and get Trey McBride and see if we can get Sam Laporta. Now, I understand, obviously, the ideal play is we sell Amari, we sell Flowers, we sell one of these receivers that maybe has a capped overall ceiling based off the offense that they're playing in, and we sell them with Parkinson to go get that tight end upgrade. But the reality of the situation is your league mates probably wouldn't be super excited about that. So what I would actually look to do instead is I would actually look to sell Mike Evans, that top end wide receiver, sell Evans, go get a tight end like Sam Laporta. And if you can make that swap there and then bring in, say, Amari from your bench or Neighbors from your bench into your starting lineup, I think the points per game jump that you're going to get from Parkinson to Laporta will be a larger points per game jump than the downgrade that you'll get either going from from Evans to Neighbors, or from Evans to Amari, or from Evans to Flowers. So I would actually look for that tight end upgrade, especially in a league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. It's a phenomenal setup that you have with all this team value. So yeah, if we were looking at doing anything else, I mean, I think because the shallow bench, we're pretty much optimizing the bench as is. The name of the game is just figuring out if there's a way for us to squeeze out some of the value from these receivers, such as like Amari, Flowers, Malik Neighbors, and seeing if we can get that upgrade in the starting lineup. And I think that would be the main thing here. And I think the upgrade we would look at is tight end. Obviously, we have running back on lock. And yeah, in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I definitely want to be valuing the tight end position where we can. But yeah, a great squad. My friend, really do like it. And I'm sorry that we weren't able to get to this yesterday. Yesterday, I didn't realize I could zoom in on the teams on flockfantasy.com. Like I said, we're going to be consistently improving the site. I know that there are a ton of little minor UI stuff that we need to do, especially on mobile. It's definitely better on desktop than mobile right now, but the developers are working pretty much 24/7 right now. And we're putting out updates literally every single day to make things better. And I'm learning new things every single day, like I can actually zoom in. But thank you. Really do appreciate you, my friend, and hope that I was able to help you out some way here. Now let's move over to our next question. It's going to be a start-sit question from Eddie Lopez. This is saying, hey, Mason, major players not showing up in search. Couldn't find Stroud, Charbonnet, Worthy, to name a few. I'm sorry, my friend. Just, let me know. I'm going to send this over to the devs right now. I've heard this from a couple different people. Okay. Okay, but anyway, looking at this, couldn't find to name a few, blah, blah, blah. Tiered PPR, 1.5 for running backs, 2 points for receivers and tight ends. Big lead with H.N. Waddle. We need a running back 2 between Stevenson and Charbonnet. I would go with Charbonnet over running back. With the A.J. Brown injury, need the flex 1 between Montgomery, Ramadre, Worthy, Shaheed. Cut Justice Hill. But no, I wouldn't cut Justice Hill for Isaac. I think we go ahead. I think that we go with Charbonnet and Stevenson for RB2 and the flex. But in this tiered PPR format, we are a little more excited for wide receivers in the flex spot. But I think those running backs just have too large of workloads to pass up, my friend. Okay. Now, Bodie coming out says, who should I use with my flex spots? I know Montgomery is in a great offense, but is splitting, and I'm torn on Zach, Marv, and Worthy. Okay, so looking at Zach, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Xavier Worthy, I think here we have to 100% go with Zach Charbonnet. With Charbonnet, no Kenneth Walker. He's going to have the receiving role. Not only is he going to have a receiving role, but at the same time, he has the size to be a just true 3-down running back in the Seattle Seahawks offense. I think it's almost just a no-brainer here to you have to play Zach Charbonnet. You have to play Charbonnet. Now, beyond Charbonnet, it does get interesting between Harrison and Montgomery. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting out the Detroit Lions to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. Obviously, David Montgomery is very exciting in that overall game environment where you do have a ton of upside. Personally, I do think I just go ahead and take Marvin Harrison Jr., though. I expect a big breakout from Harrison this week and a game that is a great matchup against the Rams. Super high total. I think the Cardinals offense will be much better. Clearly, if you look at the advanced analytics with both speed and separation, Harrison does appear very scary at the moment, but we're already in on this Cardinals offense with McBride. I think we just kind of double down with this game environment against the Rams with Harrison. Let's go ahead and do that. And we are going to answer some free questions in the live chat right now. So if you have any questions you want answered for free, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Margaret says, am I crazy for starting Isaiah Likely over Christian Watson this week? You're not. I mean, I absolutely hate starting tight ends in the flex, my guy. But I mean, even if you're looking at the projections on Underdog, right now you have Likely at higher, lower 36.5 receiving yards. And because the Packers offense is just going to be so bad with Malik Willis, where Willis is the projection of 168 passing yards, higher, lower, you have Christian Watson down at 23.5 receiving yards for his higher, lower. 23.5. Like RIP Christian Watson, RIP any of the Packers receivers with Malik Willis starting. I think you honestly can go Likely, even though I never want to be playing a tight end in the flex. Divine Realty says Scary Terry or Keenan Allen have PPR. So it does sound like you will have Roma Dunze playing. You do still have Keenan Allen as that game time decision here. So I think I actually just go ahead. I think I just take Scary Terry. Scary Terry, you have a comfortable role projecting out passing volume. Lindvox says, happy BR, Charbonnet or Pollard, Mace. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Charbonnet relatively easily. Pollard is going to be splitting with Spears. I think it's a worse game environment in this week in comparison to what you had a week ago as well. So, yeah, I think Charbonnet sees every single touch in his backfield. He has the size to be a 3-down player. I think we should probably get an actual Underdog. Okay, perfect. The Underdog projections are out with Charbonnet at this point. Underdog, they have it 77.5 total yards, higher, lower. 11.55 fantasy points. What do they have with Pollard? They have Pollard at 71.5 total yards. I'm honestly going to be building a pick'em slip. Here's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to save. I'm not going to submit this right now. I'm honestly going to do it closer to kickoff just because I want to be able to promote the discounts that Underdog has right now. But like I said, I think I'm up $150 on Underdog this year, mainly just because I'm making sure I'm taking advantage of all the promos that they have. So before kickoff, I'm definitely going to be using these. And I think one of the ones that I actually like right now is Charbonnet for more than 77.5 total yards. I really like this mark with Charb. So we're going to put that there to save it for now. But yeah, please start Zach Charbonnet if you have him. I think he's a must-start guy. Rawls says, welcome to being a member of the flock. Welcome. Okay, Steele says Justice Hill or Zamir White, full PPR. I will go with Zamir White. I think this is not a Justice Hill game. Week 1 was a perfect Justice Hill game where Justice Hill obviously was in an offense that trailed the entire time. Justice Hill just had a ridiculous role as a receiver there. But here, the Ravens should most likely crush. I don't think this is a Miller Lite game either, but I don't know. No. Okay. Now let's move this over. I'll go fresh to Charbonnet or Stevenson, full PPR. I'm going to go Charb. And honestly, I'm kind of confident with this. What's the Stevenson? Stevenson, they have an 80.5 total yards. So they do have Stevenson higher than Charbonnet. I think you have more points scored in Seattle, though. But, yeah. I maybe need to tweet this out, too. Just because I need to be on record that people need to go and take Charbonnet. Do they have Charbonnet in any rivals on Underdog? If y'all don't know, on Underdog, you can go through, you can take players against each other as well. So, receiving yards here, for an example, you can take Trey McBride to have more receiving yards than Marvin Harrison Jr., and you get an additional 7 receiving yards on McBride. Rushing attempts, James Conner, plus 1.5 versus Kyron Williams. I kind of like Chase minus 2 yards versus Rashee Rice. I like Purdy minus 8 yards versus Darnold. Let me pull up. Do they have a Charbonnet rival right now? I doubt it just because we just had the official Kenneth Walker news. No, they don't have a Charbonnet rival for us to check out. Oh, for a second, I thought this was receiving yards. Olave plus 2.5 versus Lamb. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm about to take out a mortgage on the house to throw it on Lamb, but never mind. That's receptions. 2.5 receptions, a little bit of a decent gap. Okay. Somebody says Adams or Brandon Ayuk. I would rather have Brandon Ayuk over Devontae Adams. I think Ayuk does expand his role in this offense this week. Okay, let's move this over. Katon says Kamara or Jordan Mason, full PPR formats. I'd probably go ahead and I'd probably take Jordan Mason. Obviously, full PPR league does definitely close the gap where Kamara is going to have that receiving role and Jordan Mason won't. But I think Jordan Mason's in a much better offense and has way more touchdown upside. Okay. Charlie says Rapport just reported CMC could be out 6 weeks, so should be available after the bye. I don't know. I think it's so tough. Every time I've tried to speculate what's going to happen with CMC, I've just been wrong every step of the way. I ranked CMC number 1 coming into the year. While at the same time saying it was terrifying that he was coming off 400 touches, dealing with the calf strain, and is 28 years old. But yeah, I ranked him at number 1. I thought that there was, I didn't know he was going to go on the IR even after he missed week 1. So I'm done speculating on CMC. All I know is CMC's out at minimum 4 weeks, possibly longer. Jordan Mason's a low-end RB1 in those games that he is out. Ooh, let me check something real quick. I need to see if I was able to pick up Algier. Did I get Tyler Algier off of waivers in the Flock League? For whatever reason, my waiver didn't go through. Can I just pick up Algier now? Waivers Sunday. When does the Sunday waiver wire clear? Interesting. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's pull up what we have with our next question. Caleb says Dobbins or Tank. I'm assuming this is Tank Dell. Obviously, if it's Tank Bigsby, it's a laughable question. But yeah, you're going to want to take Dobbins. Tommy says Moore or Likely. DJ Moore? Definitely DJ Moore over Isaiah Likely. The tall guy, okay, 1205 on Sleeper. All right. Hopefully we get our guy then. Sebastian says Charbonnet or London. That is a very tough call. I probably go Charbonnet, to be honest. I just want to be on record. Zach Charbonnet is somebody that you need to start. Let me tweet it out too, just to make sure anybody that's not in this live stream knows the stance on it. Okay. Now let's move this over. Carby says, do I start Terry McLaurin or Brian Thomas Jr. this week? We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Terry McLaurin. It's definitely going to be a much better matchup than what you had in week 1 for Washington. So yeah, please go with McLaurin. Well, let me go back over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any more questions coming in. And I do want to remind you, of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you can do so on flockfantasy.com. Purchase a start sit question, a trade question, roster review, anything you want. But I do want to remind you as well that the best way to get a roster review would definitely be going through Underdog Fantasy and taking advantage of all the promos that they have. Because if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you're going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free roster review on one of these live streams. You only have to have a $10 deposit. And you have a Justin Jefferson discount, 58.5 total yards. Evans, 46.5 total yards. A gimme pick on Underdog this week, CeeDee Lamb, half a total yard. And a Chase discount, 50.5 total yards as well. So make sure you take advantage of that with the link in the live chat, the link in the description as well. But let's go back over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any questions to get through. So, Bodie, I think we already answered this question. I'm going to answer it and fill it out just one more time to make sure that we get it here. We're going to go Harrison and Charbonnet. Now, next question is going to be a team review from Mary Cathead says. This is, give me the crown. Context, multiple first round trades were made last year. Some teams tanked, causing uneven drafts this year, but need running back depth, willing to trade anybody on the team except Gibbs, preferably. Who should we be targeting and how should we handle the project rest of season? So it's a 12-team start 8 format. So it's definitely a league where depth matters in general, where we can start 4 receivers from a week-to-week perspective. So looking at this team, there are a couple different things that I will mention right away. So I'm operating under the assumption that this is a 1 quarterback keeper league, of course. Here, if it's a 1 quarterback keeper league, we have Jalen Hurts. You don't need another quarterback. I think you could go ahead. You could let go of Baker Mayfield. Does look like it is that 1 quarterback format, as we saw the Dak team and Lamar teams only rostering 1 guy. So I would move on from Baker, because if our running back room is Gibbs, Chase Brown, Alexander Mattison, you really need to be attacking running back with the quantity over quality here. Going over to running back, yeah, we have Gibbs, we have Chase Brown, we have Alexander Mattison. So obviously no running back 2 that we are excited to put in our starting lineup. We're starting Chase Brown for the time being, but definitely not something that we want to be doing in the long term here. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, we have London, Ayuk, Reed, Godwin. And since it's a league where you can start 4 wide receivers from a week-to-week perspective, I don't think the play is to trade a wide receiver for a running back. I mean, if it was a situation in which, say, you only started 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, then yeah, of course, let's go through it. Let's sell Jaden Reed. Let's go get a running back in. But you kind of need these guys for wide receiver and your flex spots as well. So what I want to do is I want to be rostering more running backs. And the guy I think you can actually trade is either going to be Bowers or George Kittle. I know it's weird that the league analyzer is ranking Bowers ahead of Kittle here, but this is specifically being tagged as dynasty since it's a keeper format. So just obviously it's considering long-term values here, but if we're thinking about just this season, I don't really care. I would rather have George Kittle. But if you can take Bowers and trade Bowers and go get a running back like David Montgomery and then just have a viable play there at RB2, or trade Kittle and go get a running back like James Conner, I think that could really help our running back 2 situation out. And then what we could also do is cut Baker Mayfield, pick up another running back off the waiver wire. So all of a sudden, if we trade the backup tight ends for an RB, cut the backup quarterback for another RB, we have a solid RB2 coming in. we have another running back off the waiver wire. So we go from rostering Gibbs, Chase Brown, Alexander Madison as only 3 guys to we're rostering 5 running backs with immediately a better option there at RB2 as well, and more upside for later in the year because we're allocating more roster spots to that position. So I think that's the main thing I'm going to do at wide receiver. I don't think you need to really sell any of these guys specifically in this league because it's that league where we can start 4 wide receivers from week to week perspective. I think you're probably chilling as is here. And the main thing is trying to just go through and find a way to compete with this Kansas City team. Because, I mean, they're sitting with some very strong long-term options at receiver. But I really do appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out here some. But yeah, the thing is, like, when you don't have a solid running back too, we can't only roster 3 running backs. Got to sell a tight end for a running back. Got to cut Baker and pick up another running back off the waiver wire, expand this to 5. But we can't afford to sell the wide receiver depth in a league like this. But I really do appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out. But let's move over to our next question. This is coming out from CH Gross. Says, currently have a lot of mid-tier running backs and looking to trade a few away for a receiver. Just wondering who I should keep. Yeah, obviously we're not trading all these guys for Chris Olave. So we mark this side as the winner on their initial deal. If we're trying to come up with some offers that are reasonable here, we could maybe offer Dobbins and Kirk for Olave if you wanted to do that. Or you could also offer Pollard and Kirk for Olave if you wanted to do that as well. So I think those would be the main plays that we're looking at here, my friend. I think those would be the main ones. But yeah, hopefully I was able to help you out. And yeah, but I think Olave is not the worst pickup in the world. Obviously, if you're getting him just at an insane discount. Now going over and checking out the next team here. This is Stairway to Evans. Not loading right now. We'll have to get back to it. Sure, we'll load in a bit. C. Coline says, good morning, Mason. Appreciate the advice you gave last night on the live regarding this trade question. Mason for Mike Evans. I took your advice and upgraded. Cost a bit more, but I feel good about the trade. I offered Williams. They want Pittman Mason for A.J. Brown. Thoughts? P.S. You have the best team in the Flock League. Much love, my friend. Jordan Mason and Michael Pittman Jr. for A.J. Brown. One, why were you not able to include Jordan Mason on this side? Let me know. That'd be weird. Like in terms of the trade question on the site. Obviously, if this is the offer, we go A.J. Brown. But if Jordan Mason is attached to it as well, so if this is the deal, I think it's a more fair trade. I'm a little bit concerned about the A.J. Brown injury if we are paying up this price. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather the Pittman side or the A.J. Brown side of this? Would y'all rather have a... Would y'all rather have Pittman and Mason, or would you rather have A.J. Brown here? Let me know. Pittman, Brown, Pittman, Brown, Pittman, Pittman, Brown, Brown, Pittman, Brown, Pittman, Brown. So it does look like maybe a few more people are Pittman over Brown in terms of getting Jordan Mason's added on value. I think it depends how much you're worried about the A.J. Brown deal. I'm sorry, A.J. Brown hamstring. I think it's a fair deal, and it's kind of depends how much you are worried about that, my friend. Now, Cox by 90 says, hey, Mason, back again. Got one more question for you in a redraft league. Leading Aaron Jones in the second RB slot. Wanted the opinion. Much love, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. So Jones versus Pollard, both running backs are in much worse offenses this week than what they were in a week ago. I think with Jones going up against the Niners, it's going to be a tough spot. With Pollard going up against the Jets, it's going to be a tough spot. My tiebreaker here is I think Jones has more targets and more receptions out of the backfield than what you're going to be getting with Pollard. So I rank Jones ahead of Pollard here. If we're going to look at the underdog pick'ems that you have, right now they have Pollard at higher, lower 9.85 fantasy points, 72.5 total yards. They have Aaron Jones at 74.5 total yards at 11.65 fantasy points. Yeah, so they're right there with me, projecting out the receiving role to be a little bit higher with Aaron Jones than it would be with Tony Pollard. So I think we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Aaron Jones over Pollard there, my friend. I think we go Jones over Pollard. But Praying Mantis coming out with the start set question. Here, filling out the entire lineup. Love to see it, my friend. So here, obviously, Garrett Wilson, Nico Collins are absolute no-brainers. Obviously, if we had a time machine, I wish we didn't start Tyreek Hill, but I'm sure that we did. Tight end, I'm going to go McBride. I know it says you're considering Brock Bowers. Bowers is in a really tough offense this week. You have an implied team total of about 16 points in Las Vegas, about 25 points in Arizona. You go ahead and you look at the projections that you have on Underdog as well. You have Trey McBride, higher, lower, 50.5 total yards. You have Bowers, higher, lower, 33.5 total yards. There's more touchdown upside in Arizona as well. I think it's McBride easily over Bowers. Then going over to running back, I'm hoping that we started Achane. We'll go Jones here, quarterback A-Rich. And then for the flex, Puka not viable, obviously. The Miami backs aren't. Jaden Reed looks like he sucks this. I know you're going to hate hearing me say this. I think the correct answer is Brandon Cooks. With no Ferguson, I think Cooks has the target volume. It's disgusting to rank him over Jaden Reed, but Malik Willis is just, maybe he's going to have half the passing yards that Dak Prescott has this week. Like going through and looking at the projections that you have with the respective offenses. Sorry. Cowboys right here. 257.5 passing yards for Dak Prescott. You have Brandon Cooks, higher, lower, 45.5 receiving yards, 9.35 points. Whereas if we're looking at what we have with the Packers, Malik Willis, 166.5 passing yards. Jaden Reed, 31.5 receiving yards. Like, and this keeps going down. This was at 33 earlier in the live stream. Then it went down to 32. Now it's down to 31.5. Like, obviously, rest of season, I easily prefer Reed over Cooks. But I think here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take Brandon Cooks, my friend. I'm going to take Cooks. Now, Cali Kid, always happy to see you. Always happy to see you. Says, morning, need to start 2 receivers, a running back 2, and a flex. Wide receivers, Rashee Rice, no-brainer. Between London and Olave, I think you can kind of make an argument going back and forth between the two. Both don't have great matchups this week. Both are about touchdown dogs in their respective games. You have an implied team total of 20.5 points with Atlanta compared to 19.5 with New Orleans. Looking at the projections here, you have London at 56.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. You have Olave at 63. Interesting. Olave's 10.65 points. London's 10.85. Yet there's the discrepancy with their yards. Are they saying that London's more likely to have the touchdown here? Is that what it is? No, how is that possible? There's a massive discrepancy. I had London ranked higher. I don't know if the pick'ems there are a big enough gap to sway the difference one way or another. James Conner obviously must start there at RB2. And then between Olave, Godwin, I actually am probably just going to go ahead and take Olave in the flex. So honestly, it may not matter. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Olave and London at wide receiver 2 in the flex. Hope that it's a little bit better this week than it was the week prior. And then, yeah, you have to start James Conner. I think James Conner's the top 10 running back this week. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's answer some free questions in the live chat real quick. If you have any questions you want to ask, feel free to drop them in the chat right now. Lloyd says, Chargers or Jets defense, who are we going to start? So I think both defensive options are phenomenal. I have both defenses in tier 1 of our tier list this week. I probably want to go with the Chargers just because, I mean, if you are looking at their matchup, they are playing a JV team. They are straight up playing a JV team. Okay. Let me pull up, and actually, we did not go over the actives and inactives, so let's do that real quick. Nasik's asking if you still start A.J. Brown, not if you have a decent option. I'd be worried to rely on A.J. Brown. But let's head over and see if we can go through the actives and inactives. So, Jamison Williams, not expected to be limited in week 2. Joshua Palmer, active for week 2. Kenneth Walker, inactive. Jaden Reed is active. Josh Downs is inactive. So this does make it where it's a little more exciting if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to play Michael Pittman Jr. this week. Ferguson, inactive, kind of what we are expecting, right? Going down, Marshawn Lloyd expected to play. But these are the main things. Yeah, Kenneth Walker is officially inactive here, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, Jamison Williams not going to be limited either, which is what was kind of the expectations. No big surprises there. Okay. Now let's move this over back to the chat. Hector says Christian Watson or Allen Lazard. I'll go Allen Lazard over Christian Watson. I don't think you can start any Packers receivers this week. The thing is, too, like it'd be different if Malik Willis was coming in and we were saying, oh, this is garbage offense. But we know this player is going to get all the targets. In the case of Green Bay, it's going to be a garbage passing offense. And not only is it a garbage passing offense, but they're going to split the targets between Reed, Watson, Dobbs, tight ends. So I don't know, my friend. I think it's kind of an easy spot to just go ahead and say, avoid the Green Bay Packers receivers at all times. Kevin, the credit guy, thank you for coming out, my friend, says, with A.J. Brown questionable, I can either start Waddle or Dortch over him or wait until tomorrow and start Ray if he's out. If Wandale or Dortch are your pivots, I'm sorry, I have something in my eyes. Dear God. But if these are your pivots, they're not exciting. Like, are they that much better than McLeod? Probably not. So I would just go ahead and I would actually just roll the dice with A.J. Brown and just really hope that A.J. Brown does play. Like, obviously, if it was like, oh, do I start A.J. Brown or Zay Flowers? Then you pivot to Zay Flowers. But if it's Wan'Dale Robinson, you're not missing out too much if you miss. Cheek is Clown. Happy to see it. Says torn Niners defense or the Colts. Tempted to play the Colts. Yeah, the Colts have the better matchup. The Niners are the better defense. I'm going to go with the Niners. I think that they are the better defense, the better team. And it's not like they have a bad matchup. They're going up against Sam Darnold here. Sam Darnold with no Hawkinson. Sam Darnold with no Addison. I know Darnold looked good last week, but last week he went up against the New York Giants. I think the Giants, little bit of a different quality of football than what you're going to have with the Niners. Now let's move this over. VV says, Rasheed or Garrett? Also, why did Rasheed fall in draft so much? I mean, we didn't get clarity on Rasheed Rice if he was going to be facing a suspension this year until I want to say week 4. I'm sorry, not week 4. I mean, that was the dumbest thing I ever said. I don't know why I said week 4. Like 2 weeks before the season. And then what the NFL came out and they said, yeah, we're not going to make a decision with Rasheed Rice until the criminal process plays out. And then people went, oh, okay, I guess that process isn't playing out this year, so it's safe to draft Rasheed Rice. Whereas we saw earlier in the offseason, different instances, obviously different crimes, but the NFL made their own like private investigation and suspended Zay Jones before the criminal process played out. So it seems like they're letting it play out with Addison. They're letting it play out with Rice. FG23 Lakers says Jordan Mason or Zach Charbonnet. I think both players are phenomenal options this week, but Charbonnet is a projection, a player that I'm definitely very excited about, but not anybody that's a guarantee. So I will take Jordan Mason here, where we've seen the Mason production. Also, he is an elite name. But we can go ahead, like you can pull up the Underdog Pick'ems right now with Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason, they have higher, lower 90.5 total yards. Zach Charbonnet, they have higher, lower 77.5 total yards. Now, I personally like the higher on 77.5. We're going to take that a little later on, but I'm going to save it so I can use it before kickoff with these discounts that Underdog put out as well. Okay. We have Dish Dude says Ladd McConkey or Wan'Dale Robinson. Very easily, we're going to go Ladd, better player, better offense, and less target competition. Kevin says Rashee Rice or injured AJ Brown. With us not knowing if AJ Brown's going to play or not, I think it's an easy spot to just go ahead and take Rashee Rice. I think we're going to go Rice. Now, Katon says Kamara, James Conner, or David Montgomery in a full PPR format. Tough spot, obviously. With Kamara, you have the receiving upside that you don't necessarily get with Montgomery or Conner. To be honest with you, though, I think there are so many points scored in Arizona, and right now Trey Benson doesn't really do anything, that I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to take James Conner. It's very easy to take Conner. It's very easy to take Conner over Montgomery. It is tougher to take Conner over Kamara, though. Justin, welcome to being a member of the flock. But let's head over to flockfantasy.com real quick and let's see if there are any additional questions. Like I said, of course, you can always purchase a start set question, a trade question to get a guaranteed answer on flockfantasy.com. Or you can purchase a team review, but I will remind you, definitely the best way to get a team review, the cheapest way, it's only $10, is to take advantage of the promos that we have on Underdog Fantasy. You find the link in the description in the comment section. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, not only are you going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, but you're also going to get a free team review in one of these live streams from yours truly through flockfantasy.com. And at the same time with that, Underdog actually put out a bunch of discounts, which I would highly recommend you taking advantage of all the Underdog promos when they put them out. Jefferson, 58.5 total yards. Evans, 46.5 total yards. A gimme pick of CeeDee Lamb at half a total yard. And Jamar Chase at 50.5 total yards. So definitely make sure you're taking advantage of the promos at least. And like I said, you can find that link in the description, comment section. Use code FLOCK so you get that team review, all the promos, and the 50% deposit bonus. Okay, but let's move this over to our next question. This is a team review from Stairway to Evans, which I am not. Oh, right here, team number 5. For whatever reason, I can't read. It says, hey, Mason, just looking for some insight and what moves to do going forward. Team is in first place after week 1, scoring 180 points. Not so, my friend. Want to keep up the momentum. I won my week 1 matchup as well. I am praying to God I win my week 2 matchup. Starting off 2-0, there'd be nothing better, especially with all the trash I could talk in the league. But quarterback, we have Mahomes. So obviously with Mahomes, we can start him every single week, regardless of matchup. Don't need a backup there. Tight end, we have Kyle Pitts. We can start Pitts every single week. Don't need a backup there either. So quarterback, tight end, we have on lock. I mean, obviously not as good as if we were to have Josh Allen, not as good as if we were to have Sam Laporta, but still definitely serviceable QB1 and tight end 1 that we can get with all season. Now going over to what we have at running back. Running back, you are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs in your starting lineup. With Gibbs, anchor RB, it's going to be able to hold down the full PPR format. So if we are looking at this being that full PPR league, Gibbs should have every single target out of the backfield in Detroit. Also, he should have usage inside the red zone as well. So he has the touchdown upside. He has the receiving role on lock. I think it's very safe to just go ahead and build around Jahmyr Gibbs. Tony Pollard is a serviceable RB2. I would definitely play Zach Charbonnet over Pollard this week, however. And then, Benson gives us the long-term upside. In general, Pollard is a sell-high candidate for us when we have enough running back depth. But honestly, I don't necessarily know if we can sell Pollard on this team, because especially if we were to get back, say, Kenneth Walker into the Seattle Seahawks offense next week and Charbonnet is no longer viable, then obviously we kind of need the touches and we need the production from Tony Pollard. Now going over to wide receiver, we have Garrett Wilson, we have Mike Evans inside the starting lineup. In terms of the depth, it's kind of limited here where we have Tank Dell, we have Jaden Reed. When fully healthy, I think that we can be excited about this wide receiver room. Now the issue is, obviously, we don't know if we are going to get Jordan Love back by week 5, which is what people are saying right now. And Jaden Reed is not startable whenever you have no Jordan Love. And since it's a league where you have multiple flex spots, I actually think that you cannot afford to go out there and upgrade over running back 2. If this was like a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would love to take Jaden Reed and package him with Pollard to go get a running back upgrade. But the issue is with this league where you have to start 4 receivers from week to week perspective, I don't feel comfortable enough about our depth to go ahead and make that 2-for-1 deal to get that improvement inside the starting lineup. So I think for now, you're just kind of chilling with this team, going to continue to make waiver wire moves. Obviously, Greg Dortch and Alexander Madison are the first 2 guys in the chopping block, dependent on what happens this week. But yeah, for your starting lineup this week as well, I think we go Gibbs, Charbonnet with our 2 running back slots. We go Wilson, Evans with our 2 receivers. With one flex, we go Tank Dell, and the other flex, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take we're going to take Tony Pollard or Charbonnet, whoever to put out wide receiver. Running back 2. But yeah, it's a team that's, I think, honestly, probably has a really strong lineup for this next week. I'm maybe a little bit concerned about what the expectations are with that Green Bay Packers offense with no Jordan Love, but also you could potentially get Love back maybe in week 4 and maybe earlier than people are expecting. And then Jaden Reed all of a sudden is a viable option yet again. But definitely I don't have the depth in a league where you start 8 guys to go through and make that move right now. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. But let's go over to West Panda. This is the next question. Let's see. The details, Mooney for Brian Thomas Jr. is a throw-in because we have Brian Thomas Jr., but in the 10-team league, feels like we'll always have options anyway. We start 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, and 3 flexes. So in that situation, it doesn't really matter the positional value here. It's just about who scores the most points. Flex would be Chase, Wilson, and Ayuk, probably neighbors every week with the bench having Watson, Jerry Jeudy for spot fill-ins for buys. Okay, so in general, I will say I really do not like making deals of this magnitude. I really don't like, hey, I'm going to trade you my first, second, third round pick. Give me your first, second, third round pick. What's the point? How can both sides really be a winning? How can you find like a win-win deal on both sides if it's a trade this big? But let me go ahead. Let's edit this and see if we can clean it up a bit and kind of get rid of some of the junk so it's easier to understand what's going on here. So somebody like Darnell Mooney does not matter at all in this deal. Darnell Mooney will never swing it in the direction of, okay, I want it, or okay, now I don't. He's barely worth the roster spot, so we're going to go ahead. We are actually just going to remove Darnell Mooney from this entirely so it's easier to view this trade. Like if you're making this deal because Darnell Mooney's in it, I can guarantee you're making a bad decision. You're not thinking about it properly. Going from Deebo Samuel to Brandon Ayuk, I think we are getting a slight downgrade on that front. Going from Brian Thomas Jr. to Tajee Spears, I think we're getting a downgrade there. So we're downgrading from Deebo to Ayuk, downgrading from Brian Thomas Jr. to Spears. We're downgrading from Jonathan Taylor to Josh Jacobs. Also, we can upgrade from London and Worthy to Jamar Chase. Feels like we're downgrading at almost every spot in this deal besides the Chase end. I think there's enough uncertainty here as well, where I think we are going to go ahead. I think we'll take Worthy, London, Taylor, Deebo, and Brian Thomas Jr. I think I will take side 1 here, my friend. Just a lot to be giving up. I think Deebo is in a really good spot with no CMC. But Tomeka says, considering between Ford and Kamara at Dallas, full PPR format. I think if it's a full PPR league, you just go ahead. I think you just play Alvin Kamara. I understand it's a tough matchup for Kamara. If you actually look at the implied team total, the Saints and Browns should be about equivalent offenses this week in terms of total points scored. But with the receiving role, you're not necessarily just banking on the touchdown upside for Kamara, and instead you can kind of get by with these cheap receptions. So I personally, in a full PPR format, would go Kamara over Ford, even in the tough spot. Now, our next question coming out from Donnie B's Body Bag says, I don't have Zay Jones. I have Zay Flowers. Just aren't available. Okay, understandable. I'm wondering if I should bench Dak for Caleb. No, do not do that. And if I should start Aaron Jones for anybody here. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's look at this. For the Aaron Jones versus Brian Robinson, I would go Aaron Jones. With this being a full PBR format, I think Aaron Jones gives you more of the receiving upside than Brian Robinson will. And in terms of Dak Prescott versus Caleb Williams, I understand Dak was maybe a little bit disappointing week 1, but I think that was more of a game environment thing than anything. Right now, if you look at sportsbooks, they're projecting the Dallas Cowboys to score significantly more points than Caleb Williams. It's not like Caleb Williams showed us a ton of rushing upside week 1 either. So I think it's a situation in which I probably pretty easily take Dak Prescott over Caleb, to be honest with you. But let's go over to our next team. This is Ayaz Carius says, should I expect A.J. Brown to make a good game or DeMarcus Robinson? All right. No, we're going to roll the dice with A.J. Brown. Do not play DeMarcus Robinson instead of A.J. Brown. Do we have a pivot option if Brown doesn't play? So the issue is this is a deeper format where you're not going to have like the ability to pick up, say, Darnell Mooney off waivers. Under no situation do I play to Marcus Robinson. It's either A.J. Brown or Cortland Sutton here. I think, honestly, if you have absolutely nobody you could pivot to, or if A.J. Brown doesn't play, you're just taking a 0, I maybe go Sutton. Here at running back 2, we're going to go Pacheco. Quarterback, we go Cousins over Geno at our super flex spot. And then for the flex, I think we're going to go Aaron Jones. But yeah, I don't think you can roll the dice on A.J. Brown, specifically on a team where like your pivot option would be Johnny Wilson. Would I rather play A.J. Brown and pivot to Johnny Wilson, or would I rather just get the guaranteed targets with Sutton? I'd probably rather just get the guaranteed targets with Sutton. I think I am leaning more towards like probably A.J. Brown doesn't play, but obviously I could be wrong. But Angel Torval says, hey, Mason, love the videos. Going to be excited to check this out, my friend. This is Jordan Mason and Tank Dell versus Devonta Smith. So I have Smith in the flock league and I need a running back. And honestly, regardless if I needed a running back or not, I think this is a situation in which you go ahead, you take Tank Dell and Jordan Mason. I think Dell and Mason is kind of the easy call here over Smith. I mean, with Mason, you're getting a low-end RB1 every single week for at least the next month. And then obviously you have the upside there too. Dell possibly being close to Smith. Now, Koba says standard league, 1 point per 10 passing yards. If it's 1 point per 10 passing yards and we're starting Gardner Minshew, RIP. RIP. If we're going up against like Mahomes, there's no way we can compete. Also, teams have to roster a backup quarterback every week. So waivers are thin. Love is hurt. We have Gardner. Waivers are Fields, Carr, Geno, Levis. I'd rather start Geno over Minshew. If it was a league where you didn't get 4 points per passing touchdown, you didn't get 1 point per 20 passing yards, and instead we were just chasing rushing upside, I would go Justin Fields. But here, this is a league where you need passing volume. You either go Derek Carr or Geno Smith. You don't play Gardner Minshew here. You don't go with Gardner Minshew. But everybody is saying A.J. Brown is ruled out. Okay, so... and then Louis says A.J. Brown still. I'll check this out for everybody. But yeah, go and move off of Minshew. Pick up one of those quarterbacks off waivers. Looking at potential running backs, we have nobody. Potential receivers, it would be Brian Thomas Jr. instead of Chris Godwin. So, obviously we keep the starting lineup as is, but we drop Minshew, and instead we pivot over to a different option specifically with our quarterback with the waiver wire option like Derek Carr. So let's see if there's anything. Yeah, A.J. Brown is officially ruled out, ladies and gentlemen. A.J. Brown is officially out here. Evan Ingram is out as well. Dear God. So with Evan Ingram being out, let's just talk about the implications of this. Christian Kirk gets a bump up. Brian Thomas Jr. gets a bump up. Gabe Davis, I don't necessarily think it impacts too much. Gabe Davis and Evan Ingram kind of operate in different areas of the field. I mean, maybe Gabe Davis gets a slight bump up. Not super excited about it, though. But yeah, Christian Kirk as well as Brian Thomas Jr. both become a lot more appealing with no Evan Ingram. And then looking at A.J. Brown being ruled out for week 2. Ooh, let me see. Who does Nathan have? Please tell me Nathan has Evan Ingram. Please tell me Nathan has Evan Ingram. Sorry, checking my matchup for this week. No, he has Goddard. Never mind. Sucks that he has Goddard and he gets the bump up with A.J. Brown stuff as well. But we have Smith, so we get the bump. But yeah, specifically looking at this, now you know Do not start AJ Brown. It's nice that they give us this clarity before the Sunday slate. And also, the Jags receivers are a little more appealing. Lawrence is a little less appealing. I think that's the main takeaway. And obviously, you're panicking if you're relying on Evan Ingram. And, of course, if you... Steven says he's not ruled out. Who says he's not ruled out? I literally just read A.J. Brown ruled out for week 2. If you are rolling the dice on A.J. Brown after that, my friend, I don't know what to tell you. If you're rolling the dice on, if you think you're going to be able to play Evan Ingram or A.J. Brown, lead a horse to water, but can't have him drink it. Okay. But yes, we'll go through and fire up as many questions as we can still. And of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed start set question answered, guaranteed trade question answered, guaranteed roster review, you can purchase all that through flockfantasy.com. I will remind you as well that the cheapest way to get that roster review is by going ahead and taking advantage of the promos that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Not only are you going to get that 50% deposit bonus, but at the same time, you will get these special promos that Underdog is running. Jefferson at 58.5 total yards, Evans 46.5, CeeDee Lamb half total yard, Jamar Chase at 50.5, and you'll get a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you have the same email address set up on an account on flockfantasy.com as you do with your email address that you deposited $10 on Underdog with. But let's go ahead and big routes to Charbonnet or Ramondre Stevenson in the flex. I will go with Charbonnet over Ramondre. I think Seattle scores more points than New England, and I think Charbonnet is, I don't say as talented, but a pretty damn good running back, and will have a similar role. Now, Creel asking how we are submitting the starting lineup this week. I think we go London over Flowers and Amari at wide receiver. For the flex spots, this is a situation in which Charbonnet is a must-start guy for you. Honestly, this is a great team. Though we're going to go ahead. We will play Ramondre Stevenson as well. So at running back, you are just getting the guaranteed volume in with the combination of Charbonnet and Ramondre Stevenson, Jordan Mason, and Josh Jacobs. This team just has so many guaranteed touches top to bottom. I absolutely love this squad, my friend. But let's go ahead and answer that. We'll answer some free questions in the live chat as we wait for more questions to come in on the site. Sean, welcome to being a member of the flock, my friend. Moist Waffles asking Jalen Hurts versus Jaden Daniels. I understand where the question's coming from, right? You have an insane rushing ceiling with Jaden Daniels that he displayed week 1. And at the same time, if you are looking at what you have with Jalen Hurts, no A.J. Brown is going to make things extremely difficult here. No A.J. Brown is going to put you in a situation in which defenses probably don't have to give as much respect to the deep ball. They're able to crash down a bit. I think that you probably see the line on this Eagles offense come down just a bit in terms of the spread. Let's look up the updated spread on this Eagles game. Okay. The Eagles are now down to being favored by about 6 points. I think they were previously at 7. Well, actually, in some of these, they're down at 5.5. Like FD, they're down at 5.5. Same thing with DK. So I definitely think the offense is a little bit worse. I'm still going to be going with Jalen Hurts over over Jaden Daniels. I'm not smart enough to do anything else. Okay. Alud says, likely or Goddard now that A.J. Brown's out? Very interesting question. I would say before the A.J. Brown ruling, it was going to be very easy to just go ahead and to take Isaiah Likely. Post A.J. Brown news, I think we may be going with Goddard. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you start now? Would you start Isaiah Likely or Dallas Goedert? Spam the chat. With A.J. Brown ruled out, are you going to go Likely or Goddard? Coco Brown says, why is Evan Ingram out? Apparently, Evan Ingram tweaked a hamstring in practice. Tweaked a hammy in practice. But looking at the chat, we have Likely, Goddard. Likely. So it does look like most people are taking Isaiah Likely here. I actually do think it's very close, to be honest with you. Because now Dallas Goedert is the number 2 receiving option in Philly. I think Goddard has to get a bump. Okay. TF says Likely, and it's not close. Last I had checked, the pick'em with Dallas Goedert was at 38.5 receiving yards, higher or lower on Underdog. They just took it down because of the news that you have with A.J. Brown. I'm sure they're about to put it up and it'll be a little higher. And they have Isaiah Likely at 37.5 receiving yards. So the projections with Likely will be lower than the projections with Goddard this week. I'm pretty confident with that. Andrew says, Jameson, Reed, or Keenan Allen. I'm going to go Jameson. Anybody but a Green Bay Packers receiver. Anybody but a Packers receiver. And yes, Evan Ingram is out. It is crazy season in here. Sebastian says, full PPR, we're going to go Dobbins or Tank at the flex. Obviously, Dobbins gives you a phenomenal matchup. Full PPR format. Tank Dell does give you the receiving upside. I honestly think it's a very fair call between the two, and it is kind of going to be up to you, my friend. Obviously, you have a phenomenal matchup with J.K. Dobbins here. Okay. So let's move this over. Russ says Aaron Jones or Jordan Mason. We already have Debo. I don't care if we had Debo or not. I think the Niners offense will be elite. And I think we're going to go ahead. We will take Jordan Mason over Aaron Jones. Like, Mason will have a higher percentage of the backfield in San Francisco than Aaron Jones will have in Minnesota. And his backfield will just be worth significantly more at the same time. But let me go over and let's head over to flockfantasy.com and see if we have any more questions. We do have a couple, so let's make sure they get their answers right away. Jay says, hey, Mason, just need help with the lineup. Unfortunately, I started Keon Coleman, who put up a goose egg. It's okay, my guy. I had Keon ranked as a wide receiver 3 this week. I think that he was an interesting play, especially with this wide receiver room. I would have started him as well, with Keenan Allen looking like he's going to miss. Obviously, we go with St. Brown. Going over to tight end, we go with Kelsey. Running back, I think we're going to take Montgomery and Josh Jacobs. Quarterback, we're going to go Kyler over Caleb relatively easily. For the flex, this is where things get difficult. So it looks like Rome is going to play. Keenan Allen still is a game time decision, at least last I checked. So I don't think you can rely on Keenan Allen on Sunday night. Blake Corum's a 0. Jeff Wilson Jr. is a 0. It's really between Jerry Jeudy and Alan Lazard. So we have the report from Robert Saleh coming out saying that you will have more Mike Williams this week than we saw in week 1. You have Lazard at 35.5 receiving yards, higher or lower. You have Jeudy at 41.5 receiving yards. I think there should be more points scored with the Jets offense than there will be in Cleveland, though. But I don't know. I think we probably go ahead and we take Jerry Jeudy. If it wasn't for Saleh coming out and saying, well, Mike Williams was capped at 15 snaps in week 1, we'll definitely give him more work than that in week 2. You can go Lazard. But I think Judy's going to be an every down player for the Browns regardless. But Abe coming out with our next start sit question. Here at wide receiver, we are choosing between DJ Moore, Devontae Adams, Drake London, Devonta Smith. Smith is a must-start player. He was before the A.J. Brown injury, now especially after the A.J. Brown injury. For our second wide receiver slot, I think most people will go Devontae Adams. I very much am concerned, however, with what you're going to have with this Ravens defense shutting down the Raiders. So I think instead I actually go DJ Moore. Tight end, we have Laporta, solid. Running back, we have Charbonnet, Barkley in the lineup that we need. And then for the flex spot, I actually think we probably go Ramondre Stevenson over the receivers like Adams and Drake London, given the fact that with Ramondre, you do have that guaranteed role there, my friend. You have that guaranteed role. And then obviously Christian Kirk is a little more appealing with Evan Ingram ruled out, but I still think you probably go with these other options over Kirk. Okay. So let's see if we can submit this for you. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's answer some more free questions in the chat. The King says Bowers or Andrews, who to start? Right now, there's a 9-point spread on that Raiders-Ravens game. The Raiders are going to have a very tough time moving the ball down the field. The Ravens aren't. The Ravens are going to be scoring at will. So I think it's an easy spot to just go ahead and honestly, we just want to take Mark Andrews. I think long-term, maybe you have a little more upside with Brock Bowers. Obviously, if Andrews gives you another dud in week 2, the way he did in week 1, then at that point, we can go ahead. And at that point, we can say, okay, yeah, for sure. We are wanting to go in the direction of Mark Andrews, but now I don't think you can. Okay. Speedy Rex says Brandon Cooks or Greg Dortch. I'm a little more confident to buy into Brandon Cooks where we have the large sample. Both players should be in good offenses this week. In the case of Brandon Cooks, you have no Jake Ferguson, which I actually do think funnels a little more target volume to Cooks because there's nobody else. Swizz World, happy to see you, says, I'm assuming you can't start Keenan Allen. No, you can't start Keenan. Thing with Keenan, even if he does play, he may be limited. There's a chance he misses. And we do have word that it sounds like Rome Odunze is going to be good to go in Chicago as well. So if that will be the case, I think Keenan's probably somebody that you just need to be benching here. Now, Duke says, pick 2 PPR, Amari, Harrison, Dell, Neighbors, and Ayuk. I think we need to go ahead and probably start Brandon Ayuk. I expect Ayuk to expand his role in what is in the best offense out of this entire list. Outside of Ayuk, I'm not considering Amari. It's going to be Harrison, Dell, or Malik Neighbors. I think we probably go Harrison. If you look at the projections between Arizona and Houston, according to sportsbooks, they are they should score about similarly in terms of total points at the end of this next week. And obviously, I'd expect Harrison to have a higher percentage of his offense than we would Tank Dell in his. And yeah, you can also look at the Underdog Pick'ems this week as well if you wanted to not just listen to me, but see some real projections. Harrison, they currently have at 57.5 receiving yards. And Dell, they have higher, lower 55.5. So, they are close, but I think I can go Harrison. Okay. Nolan says Smith or Rashee Rice starts it. What's actually very funny is once we had the A.J. Brown news, we updated the weekly rankings on flockfantasy.com. So these were the week 2 rankings on the site. I moved Smith up to wide receiver 12, neck and neck with Rashee Rice. Obviously, Waddle, complete dud with the 2 injury. Wish Waddle was ranked lower than this. I'm not going to move him after the game. But essentially, the guys that I have ranked, ignore Waddle, Wilson, Nico, Rice, Smith, then DJ Moore. Would y'all flip Smith and Rashee Rice? Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather start Rice or Smith this week? Rashee Rice or Devonta Smith? Okay. So Smith, Rice, Smith, Smith, Rice, Smith. Rice, Rice, Smith, Rice, 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 Smith. So it does look like most people are in on Rice over Smith. Obviously, yeah, if you can play both, you definitely do. Where I have them both ranked as those low and wide receiver ones. Okay, but let's move this over. Now, Marlon says, should I have started Bowers or Kincaid? You definitely should have started Kincaid. Obviously, the run out with Kincaid's pretty bad where he gets taken out of the game to get evaluated for a concussion and then a blowout, so you don't love the role that you have later. Plus, you only have like 168 total passing yards from Josh Allen this week, so that does kind of put you in a tough situation for any of the receivers here. But Kincaid does have a decent target share in that offense. And at the same time, Bowers projects to be in the worst offense in the NFL this week. So Kincaid over Bowers was 100% the right call. Obviously, it doesn't work out that well, but it is what it is. Dane says, Scary Terry or Brian Thomas Jr., please help. Let me see if Underdog put out updated picks with the Jags guys. Because before the Evan Ingram news, I would have easily preferred Scary Terry here. Jags. Let's see if you have Lawrence only at 213 at passing yards. Tough matchup. You have Brian Thomas Jr. up to 46.5 receiving yards. This is higher than where he was pre-Ingram news. You have Kirk higher, lower, 51.5 receiving yards. Let's see what we have with the Commanders. The Commanders, you have 195 passing yards projected out for Jaden Daniels. Looking at Terry McLaurin, higher, lower, 46.5 yards. So pretty much the same exact mark as Brian Thomas Jr. I had Terry over Thomas easily. Then once Evan Ingram gets ruled out, I think you just naturally have more targets funneling to the two receivers there. So it is a tough spot. Okay. Now, Tootsie says Wandale or Jameson to replace A.J. Brown. All reports are saying that you are not going to have any worries in terms of Jameson being limited this week. Sounds like Jameson should just be fully good to go, so I'm going to be playing Jameson. Sam says, what do I do about Evan Ingram? You bench him, pick up another tight ends. There's no other option of what you can do. Unless you want to go to your league chat, go, hey guys, random thought here. But I'm in a giving mood. Does anybody want to trade for Evan Ingram? Who's going to trade for Evan Ingram, my guy? Scored 1.5 week 1, out week 2 with the hamstring. Player that historically you've had to deal with injuries. I mean, obviously not too much in Jacksonville, but during his time in New York. So he's probably too valuable to cut, not valuable enough to get anything through trade. So with Evan Ingram, you're probably just going through and picking up a tight end off the waiver wire. Okay. Tuvok says Aaron Jones or Zach Charbonnet. I think Zach Charbonnet is in a better game environment. And I think Charbonnet it's a similar, I go Charbonnet over Aaron Jones. I think Charbonnet just absolutely crushes this week. But let's head over to flockfantasy.com. I think we have a few more questions coming in. Just a reminder, of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you can purchase a start sit question, purchase a trade question, or a roster review over there on flockfantasy.com. I'll remind you, definitely the cheapest way to get a roster review, however, is actually taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. If you use promo code FLOCK with Underdog and make a minimum a $10 deposit, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review in one of these live streams through flockfantasy.com. And Underdog has some crazy pick'ems discounts specifically for the games today. Justin Jefferson lowered down to 58.5 total yards. Mike Evans lowered down to 46.5. CeeDee Lamb, the gimme pick, at half a total yard. And then Jamar Chase at 50.5. So highly recommend going through and taking advantage of those promos. You can find that link in the description. Just make sure you use code FLOCK so you get all the promos and a free team review on the site. Okay, so let's go ahead. And Ryland says can't decide who to flex. So starting lineup is freaking nuts here, my friend. But going over to the flex, we have London, Zamir, Wilson obviously already in. So really, it's just going to come down to Zach Charbonnet versus Drake London for me out of these options. I think we go ahead. I think we put in Zach Charbonnet, and we end up starting Wilson, Kupp, Kittle, Connor, Dobbins, Hurts, Charbonnet. Personally, I think Zach Charbonnet was a phenomenal prospect. I think he flashed year one. I think he's almost guaranteed to have the receiving role. He has the size for a true 3-down role. I think it's a decent game environment going up against a Pats team where the Seattle Seahawks should be leading through the majority of the way. So, yeah, I think I just go ahead. I think I just take Zach Charbonnet here. Now, Alaya says we are just going to be considering the flex between Flowers, Kirk, or DJ Moore. I think Christian Kirk's maybe a little more interesting now that you have no Evan Ingram. But with the DJ Moore, you also have Rome banged up, and you have Keenan banged up as well. And I think DJ Moore is a much better player. So I would go ahead and I would take DJ Moore there, my friend. Okay. But let's move this over. And Pablo says, put promo code FLOCK on Underdog, but didn't get a free team review. What do I do? So just make sure, my friend, you're going to get the free team review through flockfantasy.com. So you just need to make sure that you have a free account set up on flockfantasy.com. It can be free, paid, whatever it is, with the same email address as the email address you signed up to Underdog Fantasy with. Then the following day, Underdog sends me all the email addresses that signed up to Underdog with code FLOCK. I upload that CSV into flockfantasy.com, and we credit all those people with the free team review voucher for yours truly. So just make sure you have that account set up with the same email. But Jumbo Shrimp says, Rachaad White or Alvin Kamara, who are we going to go with? So if you're looking at the offense, obviously both offenses were phenomenal in week 1. I do think both come back down to earth significantly. If you look at the implied team total that you have right now for the Bucs, right now sportsbooks are projecting them to come down to 22 points this week against the Lions. And if you are looking at what you have with the Saints, they're actually projecting the Saints to come down to about 19.5 points against the Cowboys. So it is an interesting spot. It is an interesting. But I think we go with Rachaad White. Ronnie says, show the Flock squad. So if you want to see the team in the Flock League, which I've had so much fun in the Flock League so far. I know we've had a bunch of positive feedback in regards of the YouTube channel. So if you have not followed already, look up the Flock League on YouTube. I think it's way better than this YouTube. It's probably the best YouTube channel I've ever seen. I'm happy to be a part of it. But my team in that league this week, here's who we're starting. This week, here's who we're rolling with. Quarterback, Purdy. Running back, James Conner, Ramondre Stevenson. Wide receiver, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle. Tight end, Sam Laporta. And for the flex spots, we have Devonta Smith and Terry McLaurin. So, and then kicker, we have Cameron. We have Dicker, the kicker. And then at defense, we have the Niners defense. So I am hoping that the Niners just shut down Minnesota this week. Hoping Purdy has 300 passing yards. The Niners defense has 2 interception returns. Let's go. Swiss World says, I think we win this week, Mason. I'm hoping. I think the A.J. Brown being out, as well as T. Higgins being out, should help my Jamar Chase and Devonta Smith. Requeek says, trade A.J. Brown for Derrick Henry. Hell no, do not do that. Do not do that. Please. You'd rather have A.J. Brown. I think Derrick Henry crushes this week, to be honest with you. If you look at Derrick Henry, phenomenal matchup against the Raiders, where right now you actually have the Ravens favored by like 9 points. I think Derrick Henry can have multiple rushing touchdowns in the second half of this game. So I think Derrick Henry could very much blow up this week. Obviously, and with A.J. Brown being out, short term, we'd way rather have Derrick Henry. But long term, A.J. Brown could presumably be the wide receiver 1 in fantasy when he comes back, where there's just absolutely no chance that that ends up happening with Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry cannot be the running back 1. Derrick Henry has no role as a receiver, turns 31 in January. I definitely think he'd be better than he was in week 1 for sure. But I view Derrick Henry in a full PPR format more as like a running back 2, high-end option in good matchups. I mean, in great matchups like today, he's an RB1, probably a high-end RB1. Let's do. Christian says, Mason put a tab on the site with the Flock League analyzed so we can follow it. I will, we'll definitely incorporate the Flock League into the site soon, but obviously we just had that massive update with flockfantasy.com last week. So we're still working out a lot of the bugs and optimizing for mobile and stuff. So we definitely have bigger fish to fry right this second, but hopefully we can get that going relatively soon. Okay, so Brave Train says Drake London or Aaron Jones. I would go ahead. I would take Aaron Jones. Actually, no. It depends. Can everybody spam the chat? Would you rather have Drake London or Aaron Jones this week? Aaron Jones, really tough matchup going up against the Niners. I think it's safe to project him to have a receiving role here, given the lack of weapons the Vikings are currently dealing with. But please spam the chat. Would you rather have Drake London or Aaron Jones in your lineup this week? Okay. London, Jones, London, Jones. London, Jones, London, Jones, London, Jones. It does look like the chat's kind of split 50-50 here. If you look at my flex rankings, I believe I do have Drake London higher. I'll double check this for you. Yeah, I do have London the tier ahead of Aaron Jones for a full PPR format, that is. Someone says Jones played great against the Niners last year. I think there's a very different situation in playing great against the Niners when Jordan Love is your quarterback versus playing great against the Niners when Sam Darnold is your quarterback. I'm not worried about Aaron Jones being some dust and horrible talent all of a sudden at running back. What I'm worried about regarding Aaron Jones is the offense can't move the ball down the field. There's not touchdown upside in the offense. Okay. Now, Quib says Harrison or Godwin. I'm definitely going to go Harrison. Wash says Watson suspended. I can double check that, but I have not heard anything. And I'm assuming if we just got a notification on Deshaun Watson being suspended, then all of a sudden everybody would be blowing things up. And at the same time, it would be very weird for that to happen 30 minutes before kickoff. And yes, that is just a lie. There's nothing on that. Supreme Cobian says Rachaad White or Ramondre Stevenson. Full PPR format, I definitely think we want to go ahead and we want to take Rachaad White there. If you look at White, he has the receiving role in what should be a much better offense than what you're going to be dealing with the New England Patriots. Like, I have Ramondre Stevenson. I'd love to pivot off of him for a running back like Rachaad White. But let's head over to flockfantasy.com and let's get some more questions going here. This question we already answered for Ryland in the flex. I think we were going ahead and we put in Charbonnet. Now, our next question coming out from Brazy says, we're considering between Najee and Aaron Jones. Asking for a friend, starting Charbonnet as RB1. Who should we start as RB2? So for me, I just think personally that Najee Harris is the better matchup than Aaron Jones. Obviously, you have a nice receiving role with Jones this week, especially with no Addison. So I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go with Aaron Jones, but I think I'm going to take Najee here. Okay. Let's move this over. We will break down this team for Give Me My Flowers after 1 second. Let me just let the dog inside. She's literally right outside. I am not built how I used to be, ladies and gentlemen. Usually, in the past 5-hour streams, answering questions was a walk in the park. But your boy's getting old, starting to take a toll. But anyway, this is Give Me My Flowers. Let's go ahead and let's dive into this. It says, tragic that A.J. Brown's out this week, but I'm feeling good. I differ to the pros, though. So, well, first thing is, let's definitely address the league settings because it's going to be very important. This is a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So with this format, really, we don't need to concern ourselves with wide receiver depth. We're just chasing upside, upside, upside. Love having the elite quarterback. Love having the elite tight end here. We have Laporta as well. Having Josh Allen, Sam Laporta, and then rostering as many running backs and receivers I freaking love your team. We know that in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, quarterback, tight end is going to make up a crazy high percentage of your starting lineup output. Obviously, Josh Allen, not phenomenal this week, but going forward, he's still my quarterback 1 in fantasy, kind of relatively easily. Okay. And I just saw this report real quick regarding Deshaun Watson. The Browns quietly removed a clause from Deshaun Watson's contract this season that would have protected him in the event of a future suspension. Per the report, if Watson is suspended again, Cleveland could reclaim his guaranteed money. So, yeah, it sounds like most likely the NFL is going to get what they want. They're probably going to suspend Watson and then take the guarantees. And then Watson will be out on Cleveland. Obviously, I don't want to say that with certainty, but I would not be surprised at all. But anyway, going over to running back, we have Jordan Mason, Ramondre Stevenson, Najee Harris, Jonathan Brooks. So looking at this, we have that locked and loaded running back that we can start in the short term with Ramondre Stevenson. With Jordan Mason. Between Ramondre and Najee Harris, we have 2 running backs that we can go back and forth with every single week. The running back depth pieces here, Zamir, Chuba, Bucky Irving, are fine pieces where if their situations were to change, then how we could possibly see them step up and see a little more upside. Obviously, not super excited about any one of these players individually, but I like the idea of rostering these running backs that are maybe an injury away from actually having that difference-making role. Going over to wide receiver, we're starting Wilson, Flowers, and then starting Wilson, Flowers, wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 this week. Running back 1, running back 2, we're going to go Mason Stevenson. For the flex, we throw in Najee Harris. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, the A.J. Brown injury doesn't hurt us too much just because the shallow format, you're always going to have players that we are excited about. A.J. Brown in the long term, you're still in a great spot. What I would love to do, if possible, with this team is if you could take Christian Watson coming off the receiving touchdown with some of the name brand appeal in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. If you could take Christian Watson and package him with Ramondre Stevenson to pivot over to one of those running backs like Kenneth Walker or Rachaad White, that just gives us a little more upside and a better offense going into the future. I think that is a move that I would like to make because I don't see a player like Christian Watson really making a difference in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex anyway. So I'd like to capitalize on his name appeal. But in terms of a construction perspective, you have this team set up pretty much exactly how we would want it. We have the elite quarterback. We have the elite tight end. We're rostering a ton of running backs with upside. We have the anchor wide receivers at the very top. So I think it's a great squad, my friend. Really, the only thing I would do is if we could somehow swindle like a Christian Watson deal with one of those running backs for a 2-for-1 upgrade, I think that would be interesting there, my friend. But let's go ahead and let's dive into our next question. It's from Angel Classico. Says, I think the team's okay considering to try to trade for a better tight ends. But my question is, who do I start this week? Zach Charbonnet, Etienne, or Rachaad White? So I think all 3 of these running backs are phenomenal plays. Like, to be honest with you, I would love to just say Rachaad White, somebody that you need. I'm sorry, Charbonnet, somebody you need to get in. But when you have the receiving upside with White, I think you go White over Charbonnet. And then for the flex spot, definitely going to be down between Etienne and Zach Charbonnet. I would love to start Charb. I think he's going to be great, but ultimately we are projecting him. Whereas with Etienne, we've seen the workload. It's a very safe thing to assume we're going to have Etienne seeing 15 plus touches this game, whereas we don't know that for 100% certainty with Charbonnet. We're just kind of guessing. So I will go with Etienne and take the guaranteed work here. I'd love to play Charbonnet, but it just looks like our team's probably a little too good. Now, Raider Power coming out with our next question. Here at wide receiver, we're considering Waddle, Dobbs, Cooks, Palmer, A.J. Brown. So obviously A.J. Brown no longer in play. If we started Jalen Waddle, we started Jalen Waddle. Obviously can't play him now. But if we're really just deciding between Dobbs, Brandon Cooks, Joshua Palmer, Brandon Cooks would be my guy. Going over to running back, we would be going with Gibbs over Warren, Bigsby, Eckler. Quarterback, we are going to, this is a tough quarterback call. Anthony Richardson and Kyler Murray, both quarterbacks are exciting options this week. I think we probably go A-Rich, just seeing a little more rushing touchdown upside. And then for the flex spot, obviously under the assumption that we did not play Jalen Warren, A.J. Brown is out. Palmer's going to be active. Dobbs isn't startable. No Packers receivers are currently. Bigsby's not startable. It's between Warren and Austin Eckler. I think I would go with Jalen Warren in a very good matchup this week. Okay. But let's go back over to the live chat and answer any free questions that are here. So if you have any free questions, please go ahead and drop them down in the live chat. And G-Ray says, hey guys, should we keep Lazard or Greg Dortch on the squad? I'd probably keep Lazard. With Greg Dortch, I don't know what the real upside is rest of season. Definitely somebody that if you needed to go ahead and put him into your starting lineup, especially with the A.J. Brown injury, you can. Okay. So Sam says Rice or Garrett Wilson in a full PPR format. I'm going to go with Garrett Wilson. I mean, with Wilson, I know obviously wasn't as exciting as Rice week 1, but it was just a very tough matchup that you had going up against the Niners. I expect that this week, the Jets offense is actually going to look a whole lot better. And Wilson, like you had 3 players touching the ball in Green Bay this past week. I'm sorry, not in Green Bay. I was confusing Rodgers. I'm in New York this week. You have Breece Hall, Allen Lazard, Garrett Wilson, and that's it. The vast majority of other instances, like the Kansas City Chiefs, you will see 8+ players touch the football. Okay. Let's move this over. Cooper says Pollard or Aaron Jones. Full PPR format, I'll go with Aaron Jones. I am very much worried about Tony Pollard. I think Pollard is this clear sell high candidate. I think Spears has a receiving role here. Rerib Abiz says, with Ingram out, we need a tight end off waivers. Obviously, Colby Parkinson can be a tight end that you look at off the waiver wire. If not, I mean, maybe some other waiver wire tight ends. Hunter Henry, if Hunter Henry's available. Noah Fant, if Noah Fant is available. I think that could be an interesting situation. Here's what I need to do real quick. Looking at my tight end rankings on the site, looks like I did not have Colby Parkinson in here. So I need to add in Colby Parkinson. Help me figure out rest of season. Where are we going to rank Colby Parkinson? These are my rest of season rankings on flockfantasy.com. I think at the very minimum, he goes over Tucker Kraft here as tight end 18. I probably need to move Hawkinson up a bit. I think we put Parkinson at tight end 18. But yeah, if you need to go like Hunter Henry, Kate Otten, I think that those could be fine options for you there. Okay. Now, Guabo says Michael Pittman Jr. or Jameson Williams. I will go with Pittman. Josh Downs is going to be out this week, so that does just give you a safety with the market share numbers that you should expect from Michael Pittman Jr. in a spot that the main concern, of course, is the fact you don't really have the guaranteed passing volume in the offense. But I think whatever the passing volume does look like, Pittman should account for a high percentage of it. Okay. Now, James says, Dell, Metcalf, or DeMarcus Robinson in a full PPR format. I'm going to go with the player that's in the best passing offense. I'm going to go ahead and take Tank Dell. I know, obviously, you had the touchdowns going in the direction of Stephon Diggs this past week, and I really hope that keeps up. Like, to be honest with you, I mean, I drafted a ridiculous amount of Stephon Diggs this year because I had him ranked over Tank Dell, which was a little bit controversial. But I think that it's an easy spot to just go ahead, and it's an easy spot to take Dell after looking at the routes run data and intended air yards in week 1. Eric says start Najee or Pickens at the flex. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Najee Harris. I mean, obviously Pickens looked good week 1, but you have Justin Fields as your quarterback. I think the passing volume is not going to be great. Pablo says Christian Kirk, underdog picks, no Evan Ingram. I mean, we can go ahead and we can look at what we have here over on Underdog. So looking at the Jags, I want to see, where do we already pulled this up. You do have, I'm surprised to see ETN only at 72.5 total yards. They have Zach Charbonnet higher than Travis Etienne right now. It is, I guess, a tough matchup for ETN. But you have Christian Kirk at 51.5 receiving yards. I actually really do like this Christian Kirk receiving yardage mark. We're going to make a pick 'em real quick. Let's go ahead. Let's go Christian Kirk. Higher 51.5 receiving yards. We're going to go Lawrence higher 21 completions because if Kirk has the receiving volume, Lawrence probably has to have the passing volume as well. And then we're going to stay in this game. Let's go over to the Browns. And let's say this game maybe gets a little bit out of hand and they're actually having to lean and throw the ball a ton. I think maybe we take Ford to have fewer than 79.5 total yards. So we're going to go Kirk for more than 51.5 receiving yards, Lawrence for more than 21 completions, and Jerome Ford for fewer than 79.5 rushing yards. We'll go 11 to win about 55. 11 to win about $55. But what I really want to do is I want to take advantage of the promos that they have. Because I'm not good at pick 'em. I'm not going to front with you. Obviously, I'm not a pick 'em expert by any means. But I actually made a decent amount of money on Underdog week 1, literally just because I made sure I was taking advantage of these promos. So let's go ahead and let's grab the Mike Evans for more than 46.5 receiving yards. We're going to go with Baker to also have more than 23.5 completions. And if we're assuming that this is a high scoring game, we want to take a higher than on the Detroit Lions side of things as well. I actually feel very comfortable with a massive Amon-Ra St. Brown bounce back and going with St. Brown to have, honestly, I'm going to go with St. Brown to have a touchdown. Let's go St. Brown to have a touchdown. It's going to be $10 to win 64. We need Evans to have more than 46.5 yards, Baker more than 23.5 completions, and St. Brown to score. And let's go ahead and let's take an additional. Like I said, we just want to take advantage of their promos. In this one, we're going to be saying that the passing volume is maybe okay here in Minnesota. And if the passing volume is okay in Minnesota, maybe this gets into a little bit of a shootout. We're going to be going with more than 58.5 total yards with Justin Jefferson, more than 234.5 with Sam Darnold, and more than 245.5 with Brock Purdy. We are trying to make that correlation in our pick'em slips, of course. And this will be 10 to win 54. And we'll save the other ones to make in just a minute. But we got to go over and make sure that we have, we're answering all the questions we can right now. And of course, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can purchase whatever question you want through flockfantasy.com, or you can purchase a team review. But definitely what I'd recommend if you want a team review, the cheapest way to get it is take advantage of our promos with Underdog. Use promo code FLOCK. You're going to be getting these special picks. Like they have a CeeDee Lamb free pick 'em, more than less than half total yard. We'll take advantage of in just 1 second. Code FLOCK will also get you a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free team review on a live stream. And like I said, and it's only $10 to do that too and get that team review. If you go through Flock and use go through Underdog and use code FLOCK. But DK Jones says 10-team full PPR. We have AJ Brown, replace him with Lockett. McLeod's on the waiver wire. Also have J.K. Dobbins on the bench. Okay, we filled this out completely wrong. Have Pacheco, Brian Robinson Jr. as a flex. Yeah, I think that you would go ahead and just fill in Tyler Lockett for AJ Brown. I mean, obviously we start Ayuk, we start Pittman, and then a running back we go. Actually, no, running back we go Henry, Pacheco, Dobbins for 2 RBs and a flex. I'm not going to be playing unless you have to start 3 receivers. If you have to start 3 receivers, then go Tyler Lockett. But yeah, it's hard to know with the way you filled that out. But I'm a flocker. Happy to see it. Says non-PPR, need a receiver in a flex. Aaron Jones, Harrison, Pittman, McLaurin, Flowers, Worthy. My guy, next time the players that you're considering, please just add here so I can click them and fill it out for you instead of in the comment section. I think non-PPR, we go for the touchdown upside, touchdown upside, touchdown upside. And I think there we're going to be looking at Harrison and Aaron Jones. Now, Laported, we're going to look at their roster. We're actually going to make sure we get the start set questions done first, and then we can do a roster review, my friend. But Darkwing, this can't decide on a quarterback, potential wide receiver. Cooks against New Orleans. Purdy has not won against the Vikings in a long time. Not worried about that whatsoever. Literally could care less. I think the Purdy easily wins this game. I'm going over to wide receiver. I would think we go ahead and we take DJ Moore, even with Ferguson out and maybe Brandon Cooks being a little more appealing. With DJ Moore, obviously, you're in a spot in which you have other receivers out in Chicago. Between Baker and Purdy, I'd be fine if you wanted to go Baker. Honestly, for myself, I'd probably go Brock Purdy. Now, Cali Kid, happy to see you, my friend. Says, can't decide between running back 2, wide receiver 2, with Ingram out, having Kirk and Brian Thomas Jr. So, London is still going to be a wide receiver you have to play over Christian Kirk with no Evan Ingram. And then at running back, between Ramondre, Zach Charbonnet, Rachaad White, I think we go with Rachaad White with a guaranteed receiving role. And then for the flex, I think we're going to stick it with a running back. I don't think you look at the receivers here. The best available receiver would probably be Christian Kirk, now with no Evan Ingram. But I think I'd rather play the running back that should have a 3-down role in a good offense. I'm going to go Charbonnet, and yes, I am starting Charbonnet over Ramondre Stevenson. Now, Tank Tone coming out says, I have Connor Stevenson Ford with Chubb as well. We need a good wide receiver too. So going from Rachaad White to Zay Flowers, massive downgrade. I don't really care about Devin Singletary with how bad this offense is. You need more if you're selling Rachaad White. You need a better receiver. Go get Deebo Samuel. Go get Brandon Ayuk. Go get a wide receiver of that ilk. Not Zay Flowers, my friend. You want Rachaad White here. Okay. But let's go back over to the live chat, see if we have any free questions. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat right now. K-Ton says, Montgomery and Jaden Reed for Nico Collins. I would well rather have Nico Collins. Please go get Nico there. I think that's a good example of a sell high moment on Reed that does make a decent amount of sense. Now, Tashar says, flex Neighbors or J.K. Dobbins. I think we're going to go ahead. We probably put in J.K. Dobbins based off how good his matchup is. Full PBR format, I think you could definitely talk me into Neighbors. I can kind of go back and forth here. I think Neighbors is in a much better spot this week than he was last. Hayden says, yo, chat, Reed or Pickens. I want to reiterate, just in case y'all are new to this stream, we've looked at this 1,000 times, but I need to convince y'all, do not start any Packers receivers. The pick'ems that you have right now, looks like they actually bumped the Mike Williams passing yardage mark up a bit, 171.5 passing yards. You look at Jaden Reed. They have Jaden Reed higher, lower, 32.5 receiving yards. If you're excited about Jaden Reed, go take the higher 32.5 receiving yards. Do not put him in your lineup. Same thing, Christian Watson. You're excited about Watson, go take the higher 25.5 receiving yards. Do not put him in your lineup. The Packers receivers are not startable this week. It's going to be a disaster in Green Bay. Do not start a Packers receiver, please. But Danny, I see your start sit question. We'll head over back to the site and get this answered for you. So wide receiver right now, between Devontae Adams, our pivot option would be Jaden Reed, obviously not doing that. Going over to running back, obviously Bijan Kyron locked in. Our flex spot, we're looking at Reed. We have no Higgins. We have no David Njoku. Leggett being a rookie. I honestly hate to say it. I probably play Devin Singletary over Jaden Reed. I know people are going to absolutely hate hearing this. But Reed, you have higher, lower 6.75 fantasy points. The volume is not going to be there when you have Dobbs, when you have Watson. The efficiency can be when you have Jordan Love, but not when you have Malik Willis. You have higher, lower 6.75 fantasy points for Reed this week. Singletary, you are looking at 57.5 total yards. 11.95 fantasy points higher, lower. I think you have to play Singletary over Jaden Reed. It's disgusting. If you love Reed, go have him, take him for more than 30 receiving yards on Underdog, but don't put him in your lineup. Okay, we'll mark that as complete. Let's move this over. Dallas says Tank Dell or Jamison Williams. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tank Dell there. I like his role a little bit more. Ethan says Jaden Daniels or Jared Goff. If it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where we're chasing rushing upside, I think you go ahead and you take Jaden Daniels. Aaron says DK Metcalf or Allen Lazard. I'm not excited about Allen Lazard this week. Mike Williams, the reports are saying he is going to expand his role. I think you go ahead and you take DK Metcalf over Lazard. Cruz says JSN or Wandale in a non-PPR format. Y'all know I wasn't a big JSN guy coming into the season, but I think it's way too early to start Wandale over him. So I think you go with JSN. Okay. Let's move this. Ribby says they're all gone. What about Hurst, K. Dotton, Jawan Ertz, Chig, Foster, Komet? Which out of these would you pick up? I pick up K. Dotton. With K. Dotton, I mean, he's not a good player. Super inefficient. One of the most inefficient tight ends in the entire NFL from a yards per route run perspective. But at the same time, with K. Dotton, you know he's going to be out there for every snap. You know he's going to be running every single route. So if you have no Evan Ingram here, I think that you could possibly make that pivot. Now, Tavok says Andrews or Dallas Goedert. I would go ahead and take Mark Andrews, even with no A.J. Brown in this offense. Daniel says Charbonnet or Scary Terry. Zach Charbonnet with relative ease. I have Scary Terry right now in my second flex spot in my league. I feel way more comfortable with Charbonnet. Way more comfortable. Okay. Let's move this over. Patrick says Terry, Neighbors, London, or Ramondre in the flex. You're either going to be going with London or Ramondre. I don't think you can start Terry or Neighbors over either guy. Kyle says Brian Thomas or Jaden Reed. Brian Thomas with relative ease post Evan Ingram injury. Going back and looking at the projections that you have with, say, Brian Thomas versus Jaden Reed. Brian Thomas, you have higher, lower 47.5 receiving yards. And an offense that will most likely score more points than the Packers. Jaden Reed, 32.5 yards. Please do not start Jaden Reed this week. Go Brian Thomas Jr. And like I said, if you really want to take more than 32.5 receiving yards on Underdog with Reed, you can do you, but I'm not. And then let's make our last few picks on Underdog real quick because I do want to make sure we're taking advantage of all the promos. So we're going to go Joe Burrow to have more than 50.5 total yards. If we're taking that, we definitely want to say that this is going to be a higher scoring game in general. So we're going to go Burrow to have more than 239.5 passing yards. And I'm going to go Mahomes more than 20.5 rushing yards. Mahomes typically is going to want to run the ball in games that kind of matter to him. And I think this is one of those contests similar to like a playoff game that Mahomes is going to run. So we took that $10 for to win 60, and we're going to go CeeDee Lamb with the free pick. And with the CeeDee Lamb with the free pick, I think that we can actually just go ahead and have some fun with this. We don't necessarily have to worry about creating correlation here just randomly. I think we're going to go with something that I need right now in the Flock League. I need Eagles. I need Smith to come through for us. We're going to go Smith more than 72.5 receiving. Actually, no, we're going to go Smith for a touchdown. Let's go Smith for a touchdown. And we've been talking about London a lot here. I think London's possibly a little bit better than he was this previous week. So we're going to go CeeDee Lamb needs a yard, Smith to score a touchdown, and London to score a touchdown. So essentially all we need is Smith and London to score a touchdown, and it'll be $10 to turn into $113. So we'll take advantage of that. And like I said, I'm not any good at pick'ems. I would definitely not recommend tailing me, that's for sure. But I did actually win a decent amount on Underdog week 1, just because I was making sure I was taking advantage of the promos that they were running. So I highly recommend take advantage of the promos while you have them. It's not going to be this way every single week forever on Underdog. It's obviously for the beginning of the season. And if you want to check out any of those promos, you can find the link in the description, in the comment section. If you use code FLOCK, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 on Underdog Fantasy. And at the same time, with code FLOCK, you're going to get a free team review on one of these live streams with all those promos. But let's see if we have any more questions over there on the site that we need to get to before kickoff happens. And it doesn't look so it looks like we can get some free questions going in the chat. Mike says, pick up Charbonnet or DeMarcus Robinson. Charbonnet by a mile. Not even close. Jacob says, flex JSN or Rome. I played safe with JSN. We don't know for sure if Rome's going to be playing. Sounds like he's trending towards playing, but I don't want to tell you to go Rome and then he misses. And even if he does play, maybe he's used a little more as a decoy this week. Aaron says Marvin Harrison or Jordan Mason. We're going to go Jordan Mason over Harrison. Nolan says Etienne or Charbonnet. I think maybe I'm a little higher on Etienne than most people because the projections say to go ahead and take Zach Charbonnet. I actually probably prefer Travis Etienne there because we've seen the production. Alan says Kyler or Matthew Stafford. I'm going to go with the rushing upside of Kyler Murray. Toro says Brian Thomas Jr. or Devin Singletary. I'm going to go with Brian Thomas Jr. if it's a full PPR format. Let's go ahead. Connor says London or Dell. I have Stroud. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Drake London. Work says Pittman or Tyler Lockett. Give me Pittman. Bobby says McLaurin or Pickens. I think it's tough, but probably Pickens. I hope McLaurin outscores him though. Carter says Diggs or Malik Neighbors. You're going to go ahead. You're going to take Stephon Diggs this week. I think Neighbors will be in a much better spot this week than he was last though. Mullet over says Singletary or Zach Moss. I'm going to go Zach Moss over Singletary. Much better offense. Let's see. Young Lock says Ridley, Lazard, or Wan'Dale Robinson. I'm going to go Ridley despite it being a tough overall game environment for you, my guy. Justin says Pickens or JSN. Definitely we're going to go Pickens. Obviously can't be excited about JSN with the Seattle Seahawks having Tyler Lockett lead them in receiving last week. Jacob says Jameson or Pickens full PPR. I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Pickens. A-Rod says Lamb is about to go nuclear. Yes, it looks like Lamb's about to prove that he should have been the 101. I think Lamb at this point, outside of the other running backs with Brees. But the thing with like Lamb is, you knew going into the year that he was the safest pick at the very top of drafts and had the crazy ceiling at the same time. Ethan says Spears or Warren. Probably going to go with Jalen Warren, hoping that he expands his role another week removed from the hamstring. Pitcherinden, happy to see it, says bench one, Worthy, Dobbins, or Montgomery. Ooh. I probably bench Worthy. Obviously exciting that he has no Hollywood Brown in this offense rest of season, but he did only have 3 targets last week. Jose says Najee or Zach Charbonnet. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Charbonnet. Bean says for the flex, London or Jerome Ford. I think you can take the guaranteed volume that you have with Ford if you want the floor. I think you can go London if you want the ceiling. Let's see. You're welcome, my guy. Happy to see you. I thought you were a moderator on the channel. I'm surprised that you're not. Bobby says Harrison or Tank Dell. I'm going to go with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Harrison's much better this week in Arizona than he was last. Barry says Andrews or Goddard with no A.J. Brown. I would go ahead. I'll take Mark Andrews. Definitely understand that Dallas Goddard is more appealing with no Brown than with Brown in this offense. Fernando says Etienne or Rashee Rice. I think you need to go ahead and you need to take Rashee Rice, especially now that you have no Hollywood. Gino says Yoshi or Madison in the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Yoshi. Jacob says, Mason, I got Devonta Smith and Jamar Chase. I have them as well, my guy. This is who we're rooting for this week. Let's get a Smith. Let's get a Chase game going. Let's beat Nathan in the Flock League. And yeah, I'm rooting for it. But Joey says Zeke or Moss in a PPR format. I'm going to go ahead. I'd probably take Zach Moss. Going to go Zach Moss over Zeke. Sarah says Charbonnet or Ramondre Stevenson. I'm going to go Charbonnet over Stevenson, but it's extremely close. You can kind of do whatever you want there. But I think that should be it. Looks like kickoff is here. Much love, ladies and gentlemen. Really do appreciate you. And really hope that I get to see you out with the video after the games tonight where we will be recapping everything. So just make sure you're subscribed if somehow